what you got there? Get a light on the scores. Light on this. It's on the wrong angle, but. Buddy, how's things, mate? Yeah, not too bad. I've been a little bit crook. I've been pushing through. Had a day off on Sunday. Yeah. A bit lurgy. Yeah. Looks like a classical settler's wicket.
It does. What time of year?
Yeah, that came up alright. Yeah, the one on the roadside is looking pretty good. You got the games out the back as well? Always reckon that one's the better track myself. I always think that for a batsman. Always plays right out there. Didn't give you a look of great confidence.
No, he didn't look real confident, did he?
So Nishi hasn't come up?
No.
Right. We weren't sure yesterday. Did have a bit of a limp. So pity plays?
He didn't play.
Yeah. He'll be wearing 14 million. So it's a boat cruise tonight, did I hear you tell something?
Apparently, yeah. I'm not sure about what the story is, but apparently leaves at 7 o'clock from somewhere.
Okay.
Can you check?
And I don't know what the go is.
In sound, live
There was
stream.
something on
Oh,
the
you've
boat
gone
later
live
on this
already?
week.
No, no.
Sorry.
If
I
you
thought
it'll
there was
come
also
up
something
with
on one of the boats
the thing I'm thinking.
Yeah, not sure.
later on this week.
Maybe unless it's for the Thursday before the Friday.
Yes, I'm not sure. But it's what, day after tomorrow and day after next day. That's good.
Beautiful. Hey,
Yes.
I can hear the sound coming through this.
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
Okay. And good morning and welcome to the Mildura Senior College as we get set for the grand final of the Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series Tournament. It's the local derby, Peter Walsh. It's Australia taking on Australia, Ray.
Yes, what a glorious day too. A little bit of cloud cover. We might see something in the track. We might see a bit of movement. But look, it's a lot of fun, and the week has gone by very quickly, but this is where you still look at the opposition and you are friendly with them because they're two Australian teams. But the bragging rights and the underdogs win the toss, and they're going to try and knock the Australians over.
All right, so Chris Lanigan with the opening delivery. And Stephen Mace is confidently pushing that one out to mid-off for no run. A chance to get out to inspect the wicket square a little earlier this morning, Peter. It looks in pretty good condition. They've got a couple of wickets prepared for the games that are ahead.
And we did have a cause for consternation earlier on because Simon Nish, who was injured during the games leading up to this final, there's always that possibility, and you call on your reserves, don't you? You need to.
And that's exactly what the A team have done. They've called in Jamie Pitt, who has played in a couple of games so far through the Festivale.
I did a straw poll this morning having breakfast with some of the New Zealanders. I didn't gate crash the breakfast table, but they were gnawing on their beautiful eggs, scrambled, and a bit of bacon, and a couple of potato cakes too that were there for breakfast.
Potato cakes?
Yeah, for breakfast. It's a bit early, but
yeah, very much so.
It was good. And the sense of opinions was, there's no reason for them but to be very strong and forthright, and they, without fear or favour, said no, the Australian top team might be just a little bit more experienced because the A team have had to work hard, haven't been able to hit their straps all the way through, but the consensus of opinion was they all thought that the Australians would win.
As Mace is just going to push that ball into the offside to get the runs underway for Australia in this final. Almost through the end of the first over, Mace is one. And once again, Chris Lanigan, who's done such a great job for the A-boys, hasn't he, Walshy, with that new ball?
Absolutely. Gee, there's been so many highlights, and you've worked diligently, not just watching the Brownlow medal, but at all the stats of those that have performed well with the bat and the ball. And thank you, Pat, for passing on that bits and pieces. And we'll be able to share those with our viewers and with our listeners, because cricket is a game of stats. And tonight, of course, are culminating in the presentation of the awards. And I wonder what will happen now. Early days in this game, but you just wonder. You can tell us a little bit about this place too, because I understand that this is your home patch.
No, not mine. Telf's home patch. He was a former Mildura Settlers cricketer. Of course, based out of the senior college. As you can see in the back blocks there, some of the classrooms of the high school here, one of our many tertiary institutions here along the Deakin Avenue stretch. But, yeah, it does make for a good venue for cricket here. Ground is not one of the biggest in town, but I think it's a good size.
Yes.
That always dictates a pretty close encounter. Normally runs to be had, but as I mentioned earlier, the wicket today is just a little bit soft, with a good coverage of grass. So I think there will be certainly something in it for the bowlers. But if the batsmen can get themselves set, well, you'd expect a total of somewhere in excess of 200 would be the order of the day.
Let's hope so. The 200 hasn't been scored all that regularly. Yesterday was exciting, both teams getting over the 200 mark in a very close finish, but you don't want to collapse. You want someone to produce the goods, and that often can happen when it's a game that decides the competition, the best team in the competition, where someone out of the ordinary might grab the game by the scruff of the neck.
So Mitch Woods is into the attack from the school end, and he's also been a consistent contributor at the top of the order as far as that bowling rotation is concerned for Australian A skipper Richard Gabb. And he'll be looking to make a breakthrough early here this morning.
He's right on line too, the bowlers. So important too a good start. A wicket obviously is a massive bonus, but not to give away any cheap runs and to put the pressure on the top order batsmen to make sure that they're on song. And they know that it is a final, and they know the nerves will be jangling around. Pat, this is the final. This is the F word.
Mace is heading down the ground, trying to find the gap between cover and mid-off, but as we've seen through the tournament, Richard Gabb specific in his placement of the field. So you can see a slip in order, and also a gully and a point. Got those two short men in around the cover region and a mid-off. Mace is leaning back and timing that one beautifully through point, and that will be the first boundary of the final.
Probably the worst ball bowled so far, without being too destructive with the use of vocabulary there, but short and wide, and Mace's eyes lit up, and you thought, yeah, there's a chance. There's a few caravans going past, heading off out of Mildura on Deakin Avenue. I hope a few stop. When you're so close to the main drag, you have a look and you think, I wonder what's going on out there, because there's a lot of Australian uniforms. Hope they put their blinkers on and call in and say hello and watch this grand final.
So none for 5 in the second over. Mace has all of those 5. Keble facing just the one delivery so far. This time back of a length. Forcing Mace back. We had a chance of course earlier in the Festivale, and says he's been seeing them well and hitting them well, but just hasn't gone on to get a big score. And I know Andrew Knight was saying that he is a man that generally comes up with a big score in every tournament that he does play, so maybe today he's going to go big.
Yeah, you know, when we think about it as the broadcasters, we think now, who do we want to see perform well? Is there someone with the ball or the bat? And obviously there'll be recognition of somebody in the field who's taken some spectacular catches. Well, we've got a few there. And it's not just one or two players. You can pick 3 or 4 from each team, and that's the beauty of this competition, I think, Pat, because the evenness of the competition and an ability for players to jump up and down and get involved and have their name in the spotlight, even if it might be just for the one game. But it's an awareness that Sri Lanka's not too far away, and let's make sure that we are making the selectors have a good look at what we're doing.
Yeah, agreed, Pete. I think everybody's played their role, haven't they? Over the last half a dozen days. As we're back again with Chris Lanigan. Once again, just a little short outside the off stump, and Keble's over the top of it as he hits it out towards the point boundary. Right in front of us here, the fielding done there by Guy Randell. And Keble is through for 2.
A special welcome to, of course, our scorers who've done a brilliant job in rendering assistance, and I've got an undertaking for them today. They're really going to love this one. I thought of it last night, and then I thought to myself, we should be able to construct a team of players who've been injured.
Right.
We should go through and work out who was injured, and I reckon we probably get at least half a dozen or maybe more. I'm not putting the mozz on anyone, but there is that element of luck that you have to be able to get through at the age these guys are at, and to be able to get through. And there'd be a few that would be a bit on the wonky side, a few ice baths that would render them some form of assistance, but it's a challenging tournament. There's no question about it, with the bodies that are out there and the expectations that you clamber out of the cot each morning and you've got to go out and do your job.
Yeah, continuous cricket over a week-long period. There's an under edge there from Keble. Is going to get past the keeper and the man at first slip as it runs away down towards the third man boundary. Nice work there by the A team. Ball comes back into the keeper.
What was the name of that television show, the A Team? What was that? Was that called the A Team?
It was called the A Team, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Well, just proves how old we are and how boring our our watching of television was. But it's a good start when you think about it now. You're none for 10 in the third over. Kepler is 5 and Mace is 5, so nothing out of the ordinary. From where we are, we've got an awkward angle to call from. We can't really see whether the ball's doing much or moving about, but the two batters out there looking pretty good.
Flanagan again getting that shape away from the outside edge of the right-hander's bat, going through to the keeper Gabb.
It's supposed to be 28 today, Pat.
Yeah, cloud cover's just kept the temp down a little. It feels almost a little humid. Breeze not quite as fresh as what we experienced yesterday at Sarah Oval. There's the chance of a late shower this evening. There's a majestic shot from Mace on the back foot. Can't find a gap though in that offside ring. End of 3 overs. Australia none for 10 after being inserted into bat by Richard Gabb of Australia 8. Keblo and Mace 5 apiece. Flanagan's bowled 2 overs, none for 6. Mitch Wood now into his second over has 1 over, no maiden, none for 4.
No dramas at all with the decision by the skipper Gabb to say to the opposition, you can have a bat. Do you think that would have been, if put it this way, if the roles had been reversed and the toss won by the Australian team, would that be the way, insert the opposition?
Look, I think there's certainly some advantage to be had bowling first with the overcast conditions and the softer nature to the top of that surface. I think it's going to only harden up with a bit more warmth through it. So I think batting will be easier this afternoon.
A 45 over game to decide who is the best in this Tri-Nation series. And I think that I might have created some form of record this morning. I know self-praise is no recommendation, but having a potato cake for breakfast.
Yeah, it's
Been there, done that, have you?
Oh, we'll probably have, but not. It's not the done thing generally. I wouldn't have thought.
No, it looked at me and said, eat me, so I did.
Yeah.
Yep. That's a good shot off the next ball, driven wide out towards cover point. He's hit that so well that that's gone all the way. What a magnificent stroke, over pitch delivery. And he leant forward and gave that the big smack. Let's have a look at if we can pick that one up again, because he was ready for it and moved into an over pitch delivery and hit it so well. That was a lovely shot. We've seen a couple of boundaries and that was as good as any. So the score now moves to none for 14. Good shot.
Sure was. Kebley now 9 from 7 as Gabb's just going to adjust his field on the offside. He might even look to add a little bit of extra protection as the man's going to come in off the fine leg boundary. Mid-wicket will push across line. Will come in the final. 86 runs at 21.5. He got the 40 on day one and a few starts after that, but not able to go on with it.
It's not a bad batting lineup when you look at it and you see who has accumulated runs on a consistent basis. We'll go through those stats as the morning progresses.
Kebley getting turned inside out there. Much better length delivery from Woods.
Is this one of the better grounds in Mildura, without question?
Yeah, look, I think it is. I mean, if you look at the results of games that are played here during the local season,
yes,
normally high-scoring affairs. As Kebley is just pushing away into the offside for a single.
Nothing out of the ordinary, but it's still, most importantly, in the fourth over, no wickets have fallen. Mace is 5 off 13 and Keeble is 10 off 9. So, good start, none for 15. And plenty in the shed waiting for their chance to get out there and enjoy the spoils of a beautiful day in Mildura. Next ball just dabbed away towards first slip and there's no run. We see our stuffed toys are there too. I don't know where the Kiwi isn't turned up today because
Not
Richard...
yet, no.
Not sure what Richard's doing. Richard, apparently, the word that's filtering through the troops is that he may have decided to go and have a game of golf. Well, he surely wouldn't take the Kiwi in his golf bag, would he?
Or be his caddy.
Yes. And that's the wonder about this spirit of cricket. It's a matter of, all right, you play your games, and what you do with your R&R on a bit of time is you can play a game of golf, and a lot of the cricketers do, don't they?
Yeah, look, I think there's that transition between your golf swing and your approach at the crease as a batsman. So many have elected to double up over the years.
Yes. The best golf story coming out of the tournament from my imagination was Mark White was out on the golf course, and there were a couple of technical issues that needed to be addressed. So he got a phone call from Telf when he was on the fourth.
Yes.
And he then just had to down tools and get out to where we were yesterday, the Sarah Oval.
Yep.
And that's just typical of what needs to happen. It's all about priorities. I don't know whether he returned to the golf course or not, but good on those. And I'm talking about all the volunteers and what they've done to make this such an effusive and a buoyant Tri-Nation series.
Landing and bowling to Mace, who's pushing forward, looking to beat the man at mid-off, but good bit of work there from Wyeth just to hold him up there as he almost looked like he was running through for the single upon striking the ball there.
This ball wide outside the off stump and off the back foot. No timing in the shot, punched out forward of point on the offside. And there's no run. But pretty safe. Nothing out of the ordinary in the opening overs into the fifth over now. None for 16. They'd be reasonably happy, you would think, if you haven't lost a wicket and you're scoring quite, well, merrily. It's good.
Slanigan's just getting one to shape away again outside the off stump. What they have done well, she's been able to capitalise on any width, haven't they? Anything that's been short and wide outside the off stump, they've got the maximum reward for it, really.
They have. And the big rope, of course, indicating as to where the boundary is. That ball short and wide, and a flash and a miss, not missing by much, Gab behind the stumps. Now having a chat with the man who's at slip as they go for a wander. Yeah, but he'd be talking all day, wouldn't he? He likes his chat.
He does. That one I feel too just had a little bit of extra bounce out of the surface, which maybe did for Mace on that occasion.
He's a tall man, Mace, isn't he?
Yes, he likes to get a good stride down the wicket. Play the V in his early moments at the crease.
Yeah. And here's Louis the Limper coming towards us from our right.
Certainly seems to be a little bit more pronounced today than what it was yesterday. Has that one become a little bit awkward to handle there for Mace as he was looking to try and move it around the corner. So that's the end of 5 overs. Lanigan's bowled 3 overs and none for 6. Score is none for 16 with Stephen Mace on 6 and Clint Kebley on 10.
Most of the scoring has been up around the 200 mark. The W's in the column for the Australian team that batting are all WWWW. They haven't lost a game, and that's the way they, of course, want to continue. Doesn't matter if they haven't lost a game, but they lose this one. Well, no one worries about the first 4 that they've won. It's too bad. Now, I mentioned about Louis the Limper. I should be embellishing a bit more too, because he's just walked back past us. Simon Nish, who was slightly injured, I don't want to go over the top, but enough to curtail what he would do normally, and that's play the game that he loves.
As Kebley looks to try and force one just out into the offside. Well handled there by the Australian A team in the field.
Now put your skipper's cap on and tell me, what's the thought process if you're looking at the man who bowled so well yesterday and earlier in the tournament's taken 10 wickets, Brad Perdue, and he didn't come on for a period of time yesterday. What is the mindset, do you think, with having someone who's picked up so many wickets. What do you do in a final like this?
Yeah, it's interesting, Walsh, isn't it? I mean, you feel the conditions are conducive to swing bowling, so you'd feel that Richard Gabb will keep his seamers going while the ball is new, but don't be surprised if Purdue does get a look in the first 15 to 20 overs.
Yes, that's the case. Stan, the statistician from Stradbroke Island, punching out a pretty good question too, and I've got no idea at all as to the answer, so I'll look to my right where the lads that are looking after the pens and the stats will come up with, I'm sure, an answer. And Stan's question was, quite a few players who were given the ball picked up a wicket with their first ball of their first over, and he wanted to know what the record would be. Well, I'd like to respond to you, Stan. I've got no idea.
Okay.
No idea at all, but we've seen a couple. We saw a Murphy one and we
Yes.
saw a Purdue one yesterday, two in the first over.
Yep.
And you don't often see that first ball. You know, we're scratching around and getting our pens out and getting our water for rehydration, and then all of a sudden you look up and a wicket's fallen.
Yeah, the bowling changes have been effective, I think, haven't they, over the tournament? To make the breakthrough when has been required. 1 for 20 in the 6th over. Kebley 11, Mace is 9. It's Kebley again. Will tick the scoreboard over with a run out towards backward square. So 5 runs off the over so far. Woods is up around that 4.5, 5 runs per over mark at the moment. He'd love to just bring that back a fraction.
Wouldn't he? Yeah, absolutely. Good gathering at the breakfast table this morning too, gnawing on what was going on. And also, I just had to look into the kitchen just to check to see what was happening, and they were making the salad rolls for lunch to be brought out here to the cricket. And boy, oh boy, was there a gathering of people who were making the salad rolls, and they were really going through them. Very nice too, at lunchtime when we have a chance to. And so many things are taken into account, you know, the bits and pieces that need to be organised, Pat, for, you just presume there's fruit here, or you presume there's something to eat or something to drink. And the management of getting it all together, and the accommodation, and telling people where they should go and what they should do and what is available for Mildura. We want you to take away rich memories, and it's a travelling circus, and I'm saying that in a friendly way, in a complimentary way, but to have a slice of Mildura in your life, you'll remember it forever.
Yeah. So back with Chris Lanigan again.
So I haven't fired too many in-depth questions at you, Pat, but you're born and bred in Mildura?
I actually was born in Paddington, New South Wales, Walshy,
okay.
but was an Adelaide boy until the late 90s.
Yes.
And change of employment saw me make the move up to tropical northwest Victoria, as we now know it. And yeah, I'm still here. It's a good base to have, I think, family-wise. We've got people in Adelaide and Bendigo way, so we're sort of halfway in between. So
yes.
It serves its purpose.
And it's on the map for lots of reasons, for the tourism trade, but also so many sports are available and are played very well too by those who live in Mildura.
This Mace is swinging freely outside the off stump. He's just looking there where he maybe could have gone and found the gap just in front of the man at cover. Nice work there from Jed Mensforth.
I was trying to think of, and I know that we're calling the cricket, but I was trying to think of other sportsmen and women who have played the game in Mildura and gone elsewhere. I reckon Dale Waitman was one.
Mark Lee. Yep.
Well, both of those finished up in Tasmania, and I was calling football when they were playing on the coast. And they were good footballers, good Richmond footballers. But it's well known for its tennis, and also there's a lot of netball that goes on here too. And look, I do apologise because I haven't got too many specifics on the most prominent women who have been born and bred and lived in Mildura for a particular length of time, but I'm sure there's plenty of those.
Yes, without question.
You're supposed to help me now with names.
Yes, I was just searching through my head for a name. Leave that with me.
No, there's ample sports venues, and all fairly close to the centre of the city too, which means you haven't got to drive all that far.
Flanagan's tightening up there just outside the off stump. Completes the end of his 4th over. Score is none for 25. Mace is 12. Kebley 12. Partnership is 25 from 42. Australia batting first after Australia Ray won the toss, selected the field here in this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series Tournament Final. With, of course, the Australians so far undefeated in the competition. Australia Ray enjoying 2 victories over the New Zealanders, but their 2 games previously against the big boys, Walshy, have been pretty tight, so we expect this one to be a real exciting contest as we roll through the afternoon.
Nice injured and not playing, replaced by Jamie Pitt, wearing number 14. Umpires Jeff Charlesworth and Mark Dorman, who have officiated throughout this competition. And a thrill for them too, not just for being umpires in this tri-series, but mixing in with the players and getting the respect that they richly deserve. And of course, they spend the hours out there every day. I do get a day off occasionally, but the umpires, of course, playing such an important role in any sport. And the spirit of cricket is something they've really enjoyed. Not endured, but looked okay. First ball of a new over, and this is now the start of the 8th over. And it's a nice little cushion, a nice little start. Stepping stones for bigger and better things with Mace on 12 and Keeble on 12. None for 25 in the 8th. And no issues of substance. They've been very careful. Reminding me of, and I know that I'm telling tales out of school, but when you're broadcasting, as you well know, Pat, you get someone out there as a boundary rider who might go out for the huddle at 3/4 time, say when there's a football game on, and then you'll cross out to him and you'll say, well, what did the coach say? Because you need to get the information. And the classic comes to mind because we're talking about Mark Lee and Dale Waitman, who played for the Burnie team in Tasmania. And God rest his soul now, one of my better friends, Bruce Greenhill, who was one of only 4 players to have kept Peter Hudson goalless in a first-class game. He was out there listening to the 3/4 time address from Peter German, who went over to Tasmania, and he finished up being a coach or assistant coach at Hawthorn. And Bruce was there listening, and we crossed out to Bruce and said, Bruce, what did Peter have to say? Because we're watching from where we are in our broadcast van, and Peter was gesticulating, his arms were going left, right and centre, and I thought this will be a good one for Bruce to talk about because he would have heard everything. And so Bruce, as I said, a wonderful man. We lost him far too young. He was ready for it, and I said to him beforehand, Bruce, don't forget, as we see a boundary hit down the ground there for the next ball, which is over-pitched and hit quite spectacularly straight back down the ground for 4. It's done for 29 now with Mace on 16 and Keeble on 12. And Bruce said, thanks, Walshy. Well, Peter German was very circumcised when he gave the address to the players. And I said, could you run that by us again, Bruce? Pause. And the giggling in the broadcast box didn't deter Bruce from having another crack. He said, well, I can only be as clear as I want to be. And he was very circumcised about getting the address across. And so afterwards we played it back over a quiet beer in the Burnie club rooms, and we just thought to ourselves, in situations like that, you laugh with people.
Yep.
You do. And all of us, present company included, have made a slip up, and you don't want to be reminded of it all the time, but that one stayed in my mind thinking about what you can do when you think it's all in your mind and you think, yep, I'm ready to go, but it doesn't always work. I'll be quiet now because Pat can have a chat. The score at the moment is a pretty healthy one too, after being sent into bat after 8 overs, none for 29 with Mace on 16 and Keeble on 12.
So it looks like Chris Lanigan's going to continue on into his 5th over. Has been the mainstay of this Australian A attack over the last week or so. Love a wicket here, wouldn't they, the A boys?
They need a wicket
They
badly.
do. Yep. Just to get a fresh man out to the crease. Mason Keble seem to have really adapted very well to this Ultra Senior College surface, and they are getting some good value for their shots when the timing is right. Keble punching through, finds a gap as the ball will get out towards deep mid-off. They'll get back for 2. So Keble 14 from 15, Mace 16 from 34, none for 31 in the 9th over.
They don't mind leaving their crease either when they're facing. It's a matter of not jumping right out of their crease, but trying to get to the pitch of the ball on the half volley, and they've succeeded on quite a few occasions.
I think in Lanigan's case, with that outswing, just trying to get down the track and nullify a bit of that swing, which will allow them to potentially get the ball more on the rise so they can drive down the ground. Overcast day locally here in Mildura today. As I mentioned earlier, there is the chance of a late shower with a bit of rain over the next couple of days while we are in brief recess before the T20 side of the Spirit of Cricket Festivale gets underway.
And our lads to our right doing the scoring, brilliantly done yesterday too. They told us there'd been 106 wides delivered. Well, there's another one now, just first one for this final. 107 sundries by way of the W, the wide. That's quite a lot to add, isn't it?
I think we worked it out yesterday. I was somewhere around about 9 wides per innings of the tournament. Extra over and a half that the batting teams have been able to enjoy. There's no margin for error in this format, of course, Walshy. Anything that's a hint down the leg side instantly is signalled wide.
Yep. Yes, it's an interesting one for Gab, the skipper. I watched him gesticulating with the team, giving them a rousing just before they went out to get into the field, and you wonder, going through his mind, how far the plan's been taken. How did he want to have these two still bowling when we're coming up now to the 9th over, or what's his plan? What's plan B? I don't know.
Keble is advancing, forcing again on the offside, but it is well fielded by Jared Wyeth on the ring. They'll get through for the single. There is options there, Walshy. We have seen, as you mentioned, Brad Perdue be a real force with the ball. Jared Wyeth has played his role. Of course, Niche not playing just hurts their rotation a little, so they'll need to dig a little deeper.
Well, do you pick the bloke who's picked up 10 wickets? I'm not throwing out my suggestions, but I just wonder how many more overs these two will continue to bowl.
That one edged away, past the grasp of Mark Kratzman there in the slip cordon. Goes down towards short third man. They'll get through for a couple, so that is the end of 9 overs. None for 35 is the score. Mace is 18. Keble is 15, and Lanigan now through 5 overs, 1 made and none for 16.
We have a spell tomorrow and the next day after, of course, tonight. And then have you arrived or will be arriving? That's to get involved, all those that have been drafted. It's a big occasion for them, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It really is. We're going to see an exceptional level of cricket, and there's some real good representation from not only around the country, but we're seeing a good influence of New Zealand players amongst those franchises too. Saw a bit of fun yesterday with some photography been taken. I think Andrew Kratzman and Kelvin Scott in their respective colours yesterday with the 6th sign, which will obviously have some cash attached to it. We'll go into that, of course, in the coming days. Money on the line for the players. They're happy and good enough to hit the signs outside the boundary.
So do we know how far outside the boundary the signs will be?
Now, there was a bit of discussion about that the other day. I believe our boundary roping will be around the 55 metre mark for the T20. I think the sign will be sitting around 70, 75, just outside the line.
Hit, isn't it?
Yeah, it'd be a reasonable strike, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And if you do hit, it's just cash to you in the pocket, or how does that work?
Yeah, maybe Telf is the better man to ask that question. I'm sure there'd be some sort of system where it's going directly to the individual. It'll get split up against the team.
Yes,
Or go straight on the bar after the day's play.
I could do that, buy a few crayfish. Oh, no doubt about that. And I think too, and we've spoken about Anthony Telfer and the work that he's done to get things organised, but also there's a sense of not so much relief, but if you've got sponsors that you can look ahead and know that you've got the similar type tournaments that are already locked in for the next couple of years, that must be a massive bonus in your life to say that, right, well, we're up and running now and it's only going to get bigger and better. That's a good shot.
Keblate putting all of his energy into that drive down the ground as he gets it through the gap between mid-off and the man at short cover. And he now advances to 19, so starting to really look settled out there. And he's finding the boundary with some regularity as well. Let's have a look at this one once again. It's Woods just over pitching, and Keblate thought that's right in my wheelhouse. I'm taking that downtown for a boundary, so none for 39 now in this, the 10th over.
I think it's about time that we put the scorers under a bit of pressure. Well, not under pressure, because these guys are doing a brilliant job. Mark Horswell now has the question that I'm going to pose, and that is, what is the best opening partnership in the tournament so far? Here we're up to none for 39, and your mission, my friend, should you decide to accept it, or when you decide to accept it, you've got until the first drinks break. No pressure, but I'd really be fascinated, because this is as good a start that you could possibly wish for coming up to the end of the 10th over. You're sitting on 4 runs per over and no wickets have fallen. How good's that?
It's very good. I feel like yesterday there was a good start by the Kiwis, John Gary and Richard Petrie. So I'll just have a look. 72 for the first
72.
wicket yesterday.
Well, that's good, yep.
So that one's going to be in the mix, you'd reckon?
Mm-hmm. I always knew you wanted to be a scorer, Pat. I knew that in the back of your brain you thought, yep, that might be a chance.
Have been on the books a little bit over my time playing the game.
Mm-hmm. And the one thing we mightn't see, because this is the last game in this particular series, is a century. We might, but we'll just have to be satisfied with seeing what's on deck at the moment. I'm just looking at Jamie Pitt, who's not too far away from where we are. He's about to jump on the ground now, wearing number 14, as we have the completion of another over, and a big result so far. Now you've got some information.
Just had confirmation, Walshy, that yesterday's stand of 71 between Petrie and Gary has been our best opening partnership
there you are.
Of the Tri-Series.
Thank you, Mark. So that now isn't being threatened yet. It's none for 40, but we really haven't had too many errant shots. We haven't had too many gasps or big appeals. We've just had some very solid batting.
Yeah, yep. As it looks like Lanigan is going to continue. Seems to be the way Australia Ray have used their opening rotation. They'll get through half a dozen at the start before they'll look to make a change.
First ball of the new over knocked away into the offside, and there's no run.
A little bit of hesitation there. I think initially Mace was keen to come through for a single. Some good pressure from the A-boys in the ring.
It's known as the Australian A team. Well, that's not bad if you called any team whatsoever and you play for Australia, you'd be pretty happy with that.
Kebley again launching into one outside the off stump as they consider a second. Mace was very watchful as he was moving down the pitch, but they'll stay with one. Score is no wicket for 41 in the 11th over. We'll take a drinks break after 15.
Now, scholastically, tell us about the school where we're playing this game. Is this one of the schools itself of substance in Mildura? You're going to say all of them are, of course, but
Of course.
how good's this one?
Yeah, it's up there. I think it'd be it's a state school as opposed to we've got a few Catholic secondary education venues around town. St Joe's is one of the popular places for kids to go to school. Mildura Senior College certainly is high in numbers as far as student intake is concerned.
Yep. I was in Ballarat when I was growing up, and of course they had borders at St Pat's College and borders at Ballarat College as the boundary is scored off the next ball, square of the wicket on the offside and hit quite smoothly along the ground all the way. None for 45 in the 11th with Keeble on 21. Let's have a look at that shot. Perfect position. He square drove the ball and it looked as if it was always going to reach the boundary, and that's exactly what happened. He didn't have to run too far or too fast. None for 45, Mace on 22 and Keeble on 21. Next ball is pushed down the ground on the offside for a single. They run it quickly and they'll get through. None for 46 now in the middle of over number 11. And St Pat's College used to dominate the football in Ballarat. They won 49 premierships in a row.
Wow.
And John Burt, who was an Essendon footballer, he coached Ballarat College and they beat St Pat's. And they beat St Pat's to prevent them from winning their 50th in a row.
Imagine the celebrations after that.
Oh, I know. And my stunning performance, because I was at St Pat's for 3 years, was I actually played in a team, did not touch the ball, and St Pat's won by 43 goals. I actually played in the winning team.
Yeah.
But I just ran around and did nothing. And that's the abilities that they had. They got borders from all over the place, all over the world actually.
Yep.
And they dominated. The only sport they were no good at was rowing. They just couldn't do any good with rowing. And Lake Wendouree was just across the road.
Yeah, hard to fathom, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
As it looks like there's going to be another boundary here for Kebley as he takes the ball to the backward point boundaries. You watch it again in replay. So Lanigan's just let his guard down a little here in the last couple of deliveries, getting through that back end of his 6th over. I mean, he's due for a spell shortly. That looks like the 50 partnership has come together too for these Australian batsmen. As we just have a quick refresh on our NV Play scoreboard. I think there was some consideration from our scorers here that the umpires might have called the over a ball early. But now we're up to date. And it's none for 50 after 11 overs. Mace is 23 and Kebley is 25, absolutely.
And that figure that you mentioned yesterday of just over 70 for an opening partnership now all of a sudden is being threatened, and a very strong batting lineup to follow. This is the perfect start for the very warm favourites who are looking to finish off this week of frenetic action with a WW, WW and W.
Clean slate, as it were, as Brad Perdue is coming into the attack now from the school end. So as I suggested, had that feeling he was going to get a look in within that first 15 over mark.
Let's just watch this first ball now, Pat, to see what he can do.
He has had the knack, hasn't he, to keep wickets in his opening over, if not the first ball of his spell. He's just workshopping some ideas with skipper Richard Gabb. So they'll push a man out onto the cover boundary on the Deakin Avenue side of the Mildura Senior College.
It's just a matter of finding the artillery and finding a slice of luck too. These fellas have been so calm and in control and making sure that they didn't take any risks.
Yeah, they haven't really slogged their way to nearly 5 runs and over. They've just played nice cricket shots, haven't they? Found the gaps, timed the ball well.
Another question for you too, Mark Horswell, if you don't mind. How many boundaries so far, my friend, in this score so far of none for 50? They haven't hit any over the top. 6 boundaries? Thank you. There was the one digit that was pointed in the upward direction then, and I wasn't sure if that was a message that was being passed on to me. But then I saw the other 5 fingers from the other hand, and I knew then that I was safe.
You were reassured then, Walshy, I think, weren't you? As we can see Guy Randell right in front of us here. He's on the deep mid-wicket boundary, just getting clarification as to if he's in the right space. All's in readiness now, and Brad Perdue.
Oh, come on, Brad. You've got to get a wicket off your first ball. Come on.
Bit of a loosener, that one, wasn't it?
It was. It's a bit hard for where we are to get an idea as to if there's any spin there because we're side on. But that ball in the air, cut away through the slip cord, and they'll get a couple. But there certainly was just an errant shot, I'd suggest, because it did sail in the air. And we might get another look at that one because not close to being caught, but it was in the air, which was a need for, oh yeah, that's maybe, Brad, that was good. None for 52, Keeble 25, Mace 25 in the 12th over. This ball tossed up and on the full, that's a good shot too. He advanced down the track, hit the ball down the ground and did it well too. Was able to get out of the wicket, and I'll tell you what, in jumping down the track, he's given that a fair tonk, hasn't he?
Timed it beautifully. Just over pitching Perdue. Haven't seen a lot of that from him in the tournament so far. Get the feeling that these Aussie openers are going to sweat on anything that's in the right space to take advantage of, because Poodle, as he's affectionately known, has really been a tight line bowler, been hard to get away. So they've got 6 from his opening 3. This time he's forcing Mace back into his crease. Defends back down the wicket, so it's none for 56 in the 12th over. Mace 29, Keble is 25. And that run rate is getting ever closer to 5s.
That's good. And thanks to you for what you've done with punching out the stats for us to be able to pass on to our viewers and our listeners. Perdue 2 for 20, 4 for 21, 1 for 23 and 3 for 33. They're the match figures. 10 wickets at 9.7. And he's been knocked around so far in his first over here.
Mace advancing and Perdue doing some tidy work of his own bowling. And that's the end of 12 overs. None for 56. Mace 29. Keble is 25 and Perdue 6 runs from his opening over.
There's a bit of a pad adjustment being made by the 2 batsmen out there who would be having a chat, and I would suggest when you see them in action, one's 29 and one's 25, it's the ideal way. It's not someone dominating the partnership. Both of them are being very productive, and with 12 overs being bowled and 33 remaining, none for 56 is the ideal start. And some issues that need to be addressed. Gab, the captain, has captained the side brilliantly, and also he's been very, very good with the bat. He's been someone that we'd love to watch, but he's got a few issues to deal with now if he wants to get his team on song and break through.
So he's also changed up his rotation now. Guy Randell looking to replace Chris Lanigan, the 2 openers Lanigan and Woods, through 6 and 5 overs respectively, but both going at around 4.5 per over. So Richard will look to his off-pace bowlers here just to bring that run rate back a little bit to more of a comfortable level. Got men out deep down the ground. So one out at extra cover just in front of us here. He's now going to send a man out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary as well. So protection is there for Randell, who has bowled with good success across the tournament.
The wire's gone into the deep under a tree from about as far away as any fieldsman from where we are, Pat, but
If he was any further away, he'd be on Deakin Avenue, Walsh, I reckon.
Fair too. Yes.
Randell starts with a full of length delivery. Kebley is certainly interested in a single down the ground, but can't find the gap. Gap up to the stumps for the medium pace of Randell. That one going just away and outside the off stump.
The skipper Gab standing up and looking for a Panadol. I reckon he's got a headache now. This 56-run unbroken opening partnership between Mace and Keeble, who are both looking the goods. I don't know whether you can make a comment as to who looks better, but they're both on song at the moment.
Kebley watchful once again. Mace has faced a few more extra deliveries. Kebley has certainly been able to tick that scoreboard over nicely. As you said, they've complemented each other very well, haven't they? As Kebley is going to rock back and push that one backward a point for another boundary. So it looks to be, Walshy, a wicket where if you bowl short or give any width outside the stumps, you're going to pay the penalty.
Yes, you certainly are. Look, that ball just sat up, and if the ball could talk, the ball would have said, "Hit me, brother," and it'll go away, and it certainly did. And he made extremely good contact, and as soon as he'd made the contact, there was no need to run. It was all the way for 4.
So none for 60 now, Australia in this, the 13th over. One ball remaining. Kebley is edging and taken, I reckon, by Kratzmann, who's almost fielding at a fly slip there. That's a very good piece of work and an important breakthrough for the A team after putting Australia into bat, winning the toss earlier this morning. Kebley is on his way. Caught Kratzmann, bowled Randell for 29, and it's 1 for 60 after 13. So unfortunately, as close as they got to that highest opening stand of the tournament, they fell 11 runs short in the end. So the Kiwis can lay claim to that record still for the time being.
They can, and the frustrations that we will attempt to get across to you if you're viewing our coverage or listening to what we've got to say, because despite the fact that the partnership was worth 60, there's an obvious disappointment you can tell as Kebley moves away now to our left to sit down, take the pads off, and he batted so well, but the undeniable angst that showed on his face when he was out. Good catch, good wicket, and you never know. 1 for a lot, 1 for 60 in 13 overs, 32 overs remaining, but that's a real good platform.
Sure is, as Leith Dawes comes to the wicket. Now, Leith hasn't had the best of times. He'd really like to settle himself in here and build a nice tally for himself in this final of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series Tournament.
I think we could have created a world record. Now, that's a big call. I'm prone to exaggerate. Now, this is a real big call coming up, Pat. I think I've just seen someone walk past this commentary box not using a phone.
Is that right?
Not using a phone, walking.
Yeah.
And to me, that's extraordinary. Communication is what it's all about. We've had a lot of our New Zealand players, particularly the birthday boys, the Murphy boys, saying they're getting phone calls from home and messages from home, which is good. It's the way it should be.
Yep.
But if you lost your phone or you arrived at the cricket, could you work through a day without a phone?
It'll be a bit of a challenge, I think. We're so used to having them at our beck and call, aren't we?
Oh, I know, absolutely.
As Purdue starts up once again. Fires it back to the keeper just to make sure that Mace is back at his ground there. It's always something happening when Purdue's at the crease, isn't there?
He makes it happen. No doubt about that. And the good thing about it is that as he pushes the next ball back on the offside, they've got the start, they've got the runs, they've got the wicket. So, okay, they've lost a wicket, but this is the perfect start after being sent in with the track doing a little bit and getting away to add 60 for the opening partnership.
Outside the off stump, and Mace just looking to try and run it down towards third man. Can't make connection. So Purdue is back into game mode a little now after he gave away a little bit of extra length in that first over. This time he's short and Mace is trying to force it into the onside. And the A team just looking to dry up that run rate a little as we go towards the first drinks break of this morning's session. Packing across again, Mace, but Gapper's got his men strategically placed on the ring on the onside. Purdue doing a great job to bowl to his field. And just like that, he's through his second over. It's a maiden. None for 6 from 2 for Brad Purdue. Stephen Mace, 29. Leith Dawes yet to face a ball. And Australia 1 for 60 after 14.
Field's been getting across, having a chat with one another, doing a bit of finger pointing. Where do I go? What am I going to do when I get to where I'm supposed to be going? That's the discussion that's taking place at the moment between two Tats Lotto numbers. Two of my favourites, one out there too. Number 7 out there, Guy Randall, and Chris Lanigan, number 6, is the other player. Do they pick their numbers that they like? Is it a favourite number or what?
Hard to say. I mean, as far as the Australian team is concerned, there's a big variation from low to high, but the A boys have basically gone directly from 1 through to 14. So cap numbers as far as their Australian representation.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's as far as the Aussie boys are concerned, of course. Yeah.
Yes, and that, of course, would be a treasure for them too. Memories are so important in any sport. And I wonder where this clobber will finish up when it's taken back and put in a wardrobe or put in a chest. It'll come out from time to time, and those that are wearing it will think, should we really be seen at a local hotel with my wife and kids and I've got an Australian top on that I used in Mildura in 2024? I don't know.
Maybe only on birthdays.
It could be.
It's Randell getting some nice away swing from the right-handed batsman. Bit of extra pressure here just going into the drinks break. We can see Jed Mensforth there in the number 4 just up on the wicket square at that short cover position. Still got Kratzman into that deepish slip. Is almost a fly slip there, isn't he? He's a long way back.
And these fieldsmen who are spread far and wide, they want to be in the game. They want to touch that ball. They want to feel as if they are playing their part.
Dawes is watchful, back and across, lets it go through to the keeper. He's pretty keen to see it through to the drinks break here. Once again, Randell on the 10-cent piece outside the off stump and through to keeper Gab. Dawes is getting one around the corner. He'll open his account. He has to hustle through to the non-strikers end, but he's away. Score 1 for 61, almost at the end of the 15th over. Randell just making a couple of field changes here with Mace back on strike. Man out of the extra cover boundary. He'll have someone at backward point on the fence as well. It's ticked over 11 a.m. local time. Mace confidently again gets over the top of it and hitting it nice out to Paul Wybird, who's on that point boundary. Bowls one in, which goes over the top of Richard Gabb's head, but good backup in the field there from the Australian A team, and that will be drinks with the score Australia 1-4-62 at the end of 15. Stephen Macy's 30. Man out, Clint Kebley caught Mark Kratzman, bowled Randell for 29, and Leith Dawes is 1. We might take, we'll be back live.
Well, Tweed was the lads out there to pick up some extra wickets. That's not the case at the moment at the first drinks break. 1-4-62.
Global Camel is back. Global Roto Mouldings still offer our trusted rainwater tanks along with exciting new products like diesel trailers and on-site diesel tanks, where quality meets innovation. Global Roto Moulding, Coolong Avenue, Irimple. Global Camel is back. Global Roto Mouldings still offer our trusted rainwater tanks along with exciting new products like diesel trailers and on-site diesel tanks. From home to mining to agriculture, we provide complete design and manufacturing solutions. Proudly Australian owned, we deliver world-class excellence in every product, where quality meets innovation. Global Roto Moulding, Coolong Avenue, Irimple.
We're going to resume after the first drinks break of this morning session of the final. Peter Walsh has just stepped out for a quick break. Pat Silcox with you, and Australian medium pacer Phil Melville has jumped in for another chat. Phil, the boys are reasonably well placed after that first 15 overs.
Yeah, good morning, Silco. Yeah, no, in a good spot, really. We didn't know what to expect looking at the wicket, but looking at it, it's got something in it for everyone, keeping everyone interested. I managed to have a quick look at the ball when it went to the boundary, and there's not a scratch on it. So
yeah, good coverage of grass, hasn't it?
good coverage of grass,
little bit
overcast
soft,
conditions. Yeah, but it's playing well, very well.
Heard Clint Kebley when he come off after being dismissed, he was just disappointed. He probably didn't even need to play at the one that he did.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, sort of. If they come off, they're a great shot. Good.
Leith Dawes be keen to get some runs on the board here. As he pushes forward, Purdue back in operation again from that school end. Outfields run nicely too today when the boys have timed the ball.
Yep. Noticed in the
gone to the
warm-ups, very good carry across ground and good bounce. So probably bounce throws into the keeper are key today. They'll, no reason to not bounce them in, and you'll find that's the quicker throw in. Puts pressure on the runners between wickets.
How's the body holding up after a week or so of constant cricket?
Pretty good.
Feeling good?
Yeah. No, I've prepped well and doing all the right things post match. So no, I'm feeling good. Yeah. Probably faced with the prospect of not playing grade this weekend in Sydney. The forecast is not looking too good. 35 mils tomorrow and Friday and 10 mils Saturday. So
goodness, yeah.
May get a reprieve on the body. Have a weekend off and start afresh for next week for round 2.
Dawes is pushing out to the onside. Can't find the gap there. Once you'd found out that you were batting first today, did you
trying to aim at 4s.
Yep.
So that takes up to 180 and then see what that takes you. Anything above 4s in the finals, always tough runs on the board. But looking at maybe 5s as a realistic target. Wickets in hand in the last power play is key.
So at the moment, Purdue and Randell have just been able to put the clamps on the run rate to a certain extent. It was up almost around 5s there at one stage in that first 9 or 10 overs, but currently sits at 3.94.
Yeah, pace off might be key here. Guy holds it back a little bit, and Brad, we know he just bowls those little armies and occasional bit of movement away, but it just keeps you honest. He's got 10 wickets in the tournament so far, and he's got that for a reason because he just keeps you nice and honest. Doesn't give you much.
Ball hit down the ground. An initial fumble there from Woods is going to allow the Aussies to get back for a couple. Stephen Mace building nicely again today. He got a bit of a start in Merbein a couple of games ago, got into the 30s.
Yeah, nice. Be nice to see him get going today. Not just from our point of view, but from a cricket point of view, he's great to watch when he's going.
I know Andrew Knight said to us earlier that he generally gets a big score in every tournament that he plays, so maybe today's his day.
Yep. Yeah, I'll be happy with that. Yeah. Don't know if the A boys will be, but it'll be great to watch if he gets going.
Ball's out towards the long off boundary. They'll get back for another couple. So a good start here after the drinks break. Mace 35, Dawes is 1 for 67. Looks comfortable, doesn't he, when he's back and across and hitting out on the offside.
Yeah, that's it. Like, he's so strong off the back foot. And what you'll notice to the spinners is how much of the crease he uses, and even to the point where his foot is behind the stumps, utilising all that room behind the crease to push the ball behind point, through cover, through extra cover.
Well, it seems like he's got a lot of time when he does it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So Mensforth is just coming up again onto that wicket square at short cover. Put a bit of extra pressure on Leith Dawes. Dawes is finding some space again on the offside. Turns over another single. 1 for 69. 17th over. So it was to be the first weekend of grey cricket in New South Wales. Is that correct?
It's not looking good.
No.
Not looking good, yeah.
Is it usual to get washed out in that first week?
I've had a few over the years, yeah.
Okay.
We had a memorable one. It would be probably the late 90s. It was the year Adelaide played St Kilda in the AFL grand final, and I think it was called off the Thursday. So
Yeah, right. You're pretty certain you weren't going to get on.
yeah. So we had a good day watching the AFL grand final down at Mossman Rowers Club.
Ball goes past the outside edge of Mace's bat through to the keeper, so that's the end of 17. Score is 1 for 69. Mace is 36. Dawes is 2. Randell now through 3 overs as 1 for 12. Having a chat to Aussie medium pacer Phil Melville, who'll no doubt play a key role this afternoon. I think these conditions and this wicket will suit you, Phil. I think you'll enjoy bowling here.
No, it looks good deck to bowl on. Keep you interested all day. Ball's holding up well so far, so I can't see it changing with these overcast conditions.
There is talk of a late shower, but probably more so tonight. And then we've got up to 5 mil, I think, in the next couple of days, which will make life a little interesting for groundsmen around town, but might just green up the outfields and lush them up a little bit for the T20.
I think the forecast's good Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but isn't it?
Yeah, looking all right there.
Yeah.
Dawes is watchful in defence as he pushes the ball out onto the offside. Dawes advancing, can't find the gap down the ground, no run. Now, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like a bit of a boat cruise to see out the Tri-Series tonight with a bit of a presentation. That sounds like a bit of fun on the Murray.
Yeah, it does, yeah. It'd be nice to travel a bit further down the Murray than what I've been doing on the morning walks. No, it should be a good night. Chance to let the hair down.
Yeah. Now, I've seen you a little bit during the week or so with the camera in hand. You're the tour photographer for the boys, are you?
It's a hobby. I love doing it.
Yep.
The 2 tours this year, I've been lucky enough. My wife's come along and she's great. She's learnt the art of picking the right moment, picking the right things. She's taken some fantastic photos. I haven't got her here on this tour, unfortunately, but hopefully one of the ladies can take the camera while we're out in the field. And Michelle Kebbell there got some good shots the other day.
Yep.
So, it's just a hobby and enjoy it. And I think cricket's one of those sports where you can do so much with the camera. There's so many angles and variations with batting and bowling. So, and I think the colours and the pink ball just make it as well. So,
yeah,
Vets cricket to me is a great platform to take a lot of shots. Yeah.
Dawes. Sorry, Mace it was, who just looked a bit awkward as he was trying to get back into his crease there, but manages to find the gap on the offside. Score 1 for 73. Almost 18 completed here in this first session of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series Final. The local derby, Australia taking on Australia, Ray. Dawes again just pushing back down the wicket, and there's no run. So 1 for 73 after 18. Phil, what sort of lens generally gets you the best shot from the sideline?
I can get away with a 70 to 300 lens.
Yep.
That's ample, I think, for what I do. I mean, you'd love to spend the money and have a bigger one, but then you've got to carry it somewhere.
Yeah.
No, I get away with a 300mm lens. That's fine. So that gets me close in enough on the pitch, and photos come out pretty good. And with the tools you have with digital photography, you can always crop it and enlarge it and do whatever. So, just a hobby, good fun.
Yeah. Makes for nice memories to look back on over the years, I guess, too. Yeah. So it's Guy Randell once again, just doing a bit of extra work on the ball. Have seen some good angle away, outswing from both Lanigan and Randell coming from this end of the ground.
Yep. Yeah, Mitchell Woods was getting some nice hoop. I was down behind the keeper at the southern end.
Yep.
And he was getting nice shape away too.
He's almost finding the gap there, but Mensforth up to the task as he restricts the single on the ring there. So what have we got? We've got a man out an extra cover on the fence. Long off as well, as Mace is going to call that man Mark Little on the extra cover boundary into action as he fires one back into the bowler, just the single. Now, I can't remember if I asked you this, Phil, the other day when we chatted. Are you staying on for the T20? No, you're going back?
No, heading back to Central Coast tomorrow.
Yep.
Get a bus over to Adelaide and fly home, yeah.
Bus trip to Adelaide?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's about a 4-hour run.
Okay.
That's how we got over, so
Yep.
arrangements might be slightly different. There might be a few less people going back with the T20. A few people staying with the T20, but I'm not sure how many they've got to pick up in Adelaide coming over tomorrow. But all those details will come to hand during the day.
How do you unwind on a bus trip like that? Get the headphones in, listen to a few tunes, or podcasts?
I enjoy my podcasts. Listener, which is mainly Triple M, they do a really good podcast called Willow Talk.
Yes, they do. Brad Haddon and
Brad
the boys.
Haddon and there's a few there really good to listen to.
Leith Dawes finding some space outside the off stump as he knocks the ball down towards the backward square boundary.
Had still some pretty funny stories on that. So
Yeah, I see a few come up in the Facebook stories from time to time that drags you in to want to listen to the full version, but yeah. And we've got Marsh Cup underway as well. There's been a few domestic 50-over games been playing in the background. I think South Australia are playing today. The Vicks were in action yesterday.
yeah, see Matthew Elliott's young bloke got 7 for yesterday.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was 7 for 12
Oof.
off 8. New South Wales had a good win on Sunday. Josh Philippi
Yeah, he got a big score
got
at the top.
139 or so. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, South Australia playing Western Australia today. That one's at Cricket Central Olympic Park.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so maybe they're playing a few games through the similar venues to get the Marsh Cup going through. WA, they played New South Wales in that opening game, I think, is that
Yes,
right?
yeah, Cricket Central, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to move more games away from the SCG. That's, I think, starting to become a bit cost prohibitive for domestic cricket. And the money they've put into that centre, it's a fantastic facility. I have the pleasure of working there in the winter with Cricket New South Wales Academy squads as a coach. So, fantastic facilities, really state-of-the-art stuff.
Ball's hit down towards man at long on. They'll pick up another single. So any grade club housed out of that area, or is it just basically just for the boutique games?
No, they do play the grade final there now.
Right.
Yeah, so they get a 3-day final on that. And then grades 2 through to 5 are a combination of best grounds as per the grading system on the match reports and availability and home ground.
Yeah, a few variables in play.
There's a few variables.
Yep.
It used to be just the 5 best grounds will get the finals, but it's pretty hard. If you're hosting a grand final and you've got no teams involved, it's hard to drum up volunteers and people to run the day because there's a bit involved with
absolutely.
lunches and canteens and the like. So it's a bit of a hybrid system. You're rewarding teams that finish top, but then you've got to factor in the other variables.
Upish out to the offside, as we can see Purdue put his hands to his head. Ball didn't quite go to the field. So they'll get through for another single. So Dawes living a little dangerously at the moment. He's 10, Mace is 40. Score is 1 for 81 in the 20th over. Purdue halfway through his 5th over, none for 14. Looking to add to his Tri-Series tally of 10 so far. There's our camera. Is taking a little bit of a look upwards into the sky. Not quite sure what the...
Telf's over there making an adjustment.
Okay. He doesn't like to stand still for too long, Anthony Telfer. He's always trying to get his hands into something, isn't he? Maybe he's thinking he wants a better viewpoint. We'll continue to speak through while Telfer's going to do his handiwork. It looks like we've got live play back again. So final ball of the 20th over. And it's pushed back to the bowler by Dawes, no run. 1 for 81, 20 complete. Dawes is 10, Mace is 40. Partnership now is 21 from 42 deliveries. Phil Melville is in the broadcast position with us at the moment, and just been reined in a little bit, the boys, haven't they, over the last 6 overs?
Maybe the key is pace off. But Poodle's been bowling well all week, as his figures suggest, like 10 wickets at
9s, I think, isn't it?
Something like that. Where is he? Down the bottom end of the list. Yeah, 10 wickets at 9.7.
Yeah, it's good going, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's probably had that inside intel, obviously playing at venues here that he's very familiar with, playing in the Sunraysia Cricket Association, so that's helped him out, no doubt.
Which club does he play for?
This year he's at Nursery Ridge. He's spent a bit of time at a lot of clubs around the region. He has played here at Settlers in the past.
Gun for high?
Well, you said that, not me, but I'm a good friend of Brad's. He played at my club, West, for a few years. I was lucky enough to captain him in the seconds there for a couple of seasons. What I said it to you the other day is the guy in an 80 over 2-day game, you can just throw in the ball, you're going to get 25, 30 from one end with no problem whatsoever.
Yeah. I can imagine in the middle of your summer here, there'll be some long days in 2-day cricket.
Oh, yeah. Warm and hot, and some big scores can be made. In fact, I can remember a game at this venue where it was a grand final we played against, I think it was Irimple, and the ground was just about dirt. We just had no rain, it was dry, the pitch was rock hard, and they decided to send us in to bat on the first day, which we couldn't believe. I think we played 90 overs that day. We finished up about 6 for 470 at the end of day one. We thought we were probably pretty safe. Couldn't bowl them out on day two. We had them 9 for about 200 in the last day, but got the win. But yeah, that was one of the more head-scratching decisions from a skipper locally I think I've seen, to stick a team in on a really hot day on a flat track with no grass in the outfield. But anyway, he must have seen something that no one else did on the particular day. So the ball's out towards that man at long off again, Lanigan. Something that's wide, but actually just couldn't quite pick it up at first attempt, so that means that Australians can get through for a couple. He's 42 now, Dawes is 10.
Yeah, a little bobble there, just as he was picking up, just created the extra run. It's a long chase out there.
Andrew is long on that Deakin Avenue side of the Mildura Senior College, and they'll get through comfortably for 3. So Mace approaching a half century now, 45 from 66. Score 1 for 86 in the 21st over. Are you a league man, being a New South Welshman?
Oh, yeah, followed the league. I'm
Yeah.
more of AFL, though.
Okay.
Sort of, some of the changes in the NRL have turned me off it a bit. And the thing that puts me off is there's too much concentration on state of origin, not enough on developing international rugby league. So,
Yep.
yeah, but in saying that, they've lost state of origin in AFL too. I used to love watching that, and the international series at the end of the year. But yeah, I've probably followed my AFL a bit more than the NRL.
Who's your AFL team?
Carlton. So
Mighty Blues.
another year of missing out. Wondering how much more the premiership window is closing. I think maybe it's got to be the next couple of years. Could be a long time between drinks again. But see, Paddy Cripps ran away with the Brownlow last night.
What a remarkable count. I don't think I've ever seen one with
unbelievable.
Just that many blokes above 20. It was quite unbelievable, wasn't it?
And it's funny, like an Isaac Heaney.
Yeah.
And everyone's talked how his suspension might cost him the Brownlow. He wasn't even in the top 4, was he?
Not in the end. I mean, he got off to that flying start after the first 10.
Yeah.
They had that down period where they lost those 4 or 5 on the bounce, didn't they? And I think he obviously got suspended, got injured through that time as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a race in 2 between Cripps and Didak. You sort of felt that the Channel 7 team were trying to really get Nick home over the line, weren't they, in the end? But Paddy held on nicely. Nick, geez, he speaks well, doesn't he? He's getting on now, but he handles himself well in front of the crowd.
Yeah. There's some funny reactions to some of the counts. One of the Dacos's got given 1 vote, but he got subbed off 15 possessions.
You just wonder what umpires are thinking sometimes, don't you? It's it's an interesting night. I think it gets longer and longer every year. I think it gets closer to midnight by the time they wrap things up. And I think it started about 7 with the red carpet. It's a big commitment to make on a Monday night before the grand final.
Oh, I think they still do it better than the NRL. No, players awards.
Yeah, well, I guess the fact they still keep it on free-to-air telly, which gives more people a chance to see it too, helps.
Yeah.
So Brad Perdue will move back into action again from the school end. 6 over for him, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none from 14. I guess the key here for Richard Gabb is, will he want to just get him through another over or two and hold him up his sleeve for later on, or is he going to try and push through with his full 9? So we just see a man being deployed out onto that long off boundary now as well. One good shot from Steve Mace, and he's going to get to 50 here. Advancing and goes down the rim, picks
Good
up the
use of the
single.
feet there, wasn't there?
Way to play Perdue, isn't it? Like if you get increase, you basically let him dictate terms. So either getting on the back foot or advancing, trying to get it on the full, just makes him just think about his strategy a little more. Now, Walshy was telling me earlier at breakfast that there was, what did he say? Was there potatoes that ran off morning food? But okay. Hash brown.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
There's a touch on cut single. Having to see Tanashi just good after hand. I felt it was yesterday. Just yeah. Ace is just angling away. They're on the offside, so just ticking that scoreboard over nicely. 1 for 91, run rates at 4.2, Mace 48, and Dawes is 12, so partnership moving comfortably along to 31 from 52. Dawes is just going to get that around the corner.
Should be 2 there.
And comfortably negotiated. As Wirebird brings the ball back in from the deep. So 1 ball remaining of this 22nd over. I might take a break myself in a minute, Phil. If you want to hang in, I'll get Walshy to come and have a chat to you if you like.
No worries.
I'll have a stroll and stretch the legs. As we see Dawes
Nice shot.
really starting to get some confidence now as he plays it down the ground. Timed it well, won't quite go all the way. Ash Hardy, he is a live wire on the field, hard to get past him as he piffs it back into the non-strikers end. Dawes comfortably through for 3. That should take us through to 1 for 96 after 22. I'll take a short break. Peter Walsh will sit alongside Phil Melville.
Thank you. Phil.
Thanks, Pat. Nice to be back, having a wander and seeing what was happening in the wonderful world of Mildura. Standing under a tree and having a look back and seeing these Australians running around in the field, and then wondering what people would be thinking if they were driving down Deakin Avenue and they saw cricketers playing in Australian uniforms. They don't see any New Zealand cricketers playing now. Of course, they finished their target and their task yesterday, but we've got lots of cricket coming up too for next week. Pat's jumped out of the back of the box, and the good thing about saying to me, come into the front of the box and have a chat is you probably have never met the person before, and you shake hands with the person and you think, well, I'm going to find out a lot about this person. But the first significant question that needs to be asked is, Who is this person? And the answer is? That's you I'm asking.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, Phil, Melville.
Thank you, Phil. That's good. And we're watching a game now where it is a little predictable in that a good start, a wicket falling with the opening partnership being worth 60, and now it's up to 96. And we're 22 and a half overs into the 45, and this is a very, very good sounding board for the favourites in this competition to go through and finish up with a victory after not having been scarred right throughout. What do you think, Phil?
Oh, we're in a good position, Bolsey. But in saying that, I don't think this wicket's going to change much. So, you know, it'll be down to the disciplines of who bowls best, I think, because it's playing well. But in saying that, it's keeping the bowlers interested. It's still, you know, good shape on the ball and it's still in good nick. Lovely cover of grass, so it's not going to get, you know, scratched up.
They've got some depth in their batting lineup too. They bat
have
deep,
yep,
don't they?
They do bat deep, yes.
So what's a gettable score from here now with the score in the 23rd over 1 for 97?
I think all being well, if we don't lose too many wickets, we realistically be looking at 240.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you get, you know, we're halfway there, probably 140 off 22 is not unreasonable.
Now tell me what you did yesterday.
A few domestic chores, a bit of washing.
Very impressive.
Very impressive. Washing, went and got a haircut, and then strolled down to the Mildura Waves Leisure Centre, did a bit of stretching and just a bit of work, sort of mobility work in the gym.
Yep.
Just 25 minutes, half an hour, and then just did some walking in the pool, and then had a walk around to Sarah Oval and watched the A-boys beat New Zealand. Impressive win that was. Went down to the last over. New Zealand probably ruining the fact they didn't accelerate a fraction earlier.
Yeah, fair call.
Left themselves too much to do in the last couple.
Now, your bowling has been economical, but most importantly too, you picked up wickets as well. So how have you assessed where you've been at in this competition, Phil?
Oh, happy. Yeah, been happy with where. You know, if I'm around that sort of 10 mark, 10 or 12 per over, I'm happy with economy. You know, average, and if you've got an economy rate around 3.5, that's pretty good in veterans cricket.
Yep. We talk about the importance of batting partnerships, and we saw Keeble and Mace early in the day getting to 60 in their first partnership. But what about bowling partnerships, where you want to know who the other guy is at the other end, and you want to be able to work together and help each other? How important is that?
Yes, yeah. There's nothing worse than bowling well and having a bloke at the other end letting the pressure relief valve off. So, and I think it's important that you communicate through your captain and that your fields and anything you pick up in a batsman. And dot balls builds pressure, so just working towards that.
We had a good chat.
Important.
We had a good chat yesterday with Tony Clark. A really good talk about his issues with injuries and our game. Much the building of relationships that can, even though you're playing the game, you can still continue to build on those relationships when you're out in the field.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I've been lucky. I mean, a lot of the guys that I'm in this tour with, I've been to either New Zealand or England with, so I've got to know them quite well. And then the new guys, they've just fitted in, as if they were been there all the time. So the camaraderie and the character in the team has been fantastic all week. And regardless of the result today, I've had a great week. Mates for life, and that's what this game's all about. Is playing cricket hard and fair on the field and making mates on and off the field and mates for life.
Good call. In the 24th over, it's 1 for 100 now. The run rate 4.29. The overs remaining 21.4. And it's been a bold performance by the Australians, who were sent in to bat 1 for 60. The man out was Keeble, who made 29 at the moment at the crease. We're getting now some very good content from Stephen Mason, Leith Dawes, and with as we've said to Melbourne here, boxes to come out and say hello. The run, so you reckon that minimum 200 the way they're placed now.
I think, realistically now we should be looking at finishing on 5 and over, so that takes up to 225. But, if we still got wickets in the hatch, could go large in the last 10.
Yep. Was there much discussion, or did you get the group together at various stages yesterday? You said you did your own thing for a while and you had a haircut and you did this and this. You did some domestic work. I'm glad you threw that one in. But what about when the players sit down? I know at the end of some of your matches, the boss has got you in a group and has spoken at length about what did happen when you were in the end at completion of a game. Did anything happen yesterday by way of like a chat before what was going to unfold today?
No. Everyone was left just to do their own thing yesterday. A few guys went around in a group and did things, mainly watching the Australia A boys. But we just, I think sort of everyone's it's been a tough week of cricket, playing 2 games and then a rest day and 2 games and a rest day. Just do your own thing, prepare for today, and then we came together this morning. Mine's switched on, ready to play. So it's probably the best way to do it. I think you go on these tours and you can maybe get in each other's pockets a little bit too much. But come game day, marching as one and having the same common goal. That's the end, and what you want at the end result is everyone switched on for the day's play ahead.
Phil Melville's our guest here on our coverage of the Australia A versus Australia game. It's the grand final. The grand final with the winners at this stage. Well, we won't call it because Phil, when you decide, down the track, things that I can do, I can step into another age bracket, and there are still things that I'd like to achieve. Did that hit home earlier on, or were you looking at others that were involved in Vets cricket? How did it happen to you?
My involvement in Vets cricket came about somewhat by chance. A mate of mine from Tamworth, now he lives in Foster Barry, Everingham, rang me up and asked me how old I was. And at the time I was 49, turning 50 that year. And he said, would you like to play in the New South Wales State Championships for Mid-North Coast? And I went, well, I'm not 50 yet. He goes, no, that's all right.
Were you still playing cricket at the time?
Yes, still playing grade. I'm still playing Premier cricket in Sydney. I've been playing for 30 odd years now. So I jumped at the chance because I knew about 50s cricket because I had seen a bit of the 2018 World Cup in Australia because a couple of mates from mine from Wales were involved in that. And I went and watched them, having played 5 years in Wales. And he said, mate, come on. I went along to, we played at Orange and I had a great time, loved it. And thought, this is for me. I really enjoy it. Still want to play grade cricket because I've still got that competitive spirit in me. Albeit it's sometimes a bit tougher against these young blokes, when you're in your 50s playing against kids in their 16 to 20, 25 age bracket. But, I love it. And that was my first foray into Vets cricket and was lucky enough to get picked in the New South Wales team to go to Perth in 2019 at the Nationals. Love that. And was fortunate enough to get picked in the 2020 World Cup squad.
Well, you say you're fortunate enough. You were good enough.
I suppose I was that Carter was leading wicket taker. So, without pumping up my own tyres, I did earn my spot. So,
Did you have your heroes when you were growing up and you were looking at, say, the Australian Test team and the Australian one-day team at that level? Were you along the lines of, gee, I'd like to be like him, or I feel like I've got enough ability to take the cricketing caravan to the next port of call?
I was always a big fan of Dennis Lilly.
Oh, were you? Yeah.
And probably from the age of sort of 7, 8, watched him and, you'd love to bowl that fast.
Yeah, did you flick the sweat off the furrowed bow when you came into bowl?
No, I didn't. Or the headband, I didn't generate to that. But, I just loved the action. And his action, and probably, Alan Donald, probably the action.
Oh, right, he was powerful, wasn't he?
Yeah, beautiful to watch.
Was it White Lightning they used to call him?
Yeah,
Alan Donald, yeah.
And
now where you're at, you're with people that you get to know, but then some move on because they go into the next age group and some catching up, etc. But it's revolving doors. There's always going to be someone that is putting pressure on you, and the expectation is that you've got to stay at that standard to keep your spot.
Yep. You never take anything for granted in vets cricket. Yes, as you say, there's revolving doors, and all you can do is prepare as best you can and juggle it around work and life and family. And I've got, my wife's fantastic support for me, and my employer's great, gives me time off to come to these carnivals. So I'm blessed in that respect. And then it's just up to me then, the work on the skills and my fitness, and that's the main thing, is try and remain injury-free as much as possible.
We were talking earlier on, and what we were saying, Phil, was, and I threw it out to our scorer here, Mark Horswell, about the number of players that have been injured, and some of them just a groin strain, or, of course, Owen, he had the Achilles bust or the break, and that was horrible because it happened so quickly in the tournament itself. How difficult is it then, as you get older, for you to make sure that you look after your body?
Yeah. Probably at our age, and I'm finding that it's not so much your fitness, it's your flexibility. So you've got to find a good mix between building up endurance and then making sure your body's flexible. So I do a lot of stretching.
Yeah.
I stretch every night. I drive my wife nuts stretching in front of the TV and pulling out all these elastic bands and all these sort of things. So. But that's working for me, and I've read up a bit. You read about research and things like that, and I talk to people, and I'm lucky I've got a few people in that sort of field, and you bounce ideas off people, and you learn. So you'll learn from injuries, and sometimes I've overdone it and got myself injured. I remember a couple of years ago, before Sydney grade season, I did too much bowling. Going into the season, I did a calf muscle.
Well, they can be dangerous.
Yeah, so I missed the first 3 rounds of the season. You learn. And that's the good thing about this game, isn't it? You're learning every day.
True enough. Mace has moved to 55. Dawes is 23. It's 1 for 109, and that's at the end of the 26th over, just about. They'll run through for a single off the last ball of the over. The man who was out today is Keeble, who was caught by Kratzmann, bowled Randall for 29, 1 for 60, and now 1 for 110. Peter Walsh and Phil Melville speaking to you from this picturesque ground. I've been to Mildura quite a few times, but you don't look at the sporting venues all the time. But there's plenty of good cricket grounds around, isn't there?
Yeah, they look like their council gets right behind cricket, which is, unusual. I think a lot of councils, if they could, they'd build a block of apartments on the ground if they could. But they can't justify the money goes in them. But no, from what I've seen so far, they've got fantastic facilities here.
Well, play dot to dot now. What happens at the end of today? Let's not talk about the result, but the presentation of trophies takes place tonight. That's sorted out. Where are you off to then? What happens in your life?
I head back to the Central Coast tomorrow. We've got a bus trip to Adelaide and then fly from Adelaide into Sydney, and hopefully someone will pick me up at the airport. Otherwise, I'll get the train from the airport to home.
So what you're throwing out to someone who might be listening or watching that you need a ride?
Yeah, maybe my kids. They might pick me up for a change.
How many kids you got?
I got 2. Yeah.
Right. And what you need to do, also it's easy for me, when you say you've got to be able to have an employer who understands that you've got lots of things you want to do in your life, and obviously they are receptive to the requests that you're putting forward.
Yeah. No, my employers have been fantastic this year because I've been away quite a bit. 2-week tour to New Zealand and a 3.5-week tour to the UK and this. So, they've been fantastic.
What's your next port of call? What do you think is where you could aim? Is it Sri Lanka?
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, we've got the Nationals. Got Nationals in November, so we'll have to perform there. And then, it's in the hands of the gods, really. So just got to put in a good week at Newcastle, and that's all you can do, really. It's out of my hands from there. So prepare for that. We've got 6 weeks, I think, from, what are we on, Tuesday? So today will be the rest day in 6 weeks' time. That'll be Melbourne Cup Day.
Yep.
And, just got to prepare for that and juggle that around my club cricket with my club Northern Districts and my vets cricket with Central Coast Cyclones.
1 for 116, Mace 59, Dawes 24. In the 27th over, the target could be around the 200 mark. We're thinking that because the depth of this batting team is to the fore. There's no question about that. So it could be a pretty long afternoon with the score now in the overs still remaining, almost 19 and the score 116. It could be heading towards a pretty big score. And I think the feeling too of having the runs in the bank, I think the toss was won and Gab decided, right, let's give our bowlers the chance. Do you reckon that, well, I can't say he can regret that manoeuvre. He would have liked to get some wickets, but they had to try and get those wickets early.
Yeah, there was enough in it to keep you interested. I guess you just give credit to Clinton Macy. They batted very well.
I did.
Yep.
I did. Now give us your bits and pieces too before we let you go, Phil, about the way you have bowled in this tournament. How have you assessed how the ball's been coming out?
No, I've been pretty happy. Yeah, the odd bad ball. But, you know, at the end of the day, if you're bowling perfectly all the time, you'd be getting paid for it. So, no, I'm happy with my week so far. So, yeah, cap it off with a good performance today. And I'll be pretty happy with the week I've had. And, you know, hopefully we can get the win as well.
And you've talked about calf muscles, and they can be real problems. They can be hanging around forever. But you've got through without any real issues?
No, I'm feeling great. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. No, I'm sort of learning now that stretching is key, and that's working so far. So.
Right. And so what do you do now on a day like today? Here we are, and we're fortunate enough that you've been able to come and have a chat with myself and with Pat, and you talk about your life in the world of cricket. But there are downtimes soon now. Well, you're not batting at the moment. You're sitting there watching. You mightn't get a bat.
No,
When do you normally come in?
10 or 11.
Well, there you go.
Right. Hard to crack this team. Get
Yes.
higher up the order.
It's a pretty good team, isn't it?
Yep.
Has anything surprised you in what has happened by the consistency of the combination? They've been stretched on a few occasions, but they've always been able to call on someone. At one stage, a couple of days ago, it was 5 for 50, and they were still able to dig themselves out of the problem.
I think Tony pointed out that at some stage, there's been numerous contributions.
Yes,
so
yes.
that's got us out of a pickle, and you generally find in cricket if more people contribute than not that you'll go ahead and win the game, and that's been the case this week. You know, we have been into spotted bowler with 3 for 30, 5 for 50 at times, but someone's got us out of there, and you know, I mean, I suppose that's a sign of a good team.
Well, we've got Neville Cratchman, who's in his 70s, and he's still playing the game. That's the father of the two Cratchman boys. Will you be still playing cricket when you're 70?
If the body holds up. I can't see me losing enjoyment of vets cricket.
Yeah.
I mean, I still love cricket, full stop. But, you know, who knows?
Fair enough. All right. We'll just let you hold fire until the end of this over and then wrap up our chat as this ball pulls away through mid-wicket out to the fence for 4. Did he pick that up very cleanly indeed? That was short outside the onside, and it was smacked away just wide of where the square leg umpire stands. Let's have a look at the replay on that shot. That whistled across the outfield. As clean a shot we probably haven't seen, and that in itself was given the full measure. Mace 63, Dawes 28, 1 for 124, with 1 ball remaining in this, the 28th over. That was a good shot.
Great shot, yeah. Good to see him find a bit of form. There's another great shot through the covers.
Oh, well, they're having some fun now. The score starts to race now at 28 down. 9 off that over, a couple of boundaries to end the over. And let's have another look now, because we're seeing earlier on we got a mention from Mark Horswell that we'd seen 6 4s. Well, we've probably seen 3 or 4 extra boundaries in the last half an hour. And the score now, we're up to 4 4s in the last half an hour. 13 boundaries all up. That's good. Score is 1 for 128. So, Phil, what do you do now? Are you going to be a pest for the other players there that are waiting to go out and bat, or do you sit there and give them their own space? I'm sure they've all got their ways and means of getting ready to be involved in the game. Do some just like to go quietly and
I'll
play
just
by
sit
themselves?
and watch, and I might keep an eye when the lunch arrives and try and get lunch in early.
Yep.
Try and eat nice and early before I go out and bowl.
Okay.
If I've got time, maybe run around and take a few more photos. But, I'll just do my bit and support the team.
Yes, I heard Pat mentioning too about your photographic skills. You enjoyed that, don't you?
Yeah, love that. Yeah, just a little hobby I've sort of, especially with veterans cricket, and enjoy it.
Yeah,
Great
good
collection
stuff.
of photos and memories from the years I've been playing so far.
Yeah, that's good. Well done. Well done indeed. Well, it's 1 for 130 at the completion of the over. Phil, thank you very much for coming up and saying hello.
Thank you, Walshy.
Get on to your happy snapping and look after those calf muscles, and hopefully we'll see you doing something during the day, because at the moment you're just nice and relaxed, aren't you?
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having this week.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Good on you, Phil. Phil Melville joining us here in our commentary box. Well, it's not actually a box, but it's the dressing rooms too, and it's good to see as Pat will come back in and sit down in a sec. We've got an interview lined up that we're going to talk to Ashley Hardy a little later on today, and I won't go into too much detail about what it's going to be about, but what I'll say is it will be well worth listening to. Phone goes now, but it's not going to concern me because I'm not going to answer it. It's as we welcome back Pat Silcox. So good to see you back on board. Phil Melville, what a good guy he is.
Yeah, he enjoys the chat. As it looks like we've had a wicket fall out there in the middle. Once I've just settled back in, I've been the curse of the Australian boys. I've been away and they've been scoring very comfortably, but man, it is Leith Dawsey's caught and bowled Mark Little for 32, so score now 2 for 131 in the 29th over. Just as he was really looking set, Leith Dawes played a couple of nice shots in that previous over. Makes his
And
way.
that partnership too, worth, what have we got, 40, 71?
Yeah, it was in good time too, wasn't it? Both Mace and Dawes are really starting to put the foot down midway through this second power play. So, crucial breakthrough for Richard Gabb's Australian A outfit. Get a fresh man to the crease, and one of the key contributors so far across the campaign, Andrew Kratzman.
Yes, you get one wicket, and all batsmen getting starts so far, because Keeble made 29 and Dawes was out for 32. Mace is not out 66, and Andrew Kratzman marches grandly to the wicket with 146 runs in his kit. In the times that he's been out there so far, his best score's 84 and 45 and his average of 73, and he played one inaudacious shot to get out a couple of games ago, and I don't think you'll see that repeated, but well, he'd be feeling pretty chuffed about the platform that's been laid, without question.
Yeah, good time for him to come to the crease and really get to work. As he'll face up here, first delivery from Mark Little.
He's a very tall man, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got good reach outside the off stump there as he pushes out towards the cover region. He's got 16 overs or thereabouts to really put something decent together to put that tally in excess of 200. So he's finding some space this time out towards the cover boundary. He'll pick up a single.
It's really fascinating when you're watching, and I, from time to time, just peering to see what the next batsman is doing, how he is sitting by himself or going for a walk, or what's the process? What's the process mentally about, do I think about what I'm going to be doing when I get out there, and am I nervous at all? It's all right to be nervous. You just don't know what the thought patterns are. And the expectancy is, because you are somebody who is batting so well, that you're just going to go out there and away you're going to go into normal mode.
Yeah, some players have different methods, don't they? Some just like to sit down and talk with their teammates. Other players will remove themselves from the group and put some headphones in and just really trying to zone in for when they're ready to go out and bat.
Yep. Well, it's 2 for 132 off 29 overs, 16 overs remaining. Let's go with 4 and over. That's a total of 64, and that's nearly 200. But the key in all this is that they've got so many wickets in hand, just 2 down.
Yep, and they can be a little bit flexible with this middle order now. They might bring in a Waddington or a Trindle early just to play that pinch hitting role. All bowlers have got through up to around half a dozen overs. That initial group of 4, Randell, Perdue, Woods and Lanigan. We've got Wyeth and Little operating at the moment, so options for Richard Gabb, captain of Australia A, to fall back on as we approach the third power play.
You like the old 45 over concept? You think that's just about right?
Yeah, it seems to fit nicely for the the O50s, doesn't it? I think that maximum of 9 overs is attainable for the boys. And the restrictions, as per the power play, seem to work well across the course of each session as well.
Yes, it hurries the game along, which is what we want.
Taken around the corner as Gab is one glove off and out into the ring to try and cut off the single.
You know, we're going through the size of players, etc. I was thinking about tall wicket keepers. You haven't had many. I know Richie Robinson was quite tall,
Yep.
but not monstrously sized. But it's a little different. You got Gabs. He's probably one of the smallest ones, and he's out there and doing a fine job.
I guess you think back over the years, Derek Murray from the West Indies wasn't
Yep.
a tall guy, was he?
No,
Alan
true.
Mott necessarily wasn't a tall man either.
No, that's true. So, and Ian Healy, he wasn't very tall. But we're thinking more, of course, of our vintage. No, there's no doubt about it, though. But don't they do the work? They're up and about, and as well as the captain. There's extra involved in that score. 234 in the 30th over, or coming up to the end of the 30th over, with Mace on 66 and Kratzmann on 2. The men out, Keeble on 29 and Dawes 32. And Dawes disappointed too. He was just starting to get himself organised. You thought perhaps we wanted to see a bit more of him in this tournament so far?
Yeah, finished with 4 boundaries in his innings of 32 from 49. As Mace again will pick up a single out on the offside. 2 for 135, almost through 30. That will mean we'll get another drinks break shortly.
Yes, we started at 10 o'clock and starting on time this morning, and no dramas with the weather. We've had cloud cover for all the morning, haven't we?
Yeah, I think it's going to be set in for most of the day, Walshy, as players will lay their kits down and air out the gloves as we take drinks with the score. Australia 2 for 135 after 30, after being asked to bat first by Australian A captain Richard Gabb. Wickets so far today, Clint Kebley caught Mark Kratzmann, bowled Randell for 29, and Leith Dawes caught and bowled Mark Little for 32. Stephen Mace is not out 67, and Andrew Kratzmann is not out 2.
Paul Wyberg just carting out the drinks as the players now having a spell, just getting themselves organised. Some might be heading for the change rooms. It's all right to have some hydration, plenty of water, but oftentimes that can mean plenty of water. It means you need to go to the toilet in a hurry. So, but the facilities here are quite good. No dramas here, and there's everyone there having a chat and enjoying the spoils too. There's not a massive amount of people that are here, but the ones that are have been pretty much regular for the week that we've had the activity, and I'd say that they've been enjoying what's on offer.
It's been a great standard of cricket, and we'll continue to go across the long weekend, of course, when we move into T20 mode on Friday. It's going to be a great way to complete this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale here in Mildura. You might just take a little backward step for a moment, Walshy, have a bit of a stretch, and we'll come back and get stuck into overs 31 through 45 shortly.
Excellent idea. 2 for 135 with Mace on 67 and Kratzmann on 2.
All just about in readiness to resume after our second drinks break. 2 for 135 Australia. 30 overs down. Stephen May 67. Andrew Kratzmann is on 2.
I was just having a look at the highest score in the tournament. The Australians got to 6 for 227. Andrew Kratzmann made 84. Clark got 74. That's their highest, 227. Australia A got to 211, but of course then yesterday there was a score of 218 and 212 was the chase. So just over 200 is around about what the asking rate is to be involved with the high scores.
Kratzmann is getting back on the back foot and hitting out towards the backward point boundary. It's going to be pretty close. Nice chase through on the end. Well, restricted there from Ash Hardy, almost toying with the Aussie boys on the sideline there. He let it get extremely close to the line. Manages to pull it back in, but 3 more to the tally. Kratzmann 5, Mace is 68. It's 2 for 139.
Takes about 4 strides, Kratzmann, to get from one end of the crease to the other. He's a tall man and he's got a long stride pattern.
Mace is just running it down towards short third man. Hustle through for the single. Kratzmann backing up well at the non-striker's end there. Gets through comfortably. So a little play here. Right down. Also I'd like to pick up a couple of wickets just to bring some fresh men to the crease. Kratzmann is forcing on the back foot. Can't beat the man there at backward point. Might have been his brother that prevented him from picking up a single there.
Yes, true. I see his dad was wandering around too. He's had a good time. He's been there every day.
He has. Kratzmann picking up a couple out onto the offside. I think Nev had the tennis ball juggling around in his hand there as well, just to keep himself active.
Yep. Yep, we discover all sorts of snippets of information, discovering that Mrs. Kratzmann is a tap dancer of substance in Queensland. I would never have guessed that. If you had have said, have as many guesses to the sports that she expresses her expertise at, I would never have said tap dancing.
Still be going, trying to find that, I reckon, when
Oh,
you're
you would, yep, yep.
So that's into 31, 2 for 143 Australia. Mace is 69, Kratzmann is 8. Little's bowled 4 overs, has 1 for 23. Partnership already up to 12 from 15 deliveries, so these two certainly got something nicely moving along here for the Australian team.
Yes, I'm tempted to say something, but if I do, it'll put the mockers on. I'm thinking Mace at 69 is only 31 shy of what could be the first century in this Tri-Nation series. He's batting well, 69 off 93. Hasn't looked to be in any trouble whatsoever.
No, he saved his best till last, you'd have to say, Stephen, today. Been building towards this with a couple of starts through the Tri-Series tournament, but really has looked at home here on this Mildura Senior College surface. Has enjoyed, I think, the value that he's now to get from his stroke making today. Kratzmann just tries to work it again just into that short mid-wicket region, but Ash Hardy is right up there inside the circle, putting the pressure on. Four from Wyeth, and Mace is hitting out to the man at the deep cover boundary. They'll get through for another couple.
When he bowls and stretches and perhaps over pitches, it's one pace down the wicket from Kratzmann, who eagerly sees the ball coming in his direction, and then away it goes.
This time he's going to find another run there off the pad as he just got cramped up a little bit going back into his crease. So 13 and a half overs remaining in this opening session. The Australians scoring at a run rate of 4.63. Runs coming pretty comfortably since the resumption, Walshy.
Yes, and look, surprising too, because it looked as if Dawes and Mace were in no trouble whatsoever, and a bit of a surprise that Dawes was out caught and bowled for 32, but a wicket that was needed. But now another couple would be so important now with so many good batsmen to follow. It's 2 for 148, and we've still got 13 and a bit overs to go.
Kratzmann turns around the corner. Initial thoughts were 2. Mace is still interested in it, but Kratzmann had followed through a little further past the bowler's end. So the final delivery of this 32nd over. Another 6 runs from it without any risk. As there's a wicket on the final delivery. Caught behind, I think, is
Correct.
the decision there from the umpire, as Mace was just hanging the bat out, trying to run it down towards third man, and Gab accepts the edge. And Stephen Mace, unfortunately, with a commentator's curse on his shoulders as he comes from the Mildura Senior College venue, is on his way for 70. Caught Gab bowled at Wyeth. So fantastic work there. 5 boundaries in his 95 ball stay. 129 minutes at the crease. And really set a great platform for the Australians to post a target in excess of 200.
It's a good catch too. Good
sharp,
catch.
wasn't it?
Yeah, very sharp indeed. The ball wide of the off stump and a little tickle. And Gab knew that was his, and he gleefully accepted. And that's a good breakthrough. 3 for 149. So 1 for 60, 2 for 131 and 3 for 149. At the end of 32 overs. 13 overs remaining. Run rate is 4.66. Kratzmann, the heavy hitter, he's still out there. And he'll be liking to bat out the rest of these overs and compile another big score, adding to his 84, 17 and 45 at an average of 73 so far. It's still left plugged away. Got those 3 wickets. You never know. Now it's a matter of not just maintaining the rage, but still picking up those wickets and not letting the last few overs become too old to be releasing the shackles and making lots of runs.
I feel like it's a good surface to bat on, Peter. You think the guys like Hardy and Gab and Mark Kratzmann will enjoy the second session, so you feel like they're going to need a decent score.
Yep. And they batted well. Well, they have on occasions throughout the play that we've seen, even yesterday. You get over that 200 mark, you know you can do it.
Kratzmann is over the top of that one and hitting the ball out into the cover region for a single. Tony Clark, Aussie skipper, is now out at the crease. He scored 115 runs across the preliminary games at an average of 38.33, best of 74. Of course, he was 24 not out in that victory at Sarah Oval a couple of days ago against the Kiwis.
Really enjoying his cricket too. It was really lovely to talk to him yesterday and to get an idea as to how he'd got himself sorted out after being off the scene for a period of time with injury, and loving his cricket.
So he's knocking that one out to the offside, so gets going straight away off the first delivery. That's what he'll look to do too, I reckon. Walsh is just turn that strike over, give Kratzman a good look at it. He's been the man that's been at the crease a little bit longer, got himself settled. That one goes outside the off stump and through to the keeper.
So this venue, we're seeing cricket being played here, and we've got footy posts, so there'd be quite a bit of activity here on the weekends, wouldn't there?
Yeah, I don't think they play a lot of games here anymore. There's a training facility for the Bamble Football Netball Club, who share this ground with Mildura Settlers, CC, which is part of the Millawa Football League, Walshy locally, which a lot of the games traditionally are played out at Lake Tullamarine, which is about 50 k's heading back out to Adelaide. Bamble House in that Millawa, another grand final victory this season. Clark will go around the corner, pick up another single. So 4 runs from the over so far. Run rate now at around 4.66. We heard from Phil Melville this morning that he was hopeful they'd be up around that 5 runs per over mark at the back end of the journey here. Overs 40 through 45. And that one is taken toll of there, out into the onside, and we'll go to the boundary for 4, so that's a great way to finish the over for the Australians. 3 for 157 now after 33. And Kratzman now 17 from 19, Tony Clark 2 from 2, and Mark Little 5 overs, no maiden, 1 for 31. These two, of course, got together for that partnership at Sarah Oval, Peter, a couple of days ago to make sure that the Australians maintain their undefeated status through the preliminary rounds.
I think they, particularly when you're talking about the Kratzman connection, they have a healthy respect for all bowlers when they're out there, and they treat them with respect. And I know that Kratzman, Andrew, was very disappointed at one of the shots that he got out with. It was like a reverse sweep, and his father was talking about it, and he said, well, he won't play another shot like that again in this tournament. But the improvisation of those sorts of shots now, you're just never too sure as to who's going to do what. The lap shot and all those sorts of things that we'd never heard of 20 years ago. But we've heard them all now, haven't we?
He's really got a 360 game, hasn't he, Andrew? He likes to score all around the wicket.
Yep. Very true.
Clark is straight into action, isn't he? He's busy, hustling through for the single. Trying to put pressure on the field there, looking to see if he can come back for the second. 3 for 158, this 34th over. Hope you're enjoying live and exclusive coverage of this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series final.
You'll be using that word now for the rest of your life, the Festivale word, won't you?
Yes, I probably will. Not one that I would have thought I'd encountered a couple of weeks ago.
No. It's got a catchy tune to it.
It has. As the ball gets worked down towards short third man there by Kratzman, they'll pick up another run. So you feel that wickets are the key here for the A team if they're to keep this run chase towards a position where they feel that they can attack in the second session. Down towards short fine leg, more runs on the board here for Australia, and wide called. So that gives us 8 wide so far in this first session, Peter, which is around about the average for the tournament, isn't it? That sort of 8.5, 9 per innings. Kratzman is pushing forward, heading out towards Brad Perdue, who's stationed out there on the cover boundary on the Deakin Avenue side of Mildura Senior College. So you just wonder whether Richard Gabb might look back to his opening attack of Lanigan and Woods Purdue and Randell still have overs up their sleeve as well.
Mm-hmm.
This time the ball's going to go down the leg side for another wide, so this has been a challenging over for Jared Wyeth. And bowled 6 wides in the innings so far, 3 in this particular over. Just lost the radar a little bit here at the moment, operating from the school end.
What you've got, of course, is you've got a few wickets that have fallen in dribs and drabs, 1 for 62 for 131, 3 for 149, but now you've got 2 quality players who are out there in the middle who look as if there's no demons in the track whatsoever. They're very comfortable.
It's an important partnership to be broken, isn't it, as far as the A-team are concerned.
Completion of 34 overs, Australia being sent into bat, 3 for 166, 3 for 166, Keeble out for 29, Dawes out for 32 and Mace out for 70. Wickets falling at 60, 131 and 149. Kratzmann is 20 off 24. Clark is 3 off 3. 3 for 166 with 11 overs to go. 11 multiplied by 5 is 55 plus 66. You're over 200, maybe between 210 and 220.
I think that's a pretty good place to be, Walshy, as we've seen through the tournament so far.
Mm-hmm. And Gabs is out there like somebody who's patrolling a pedestrian crossing outside a school ground. He's waving the hands around, but he is taking his time. He's making sure that he gets exactly what he wants from the field, who are being called in and sent back out. Good, a lot of hand signals going on out there, Pat, but people know what he's doing.
Bowler also trying to dictate some terms there with his keeper and captain. So they've got boundary riders out on the onside. Long on. And it's a squarish mid-wicket. There's also one just back at a square. So I'm down here at deep mid-off. So there's plenty of ones down the ground, isn't there, to be taken?
Absolutely.
Oh, that one's taken the helmet of Richard Gabb off behind the stumps there, has it? As he had to stick the gloves up high because he was at a low position. As Kratzmann advanced down the pitch.
We wouldn't be unfair in saying that it was misstumping.
Hot chance, no.
Oh, it was, but it just, when it landed, it fizzed through not only quickly, but there was elevation as well. I hope we can get a replay of that one because Gav was nearly knocked over.
Clark is back and across and punching into that offside. Kratzmann hustling. Wanted a second, but sent back by his captain.
That was a strange ball, that one, wasn't it? That's something we haven't seen for the duration of this particular innings.
One allowed to pass through to the keeper Gabb, just outside the off stump. So Mark Little's into his 6th over now, 1 for 32. Australians 3 for 168 in the 35th over. It's straight back at the bowler, but Little unable to hang on. On the run added to the tally as we continue on here under overcast skies in Mildura today, Walshy.
Yes, no threat of rain, although when you watch the Weather Bureau and the patterns in the next few days indicating we might get some precipitation before we get underway with our frenetic week of cricket, with the draftees coming and saying hello and enjoying their spoils too, because the overs, of course, are 20 overs and there'll be 8 teams here. Don't blink, you'll miss. It'll be full throttle, won't it?
Yeah, it will be. I think we're playing 2 games daily over that 4-day period. Lots of excitement. Great to see the coloured kits. We saw a couple of those yesterday down at Sarah Oval. Looked remarkable, didn't they?
I did. Yes, I've got my eye on a couple of those. I'll just have to make sure that I've got the right colours.
Ball's heading out towards the extra cover boundary here. Well, the 2 for Kratzmann, who's really looking up for the challenge here, isn't he? 23 from 28. Clark is 4 from 5, and it's 3 for 172. The end of 35 overs. That would mean a neat 10 overs remaining here at the back end of this first session. Generally, through the Tri-Series so far, we've played through till just after 1 o'clock local time here in Mildura, northwest Victoria. We'll take a break for lunch of around 30 minutes.
Half an hour from lunch, that sounds good.
So Wyeth will continue. 6 overs, no maiden, 1 for 36. Still overs up the sleeve for Randell, Perdue, Woods and Lanigan if skipper Richard Gabb elects to make a change.
Jamie Pitt's running onto the ground too. He, of course, in the side replacing Simon Nish. And so he's about the place.
Looks like Mark Kratzmann is having a bit of a spell. Tony Clark is tight and compact in defence as he pushes back towards Ash Hardy there inside the ring on the onside. Another wide from Wyeth. He's just had that ball angling that little bit too far down to the leg, hasn't he, in the last 10 or 15 minutes? This time he's outside the off stump and the ball will get through the gap there. As Clark scurries through for a single, so the Aussie skipper now 5 from 7. Andrew Kratzmann 23 from 28. Score is 3 for 174.
Yeah, they're hurrying through these overs. They don't mess around, do they?
Nicely defended there by Kratzmann. Can't find the run. It's the energetic Hardy again. Does his thing inside the ring. Stand and deliver that time from Kratzmann as he bunts it out towards the man at deep mid wicket. So 4 runs. 4.9 runs per over at the current rate. And 3 so far from this one of Jared Wyeth. Of course, an extra one to come here, so he'll bowl 7 balls, all being that he can keep it on the money, as there's an appeal there for LBW. Might have just hit the bat first, I think. And the umpire happy to let that score roll through onto Tony Clark's score. He's now moved to 6. Swing and a miss from Kratzmann as he looks to just guide the ball away through on the offside. End of Wyeth's 7th over. 1 for 40. Score is 3 for 176 after 36. Kratzmann 24, Clark 6. Partnership 27 from 24.
And again, we look towards how many overs to be bowled and the possibilities of what sort of a target. 3 for 176. We have 9 overs remaining. And you hazard a guess and you say minimum 4 per over, minimum. well, that takes you over the 200 mark. Now, as to how much you can get in the bank over 200, we wait and see. But with Kratzmann out there and looking in ominous form, 24 off 31, and Clark prepared just to push and run and make those singles work. And you've got a few in the bank too that in the shed that will come in. Our favourite man who continues to take brilliant catches. We haven't seen him yet.
Simon Waddington.
That's it.
He'll have a roll away should he get out into the middle. It may well be at the list. Can't settle on the boundary. But though the Aussie spirit, not sure thing. So a total of 14 boundaries so far in the innings, Pete, which is good to see.
Yep. Yep. Next ball over pitched and hit hard down the ground by Kratzmann. Into the deep, they have one. They look for a second, but it's not there. Just the one. Kratzmann off 32 has 24. Clark off 9 has 7. Kratzmann's score ticks over to 25 now, 3 for 178. Little doing the ball and doing it now. And the advancing is done by Clark, who hits the ball high over the top, and it will roll into the fence for 4. Rolls over the rope, and he hit that one with significant elevation. I lost it in the trees, had a look around. Let's have another look and see how close it got to reaching the boundary in the full. He advances, gives it a decent whack, and the ball lands just over the head of the fieldsman and rolls into the fence for 4. 3 for 182. Clark moves to 11. That's a pretty bold shot, wasn't it?
He's got that in his game, hasn't he, Tony? We've seen him showing a penchant to want to advance to the slower bowling. This time he's back and across and hitting out on the onside. And gets through very comfortably for another couple. 3 for 184. He's advanced along now to 13 from 11. The run rate now is just a tick above 5. If they can continue on at this rate, they'll be close to 220, you'd think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's for sure. 8.2 overs remaining now.
Oh, and he's swept that one around the corner. It was mighty fine. Got past the wicket keeper. And another 2. So this has been a good over for Australia now. 10 from it, 1 ball remaining. You just feel that captain Richard Gabb's going to need to make a change here just to try and, if nothing else, slow this run rate down. A wicket would really make an impact, get a fresh man out to the crease.
Well, those two now together have faced 44 deliveries and scored 40 runs.
Clark once again doing it easily, knocking it down the ground for another single. So the end of 37. Score is 3 for 187. Kratzmann is 25. Clark is 16. Mark Little's bowled 7 overs. 1 for 46. Partnership 38 from 30.
It's been busy, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yep, and they're doing it with 0 risk and very easily.
Yes, very true. Kratzmann 25 off 32 and Clark 16 off 13. But what happened at the start was the toss was won by Gabb, who decided to send the opposition in, and they had to wait until the score was 60 before they had their first wicket. Kubel out for 29. Then Dawes was out for 32. It was 2 for 131 and 3 for 149 with Mace out caught by Gabb off Wyeth for 70. And the partnership now starting to race. Now Gabb is talking to his field out there. Who's he got? Who's he chin wagging to? Number 10 out there.
Paul Wybird, I think.
Oh, it is too, yeah. He might be doing some work soon too, and with his bat in hand.
He'll be important to the list. Has shown in the early starts. He'll need to get going today, as it looks like his team are going to be chasing well in excess of 200. This Global Spirit of Cricket Festival Tri-Series Grand Final here at the Mildura Senior College. Tom Wyeth is bowling a length that's unable to be taken advantage of there, as Clark can only find Hardy there inside the ring on the onside. This time he's executing more efficiently. Look at the running of Kratzman. Very tick.
Yep. Organised in all teams that we've seen. Some gloves on that a cricket hand, and they're still going like cut cats.
He's got long legs, hasn't he, Andrew? So he can get up and down the 22 yards. Probably a little bit more quicker than most of the other players.
No, it's been good.
I think he knows when there's the opportunity to get 3 runs out there. He's really making every effort, knowing that he's going to get through safely.
Well, I think the key stat in all of this, what we've seen, Pat, is that all of the batsmen have got starts.
Yep.
All of them, and no one's really gone on, except Mace got 70, but Keeble 29, Dawes 32, and the two at the moment, Kratzman and Clark, 26 and 19 respectively, and a couple more as we speak. And if you do that, if you get a start, it makes it so much easier for the batters that are coming in late in the number of overs to be bowled, and that's what's going to happen again.
Yeah, it's a good-looking scorecard, isn't it? All those double-figure scores backing up underneath each other. 7 overs remaining, still time enough potentially for one of these two to pick up a half-century. As Clark is swinging away down the leg side. Didn't quite make contact with that, so the wide call by the umpire. Gabb has removed both of his gloves there. Now they're calling it a dead ball, are they?
Yes, that was the signal from the umpire.
That'll give our NV play scorers a little bit to deal with here. So that will see us through the end of 38 overs, and it's 3 for 194 Australia. Craven is 33, Clark is 22, though. He has really since he's made his way to the crease. Just a 26-minute stay so far, but he's already looking very comfortable. So let's have a bit of a look, see if Richard Gabb is going to make any changes with his bowling. Wyeth and Little have pretty much bowled almost their 9 over stints together in rotation here on the bounce. 7 overs to go. Clark is hitting out onto the offside. Nice bit of work from Wybird to knock it down and save the single.
So much will depend when we get the next team into bat of the performances of Gabb, Hardy and Kratzman. Someone's got to get a big score. Someone's got to get a very, very big score and get it quite quickly.
Australia's 2 best batsmen for the tournament so far currently at the crease, and they're doing a nice job here through the mid-part third power play. Clark takes it outside the off stump and down towards the man at long on for another single. So Gabb seems happy enough to keep this bowling partnership in rotation at the moment. He does have options up his sleeve. Could go back to Brad Perdue. He's been the chief wicket taker for the A team. That one is well bowled by Little. It's getting past the outside edge of Kratzman's bat. Kratzman advancing, and he'll find some space there just inside the ring on the offside as Gabb takes off to retrieve the ball. So Little has done the job here in his 8th over, just the 2 runs from it so far. Needs to finish off the job here. Uppishly played by Clark. Yeah, it's into that offside ring for another single. So 39 overs complete. Australia 3 for 197. Kratzmann is 27. Clark is 24. And Little has now bowled 8 overs, taken 1 for 49. Partnership is 48 from 42. .227, I reckon, Walsh is the highest tally we've seen posted in the Tri-Series to date. And with still wickets in the shed, well, the Aussies might be thinking they could get up somewhere around 230 if they continue on this path.
I think you're right. Just have a look here at 227 for 6 was on the Australia's best score. Highest score for Australia A before yesterday was 211, and New Zealand got over 200 yesterday, 7 for 212. But this is probably the best position that any team has been involved in to make a massive score with 3 for 197, 6 remaining, and the 2 at the crease, 27 not out and 24 not out. It's good signs for the favoured team in this competition.
So it's Brad Perdue who's going to come back now at the school end here at the Mildura Senior College. Still has 3 overs remaining, so he potentially can see it out from this end.
So just turned away on the offside via the vacant slips cordon, although Gab, the keeper, gets up now over the stumps. Now he's going to have a chat. Not quite sure as to where the field should be. The amount of information that has to be shared by the captain to his field and in his own mind. He's got to be across what's going on out there. Not an easy task, is it? And then, you know, it's always amazing because then when you see Pat Cummins is looking after an Australian team as a fast bowler, he's at one end of the ground charging in with his nostrils flared, trying to knock a bloody batsman's head off, and he's got to worry about where the field position is and all those sorts of things.
Perdue getting one outside the edge there of the Kratzmann bat. I guess as far as the keeper's concerned, though, Walshy's got a good vision from behind the stumps of the whole field, hasn't he? So probably an easier position to be able to deal with placings.
Yep, true.
There's an appeal from Perdue as it hits the pad. Gab scampers the throw back towards the non-strikers, and Kratzmann will make it safely. And another score added to that Australian tally now. 3 for 199 in the 40th. 50 partnership comes up as well now after just the 45 deliveries. They've made it look very easy, haven't they, at the crease?
They have, just 32 minutes, which is what you expect and what you want, and fortunately what we get. Okay, we've talked of being able to throw bits and pieces at each other in a friendly way in the last few days and talk about when the one-day game just first started, and after 30 overs, if you were around the 100 mark, gee, that's a very, very good score they're going to get. Not anymore. No, thank you.
Clark has given himself some room and tried to hit that ball over the onside. Almost dragged it back onto his stumps. You could see Perdue once again, hands to the head. He's just not had the luck today. Has been able to take wickets regularly each time he's fronted up in an Australian A uniform, part of this Tri-Series. Wicketless so far, but you feel like he's right in the game here.
There's some good friendly rivalry between batsman and bowler there, as Kratzmann didn't fall, but Perdue put the hand out and they did the high five. And, you know, we see from a distance as to how the teams do celebrate one another's exploits, and that's all that it's about too, the spirit of cricket. And we just see people enjoying themselves. That's the main thing about it. And then eating potato cakes or hash browns for breakfast. So how good's life?
Yeah, it can't get much better, can it?
No. Although we didn't have any chicken salt. I was a bit disappointed about that.
Oh, okay. Had to go nude.
3 for 199, 5 overs remaining. They're going to get the biggest score in the competition, you'd think.
Get the feeling, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
As Kratzmann gets himself into a really awkward position as he was trying to get outside of the off stump to hit it to the onside, and then totally lost his balance, the big fellow, and went to ground.
Don't want any more injuries, thank you.
So Little into his final over now, 1 for 49. Quicker through the air, he pushes it a little bit wide outside the off stump, so have to re-bowl that delivery. 3 for 200 now, Australia, in this 41st over. 12 wides in the innings so far. So they've given away an extra 2 overs effectively, the A team. As Kratzmann reverses, hits the ball onto the onside. He'll get through for the single, 3 for 201. It'll be interesting to see if the Aussie skipper looks to advance, hit the ball down the ground here. Comes out of his crease and controls it beautifully to find the gap between long off and long on. A lot of bottom hand there just to bring that ball down with power. And Clark now is 29 from 27. It's a nice little cameo, isn't it, from the Australian captain?
Exactly what's required, and displaying the exploits of a wise man with a wise head on his shoulders who knows exactly where this game's going, and he's in the driver's seat.
Down the ground goes Clark once again. Chris Lanigan does the duties. Gets the ball back into the bowler. So the score is 3 for 206. Run rate's at 5.07. Clark now at 30 from 28. Kratzmann 29 from 39. Andrews almost played a bit more of a sheet anchor role since the skipper's come to the crease. But in saying that, he's gone the long handle there. That ball outside off stump has been deposited out towards the mid-wicket boundary. So this has been another great over for the Australians. Score now 3 for 210. And at Little now, with 1 ball remaining of this is 9th and final over, 1 for 60. So he's been a little bit on the expensive side. See, skipper Richard Gabb just fine-tuning his men out in the deep on the onside. Geez, he would love a wicket here, wouldn't he? Fresh man to the crease. Kratzmann advancing and once again finding the boundary. What an over. 3 for 214 now, Australia after 41. The run rate is 5.22 and Kratzmann is 37. Tony Clark is 20. And Mark Little finishing 9 overs, no maiden, 1 for 64.
What are the odds on Kratzmann getting a half century?
There's time for both of them, really. The way it's playing out here. They may even get close to 240 here, the way they're going at this back end of the third power play.
Well, they are motoring. This is almost the highest score in the competition. 6 for 227 is the highest score, and went up to 214, so just 13 shy and 4 overs, so 24 legit balls to go.
So Purdue. Clark gets down low and runs it down to third man for a single. Plenty of protection out on the boundary for the left arm spinner. So far, not able to brew yet this morning.
So, well, the Australian players, I think it's Simon Waddington, wasn't it, who went past?
Would have been Christian Farley, I think. I
Was
just
it?
caught the back of his shirt there as Kratzmann is elevating the ball out into the offside, and another boundary coming very easily now for the Australians. 3 for 219 in this, the 42nd over. And again, that long stride from Kratzmann, and just held his stroke after he come through there. He knew that he got a nice piece of it right out of the middle of the bat, finding the gap there on the offside.
The reason I made mention of a player walking past was a stunning performance of carrying 4 salad rolls and not looking like he was going to drop any of them, and I wonder whether or not he was going to demolish them all himself. 3 for 221. Australia in the 42nd over with 3.3 overs remaining. The 2 at the crease will confirm their scores.
Kratzmann 43, Clark is 31, 72 from 57 now this
Thank
partnership.
you. Thank you very much. You've got access to... How many computers have you got with you today, Pat?
I've got one in front of me, but I'm sitting right next to Horse on the NV play there, so I can get a bow peep over his left shoulder.
And all the best to the Horse too on the weekend. John Longmire with the Sydney Swans going into the grand final against Chris Fagan's lads, the Brisbane Lions. We'll be broadcasting cricket when the football's on, but we'll be giving you the bits and pieces. We'll be sharing information,
Yes.
Rest assured.
Kratzmann just trying to roll the hands over the top of that one. Can't find the gap on the onside, so another good over here for the Australians. 9 from it. Can Purdue make the breakthrough here? Pulls out towards the backward square boundary, and it's going to go for 4 more. So Purdue hasn't got the answers so far in this opening session. And Australia, at the end of 42, are now 3 for 227. Equal high score for the tournament so far. And Kratzmann now 1 run away from his half century, 49 from 46. Tony Clark 31 from 29. And our boundary tally peaks, I know you love your 4s, is up to 20 now in this innings.
20
boundaries.
80 runs. We haven't had one over the top, have we? In this one?
Not in this game so far, no.
80 runs, the boundaries, and of course we had 106 wides before yesterday, and then of course, including yesterday, so we've had plenty of extras, but this has been a wonderfully consistent batting performance by the Australian team, with Keeble out for 29, Mace made 70, Dawes made 32. At 3 for 149, you thought, oh look, they might stretch and they might just be able to dip their toes into some shallow water over the 200 mark. Excuse me, 3 overs to go, and they're 3 for 227.
Yeah, they really have acclimatised beautifully here to the conditions at the Mildura Senior College after being sent in to bat as well.
Now, there's no students over there. Is it school holidays?
School holidays in Victoria, that's right, Pete.
Yeah. And so that would be one of the most popular schools there, would it?
Yeah, I think the Senior College and St Joe's
Okay.
Catholic School, and then Chaffey Secondary College, which is just a little bit further up Deakin Avenue,
Right.
so that's probably the big 3 as they were.
Okay. Now, can they actually see sporting events unfolding when they are back behind the desks?
Yeah, look, I guess they could. I think generally they don't often play a lot of stuff here during school time.
No. Right, fair enough. Well, in my day and in your day too, you had a sport period. You went and played sport, which was really good.
Yep.
And poor old Gav, I tell you what, he hasn't got too much hair on his noggin, but any hair that was there might have been plucked out, because it's been a brutal and bruising encounter by the batsmen that have been in total control. And I say that with being careful, but they've all got starts, and it's been the most consistent performance by the Australians in this game.
It's been a tough day at the office, hasn't it, so far for the Australian A boys. Lanigan straight back into the attack, and he's knocked over the Australian skipper, so that's exactly what Richard Gabb was looking for. Clark's out bowled Lanigan for 31. Score now is 4 down for 227 as we start up this 43rd over. So Lanigan continues his fine form with the ball. And he was right on the mark, wasn't he? Straight back after a bit of a spell. I actually wonder a little bit, Walshy, why they might not have reintroduced him a little bit earlier. As it looks like Craig Trindle is going to be pushed up the order here. So you were talking before about the fact we haven't seen any maximums. Well, this guy has certainly shown capabilities of clearing the fence so far through this tri-series. Interesting to see if he elects to play straight and go long down the ground, or will he favour that longish square boundary out towards Deakin Avenue?
He's a tall customer, marching grandly to the middle of the track here. Big man, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a bit of a character in this Australian setup. He'll have a role to play with the new ball too. He's been one of their key contributors at the top of the bowling order.
Craig Trindle with the Australian team. Let's just have a look here. 4 from New South Wales, 1 from Western Australia, 4 from Queensland, 2 from South Australia. A cross-section of those from around the nation, which is good to see. And Kratzmann is at the non-strikers end on 49, so another milestone coming up for a very solid contribution from Andrew Kratzmann.
Almost take him up in excess of 200 runs for the tournament. Trindle is playing expansively, hitting the ball in the air, and he's going to be caught, I reckon, by Wybird, who was on the ring at third man. So the big fellow didn't take long to go. And I think he's picked up a pair. I think he was dismissed pretty cheaply opening the batting against the Kiwis at Sarah Oval a couple of days ago, Walshy, and he's failed to trouble the scorers once again.
I'm just trying to work out the number of balls in that over that were bowled. Was that the first one? No, because we saw Clark out, but...
This is the third ball incoming. It's a hat-trick delivery for Lanigan. So the
too.
excitement starts to build.
Yes, it's good to see. We have these little bits and pieces that emerge from nowhere.
Tim Haseman's our new man. Been a handy all-rounder for the Aussies. 102 runs so far at 34. Has also picked up 4 wickets at 22.75. Hasn't got much time to have a sider here. He needs to tick the strike over here and let Kratzmann continue on his way.
Well, we're going to see a hat-trick?
Well, let's just see how he plays it here. They haven't really brought the field in too much to put a little extra pressure on him, so certainly plenty of space to pick up a single and turn over the strike. He just might pay the ultimate respect here and get in behind one. He's working the ball nicely out towards mid-wicket there, so he's underway. So no hat-trick, unfortunately, for Chris Lanigan. Good for the Aussies. 5 for 2. Kratzmann. One more required. Would be enough 3.
Kratzmann hasn't been dangerous to the wicket. He's got that composure about him. Always looks to be in control. And he's such a tall man who, when he makes contact with bat on ball, it normally goes a fair distance.
And he's pushing it out into the offside for at least one. That's looking like that's all he'll get, but that's enough to bring up his half century as he gets a great round of applause from his teammates on the sideline. 50 from 47. Another impressive knock. Together with Tony Clark, that partnership really got the scoreboard moving, didn't it? Through overs 20 to 35.
78 runs they put on. And they made it in a hurry, didn't they?
They did. So Lanigan doing a really good job here, just trying to rein things in a little bit, picking up the wickets keeping the runs down at the same time. Just the 3 from it so far with 1 to go. Kratzmann is advancing and taking bottom hand off the bat to try and swing it away to the leg side. So Lanigan's through 7 now, 2 for 29, 43 overs complete. Australia 5 for 230. Kratzmann is 50 not out. Tim Hazeman is 2 from 2. 2 overs to go, Walshy.
1 for 60, 2 for 131, 3 for 149, then 4 for 227 and 5 for 227. As we talk about stats, we talk about wickets, and we talk about the possibility of a hat trick. So
it was all happening there at one stage, wasn't it?
We've had a fair bit, haven't we? We've had the ropes being protected, but boundaries being scored regularly, and muscles being used, and some of the shots to the boundary were effortless. Just timing was there, and the scores were frequent. Kratzmann is 50, Hazeman is 2. 2 overs to go, 5 for 230. A win to whichever team will mean that they win the series, the tri-series, but the Australian batting lineup, putting them in a very good position indeed, 5 for 230, just 2 overs remaining, and Lanigan has 2 for 29 off 7. Good tight bowling by the quickie.
Looks like Guy Randell's going to come back from the school end. Padu's been marshalled out on that long off boundary. So tough ask for Guy to come back after having a bit of a spell to bowl the penultimate over with batsman going all guns blazing. Obviously skipper Gabb has got confidence in his swing man here to make another breakthrough, potentially just draw up that run rate. As he bowls into the pitch, Hazeman is pushing back out on the wicket square, and he'll pick up the single. Randell has 6 wickets so far for the tri-series. Average around mid-20s. Love to add to his tally here, as the Australians are advancing towards a score of somewhere around 240, maybe even 240 plus here. 11 balls remaining in this first session of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series Grand Final. Just taking a bit of time over his field here, Randell, to make sure he's got the boundaries protected where he needs them. Kratzmann is just working it away into the offside. Picks up the single. So they've done okay, haven't they, the A team in the last probably 2.5 overs, 3 overs, just to bring things back a touch. Run rate's at 5.35 currently.
No, they have. There's no doubt about that. And Gabb, the captain, taking as much time as he wants to get his field into position.
Hazeman hitting down the ground. There is a man fielding inside the ring on extra cover there, so it's just the single. Oh, Kratzmann is stepping back outside the leg stump, trying to open up the offside, almost drags it back on. Ball gets through the grasp there of keeper Richard Gabb, so byes called by the umpire. 5 for 234 now, 44th over.
We'll be having a chat at some stage with Ashley Hardy during the afternoon. I'm not going to say too much about the talk at this stage, but it'll be well worth listening to.
Hazeman swings into that delivery, goes out towards Padu, who's down the ground on the boundary there. We'll get back for 2. So Hazeman playing his role here, turning that scoreboard over. 6 from 5. 1 more to go here for Guy Randell. Hazeman advancing again as it goes down the ground. Purdue's called into the action once more. They'll get back for 2. So at the completion of 44 overs, Australia 5 for 238. Kratzmann is 51. Hazeman is 8. Randell has bowled 7 overs and taken 1 for 33.
Very solid, consistent performance by the Australian team. I wonder what the reactions were from their boss, Tony Clark, about, okay, we're going to have a bat first. I wonder how we'll go. It has been, well, I don't know what the tosses are as to who's decided to bat and who's decided to bowl, but it's been a mixed bag. And I suppose Gabs are thinking if we could get a few wickets early and we could put pressure on them, that might be our best possibility of feeling as if we are in the game right from the word go. But when you don't pick up those early wickets, it makes it tough.
Just got that steady platform set, didn't they, in that first power play? It really looks a good cricket wicket. Batsmen haven't had trouble getting a start, have they? They've managed to get scoring right from the outset.
Yep. Well, we've got another milestone that will be reached, and it won't be the commentator's curse, but it will be reached in this last over, I feel sure. As a matter of fact, it could be reached off this delivery as it's whipped away for 2 runs behind square on the offside. That's Kratzmann. With those 2, he moves to 55, and in effect now, he has just accumulated over 200 runs so far in this tournament. And thanks to you for your assistance with those stats, Pat. They're very, very helpful. Kratzmann, 146 runs at 73 before this dig. And he's ticked over the 200 mark. And with the next ball, he swings it away on the onside, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. And they will get through for the 1. So it's been a very good performance by Kratzmann, consistent. And when you hope that somebody will produce the goods, and you do see him in action, first time I've seen him playing cricket. I've seen him play tennis often enough, but you're glad you're here.
Yeah, and his average, should he not be dismissed again today, potentially be up almost around 100, which is pretty good going. And
don't forget that famous trivia question, that famous cricket trivia question. If you're ever out somewhere and you're trying to get a question answered, the postcode for every ABC office around Australia is 99.94, and that is Don Bradman's average. So think about that and remember that, 99,994. That is the postcode. It's a piece of useless information, but I feel really good about passing that on because that is how best we remember Don. Dad saw him play. I never, of course, but it was some useless information.
And again, taking a bit of pace off this one as Kratzmann works it away under the offside. They hustle through for the single. So 5 for 243. 2 balls to go. Hazeman 9. Kratzmann is 55. Lanigan pushing through his 8th over now, 2 for 34. So 7 runs away from 250, which you feel is going to be a really challenging target for the Australian A-boys to take on in the second session. Hazeman again just giving himself a little bit of room. Takes it down into the onside for another run. 5 for 245. So what has Andrew Kratzmann got for us here in this final ball? The first innings of this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series Grand Final. Can he finish it in style with the maximum and bring up the 250? One hand off the bat, he's flung it out towards backward square, and he's done exactly that. 6 runs from the final delivery takes Australia to 5 for 250 at the completion of their 45 overs, with Andrew Kratzmann 61 not out from 54 deliveries with 5 fours and a maximum. Tim Hazeman 10. That partnership rattled up 23 Walshy off 16 deliveries at the end. And the A-team need 251 to win the game.
How about that? That was a one-hander. It was like your wooden tennis racket and you've gone boom, and away it went, and people were fairly exuberant just to say, yeah, we saw it, and we're going to have some applause now that you'll hear as Kratzmann walks off, feeling pretty chuffed about what he's done and the damage that he's done. 5 for 250. Now, you've got the scores all there. I've got a couple that I haven't got, but you're close to a computer, Pat. If you could just hit me with your rhythm stick and those for the Australians who batted and the bowlers before we wrap it up and take our lunch break.
All right, so Kebley was the first man out today, called Mark Kratzmann, bowled Randell for 29. Leith Dawes caught and bowled Little 32. And it was Stephen Mace caught Gab Bob Wyeth for 70. What a great innings it was from the opener at the top from 95 deliveries. Tony Clark was out bowled Lanigan for 31. Craig Trindle out first. Wybird bowled Lanigan for 4. And Kratzmann Andrew 61 for 4. Haseman 10 from 8 deliveries to get the Australians to 250 in their 45 overs. Bowling figures. Chris Lanigan 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 41. Woods 5 overs, no maiden, none for 23. Bradley Perdue 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 37. Guy Randell 7 overs, 1 for 33. Jared Wyeth 1 for 47 from his 8. And Mark Little 9 overs, no maiden, 1 for 64.
Thank you, Pat. That's how we saw the first innings, the only innings that needs to be played in these games, as Gab, surrounded by his teammates, walks away with the Australian A, and they have to then work themselves into the right frame of mind to do this run chasing of 5 for 250. We'll be back after our lunch break. We'll go and gnaw on a salad roll and get over there in a hurry, because the Australians, they had a decent appetite for chasing runs and they got them to 250, and now they'll have a decent appetite for having something to eat and to hydrate before we start the run chase. So on behalf of co-commentator Pat Silcox and all of those that have assisted with our coverage, let's say let's have a break now and let's have some lunch. At 5 for 250. The runs will be chased down a little later on this afternoon.
And we made a start to our afternoon session as Paul Wybird makes a good start for the A team in chase of that target of 251. 3 runs from the opening delivery. Peter Walsh is back from a very enjoyable lunch break. That chicken roll, Peter, was outstanding. Probably the best I think that I've enjoyed the whole tournament so far.
Yes, I noticed that it only took 3 mouthfuls of yours and it disappeared. So I thought, well, that was a big effort. That's probably a personal best, but
Yes.
still. But I've had a very, very impressive half an hour. I had the chicken roll, and then I bumped into a chap who walked past who had this incredibly loud shirt.
Right.
And I collect loud shirts to raise money for an awareness of prostate cancer and breast cancer, and I auction them off. And this chap said, "Oh, you've got a good shirt." And I said, "Thank you." And I said, "Where'd you get yours?" He said, "I'm from Geelong, and I got it from an op shop for $5 at Geelong."
Yep.
And I said, "Oh, that's pretty good." And he said, "Do you like these?" And I said, "Well, yes, I do." And he said, "Well, you can have mine because I'm staying here for the next week of cricket, but I'll be there, so I'll pass it on to you."
Wow.
So how good's that?
That's fantastic, isn't
And
it?
I was also aware of the fact that I'm giving away a free plug here, but there's a place in Mildura. Is it Lords or Louds?
Lowe's.
That's it.
Yep.
And that's where they sell loud shirts.
Yeah, there's a lot of loud shirts hanging up just down the way at Mildura Central.
Now, what street is that, please?
That'll be off the corner of Deakin and 15th.
15th.
Big
I'll just
shopping
make a little.
complex. You can't
Thank you.
miss. I'm sure your lovely partner's already. Well, she was at Target the other day, so she
know.
knows where Mildura Central is.
That's good. And the other information, and I think you might have been across this, we were sitting here and just having a chat about all sorts of things, and the Gab man popped in and sat down,
He did.
and he was keen to share, and the sharing moments from him were about that target is gettable.
Yeah. No, I think his mindset was, his thought was anywhere between 250 and 300 on that pitch today. So it's going to be interesting to see across this second session how it's going to play out. But the A team have made a pretty decent start. They picked up 4 off that first Simon Waddington over. Wybird is 3. Ment's 4th is yet to score. Yeah. Wickets are here if they can keep them out while scoring at a good clip, and they can keep that run rate up around that 4 runs and over mark heading in towards the first drinks break at 15 overs. They'll give themselves every chance here in this Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series final for Global Rotor Moulding. It looks like Craig Trindle is going to take up the attack from the school end of the ground. Of course, Craig was a team player in the batting in the first session where he was elevated up the order to be the designated hitter and took a swing at the first ball, unfortunately was caught.
Long time to wait, isn't it?
Yeah. So we'll be looking to extract a little revenge with the ball in his hand now. Australians have 2 slips and a gully. They have a man at deep fine leg, deep third man. There's Golan out there at point. Hazeman in the covers.
Pretty aggressive field, isn't it?
Yeah, they're going all out on the attack here, looking to see if they can grab some early scalps.
I think that's the key too. Psychologically, you might think, and I mean, the knowledge that we have of someone like Ab as the captain, he is just so cautious and careful about field placings, everything, and even talked about how he got hit on the head
Yeah.
with the ball that lifted and Kratzman was involved there. No malicious intent or anything, but he just reads the game and he's such an astute character when it's all about cricket. And he's got to have a positive attitude, and he's got to push that attitude across to every member of his team, and he's making comments along the line of you're going to have 2 or 3 who are going to get big scores. It's got to be that case. It's not going to be 20s and 30s. It's got to be someone who's going to make a lot of runs. And they've got those batsmen there to do that too. Everyone's been talking, and I know that you've been singing his praises too, and rightly so, Ashley Hardy. You just never know what he can do.
He's come into this game in really good touch, isn't he? After getting a couple of early starts, 25 and then 80 not in his last time out at the Sarah Oval. So he's coming in with 169 at 56.33. We'll know that he'll run between the wickets. He loves to turn the strike over. Always gets busy out in the middle.
Not supposed to it. As a matter of fact, I've got time to do that now. Can you describe for me, please, your thoughts on that last with Kratzmann playing not to end the 45th over, to his score along a little more, what it looked like and how it was extraordinary?
Well, he just got across outside the off stump, didn't he, and leaned over, and just a one-handed flick. It was almost like a top-spin forehand down the line for a winner. It was just the sense of theatre. He knew there was 6 runs needed to get to that 250, and he managed to get it done. I mean, the great players can come up with great things at the right time, can't they?
Well, you need to help me with this because, it's 65 metres, is it?
That's the regulation rope, I think, around that side, yep.
And that's cleared, obviously, the fieldsman there, so it might have even been around 70 metres.
Yeah. There's that one from Trindle is carrying through nicely to the keeper, past the outside edge of Wybird's bat. So 2 overs down, none for 5 Australia, Ray, as they continue to work towards the target that's been set earlier in the day. 251 to win after Australia batting first, finishing at 5 for 250 at the end of their 45 overs. Stephen May 70, Andrew Kratzmann was 61 not out at the end, and Leith Dawes finding some form with 32.
And yesterday, Hardy made 78, Kratzmann made 38, Gabb made 48. Now there's 3 good scores, but still the necessity is an extra 20 or 30 to a couple of those runs that we've just given you to give them some sort of a chance. But I'm sure if we fast forwarded our lives, Pat, it's now a couple of minutes before 2, which is just about race 2 at Swan Hill. They're getting ready to go. You're going to have somebody who has got to play the innings of his life, really. That's not exaggerating because the target of 250 seldom would be reached in 45 overs.
So instantly we've got to change that southern end. Phil Melville straight into the attack.
He was a good guy to chat to too. Very animated and lots of good stories to tell.
Waddington just bowling the 1 over again. We've seen that a couple of times with the Australians. Waddington just basically taking the shine off that first over and then bringing the swing bowler straight into the equation. That's Phil Melville here. Has been a regular wicket taker through the campaign, as that's beautifully struck out and towards forward point. Nicely fielded there by that man Waddington again.
He's always in the game. I'd have to say too, and I know we're talking about size, etc., as Phil's going to get through this over in one heck of a hurry. He doesn't take long. He turns and he's on his way in already, in case you don't mind. He's not very tall, is he?
No, he's built low to the ground. He's almost as tall as he is wide. He's very solid, isn't he, Phil? We're talking about being a New South Welshman, whether he's more an NRL man or an AFL man, but it seems like he prefers his AFL these days.
Yes, he does. And I heard you having a chat to him before. I was fortunate enough to be able to come in and have a yarn, and he was talking about his photographic journey. And I would have loved to have spoken to him a little bit longer. I got very friendly with a guy called Hamish Blair. Now, Hamish was a cricket photographer for the Australian cricket team. And he went everywhere, and I was fortunate to be on a couple of tours where he was. As this ball outside the off stump and a flash and a miss through it goes to the keeper. He got that many photographs, and the equipment that he had and the places that he went to. And he sat in places like in Bulawayo in Zimbabwe, in Harare in Zimbabwe, and it was just 40 degrees and no cover, but he was there, and he just had so many photographs that he wanted to show, and the players respected him because they knew that he'd look after them. And I collected a lot of photos in Pakistan and in Afghanistan, taken by Hamish. Hadn't seen him for years. Zimbabwe was 1999, that's how far back that was. And I bumped into him in Bendigo. He was visiting a patient in hospital and I was there too.
Wow.
And he walked in and I said, "Are you?" He said, "Yeah, are you?"
Small world, isn't it?
Oh, ridiculous. But the world of photography, I'm hopeless. I've got no skill whatsoever, and yet he just used to throw all the gear over his shoulder and off he went.
Mensforth picking a boundary up off that final delivery of the Melville opening over, so it's none for 9 from 3 overs. Wybird is 3, Mensforth 5. Australia 8 chasing that target of 251. Current rate required is 5.76. As Trindle continues from the school end, hard into the pitch, forcing Wybird back into his crease. Yeah, you get the feeling that one of the A batsmen's probably going to need to make 100 here this second session.
Now, what you've done now is you've just destroyed any possibility of that happening by mentioning you'd like it to happen. So would I. So would I. But you got to get in. You got to be looking good. You've got to continue to be pushing the 1s and 2s with the occasional boundary. It's a very tough assignment.
Nice work from Wybird just to turn the strike over. He timed the ball beautifully down there towards mid-off. Took some stopping. As Mensforth is playing a missing outside the off stump. Good chance for these two to spend some quality time at the crease. They both had their moments. Just been unable to really go on and build the big score.
Mm-hmm. And Stan from Streaky Bay, who's been others aren't, but he's talking about Gav as a wicketkeeper and about his expertise as a keeper. He's pretty good, isn't he?
Mm. Yeah, he's great value to the team, isn't he? Because not only is he the captain, the man that does all the sharp work behind the stunts, but he's one of the key men in that middle order that turns the strike over.
True enough. His question was, look, I don't know how you could work out the answer correctly, but it was, are there many wicket keepers who are also captains? Well, Gab's a captain, and the other captain who's chasing the ball back just as we speak, that's Tony Clark, who's not captain, but tidy over there for the Chasers. 7 off the over. Target 251 to win this Tri-Nation Series. Couldn't find a bookmaker behind a tree here to get the odds.
Trying to see if I can get this headset back again, Walshy. I think I'm back with you.
Oh, I can hear you nice and clearly. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I heard you tuning into the Swan Hill races during the lunch break.
Just watching. Just a mate of mine who's a jockey came up to Swan Hill to ride a horse in the first. And I suggest would be walking back down the highway now, back to Dowling Forest. A lot of racing in this area too, Mildura. Love the Mildura races and all over the place. I think the Benangatang Cup's on soon too.
Yeah.
And one of my favourite events, and that's the Broken Hill Cup on St Pat's Day. Beautiful place, Broken Hill. Takes a while to get there, but it's well worth it. I've got a good mate up there who pencils. He is an absolute genius. His name is Wayne Williams, and he's penciled horses like Prince of Penzance, Black Caviar, Winks with a pencil, and his artistic work is brilliant. Takes a long time to do it, but he's a genius. And I've got a couple of those there. Maccabi Diva, one of my favourites. And that's a good favouritism too, because there's a wicket, there's a catch in the slips cordon. And as we're talking about Maccabi Diva, we can also talk about the fact that that wicket now at 1 for 16 has picked the wicket.
And just the classic outswingers delivery here, going away from the right-hander. And it was comfortably pouched there by Mace. And he congratulates his wicketkeeper Simon Milton. So perfect start for Australia as they remove Wybird for 4. Caught Mace bowled Melville, and Phil Melville, another man that's been a very regular wicket taker in this tri-series. Had 8 wickets at 12 coming in. And at 1 for 4, he's only going to increase his intake of wickets and probably reduce the average at the same time.
And I didn't realise, chunky is a good way of describing him, and that in no way has been critical.
Chunky or nuggety, whichever way you want to reference it, yeah.
But extracts some good pace from the track, and what I like about it is, with all cricketers at all grades now, he's not messing around. Once he's got the wicket, he's back to his bowling. He's ready to go. The game has to continue to move and swirl, and for people to be involved in what's going on, and that's what's happening now. And that's a good breakthrough too. 1 for 16. An early wicket, what we talked about too, Pat, and that's just exactly what was needed.
So Mark Kratzmann is the new man in at number 3. And he's straight into his stride there, pushing down towards the man at mid-off. See, Melville's got a real strut and hustle about him, hasn't he, as he's charging back to his mark. As we spoke to him earlier this morning, he's got his body in really good shape. He put in a lot of preparation for this Spirit of Cricket Festivale. He's feeling good about himself, and he's looking the goods as well.
See, he does a lot of power walking. Well, I could believe that would be the case too, because just to try and create an image for you, if you listen to our coverage and you're not picking up our vision, he's walking back. And Willie Sewell was one of my favourite walkers who walked for Australia at Commonwealth Games and Olympic Games. This bloke, I reckon he'd get a job in an Australian team as a walker, because he really does motivate himself and get along quite quickly.
Yeah, real pep in his step, isn't there? He's following through at the other end of his mark there and bowling the ball nicely into the pitch at the moment, which is asking the question of Kratzmann, really making you focus here at the start of his innings. As Kratzmann just pushes out onto the onside, there's no run to be had there. That's the end of 5 overs. Australia A are 1 for 16, Mensforth 11. And Mark Kratzmann yet to score. Phil Melville 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. What a great start from him.
True enough. So much sport happening, not just in Mildura, but around Australia. Bathurst comes up at the start of October. I've never been there. I used to go to a lot of the races in Adelaide when they had touring cars.
Out of Malala or Adelaide International?
Adelaide International, yes. I threw up in a 44-gallon drum after I went on a fast lap.
Right.
And I think it cost me about $30 or $40 in dry cleaning bills because of the damage that I did. Oh, never been so scared in all my life.
Who took you for the run?
Garth Tander.
Oh, yes.
And he said, this is okay. And I said, well, all right, I've been on one of these cars before, but I went in one of the cars where you just put your seatbelt on and you did a lap. And I said, oh, yeah, that'll be okay. And so I had to be put through the window that was wound down.
Yep.
And off they went. And I was supposed to do 1 lap. And we got up to 300. And you talk to each other through the microphones that we've got. And he said, how are you travelling? And I and we've swung into the straight. And he said, we can do another lap if you like. We've been given permission. That's the last thing I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Got permission, finished. The drivers that were there, the race was over. This was all just about just giving us a bit of publicity. And I got out of the window and went and sat down in the pit stop where you could smell the petrol fumes.
That's probably the last thing you needed.
Put it this way. Did you come from a chunder down under? Yes, I did.
Oh,
because it was just all over the place with me, and I finished up in hospital.
My goodness.
So, I became a spectator for that race.
Safer place to be, I
Not
think.
a big speed person. Are you?
Not necessarily. Have really what for conformance of the TV show.
Yep. And yet people go there, absolutely love it. There's a good friend of mine, Patrick Yonker, who Australia at the Tour de France, not many decades, but 30 years ago. And he goes each year, takes a group of people, and they just tag along and they finish up. They do all of the Ks, but not when the race is going. It's just like a big tourism thing. And he loves it. Absolutely loves it.
Kratzmann is taken from his feet there by Yorker length delivery there by Craig Trindle. So just having a bit of issue trying to get himself going here, Kratzy. Had 188 runs at 47 coming in to this grand final today. Scores of 44, 48, 88, 14 and 38. His method has been to settle himself in and take his time and then really build from a solid base. As we get through the end of 6, it's 1 for 17.
It's interesting too when you see the differing methods of attempting to gain another breakthrough, but a packed slips cordon, any little tickle through, there's always that possibility of a catch being taken. And the man who's picked up that first wicket, Melville, he'd be good. 1 for 16 it was. It's now 1 for 17 in reply to 250. So you can give yourself an idea of sitting on one of those seesaw Marjorie doors where all of the weight is on one side at the moment. But things might change if these two can get amongst it, and we're going to see, well, someone that I'm looking forward to seeing again too. That's Ashley Hardy coming in soon.
Mensforth is back in defence, pushing out to that cover region. Field for Australia is still on the aggressive side. They've got 2 men in the cordon there, plus a man in the gully. Simon Waddington is stationed just out in front of us here at deeper point. There's a man in the covers, also at mid-off. Mensforth running it off the face of the bat there, but nicely worked by Leith Dawes, I reckon it was there. He's taken up his custodian role in the gully. They have a man out at mid-on. Tony Clark, the skipper's at mid-off. Timmy Hazeman's out at mid-wicket. And Trindle is down on the deep fine boundary. There's a swing and a miss from Mensforth outside the off stump. Melville's got that ball swinging beautifully. Off.
If you don't, because very early in the piece, Owen Gilchrist was injured. He was wearing number 83.
Yes.
And of course he hasn't been able to play because he got a busted Achilles tendon, which was unfortunate. But the keeping's being done by the man who's wearing number 83.
Simon Milton is your man.
Simon Milton, thank you very much. That's what I needed to know. Thank you. He's been busy. I've seen him bouncing around.
Yeah, we obviously started with the A team and that opening clash at the McLeod Oval in Wentworth before being called into the Australian scene.
Yep. It's all about having the necessary abilities to change and to be versatile. You don't just play cricket and you don't just occupy an ability in the team at being a fieldsman or being a batsman of substance. Got to be a jack of trades.
And sometimes being in the right place at the right time, Peter, can go a long way, can't it?
Mm-hmm.
As Mensforth gets back and across and is heading beautifully through backward point for another boundary. So looks like he's got himself going nicely here in this second session. 16 from 22 for Jed. Score is 1 for 21 from 7 overs. Kratzmann yet to score. And Melville has bowled 3 overs, 1 made and 1 for 8.
Gave that the full blade, didn't he?
Yeah, Jed played a little bit of his cricket here locally for Mildura Settlers, so I reckon he would have spent some time out in the middle here at the Mildura Senior College. Both he and Brad Perdue have had that little bit of extra local intel, haven't they, around the grounds. Certainly has worked out nicely for Perdue, who's been our leading wicket taker through the Tri-Series.
The breeze certainly picking up because 2 of our stuffed toys, one I think is a crocodile and the other one is a koala. I think that they've been blown over in the breeze just down below where we are.
freshened up during the lunch break, didn't it?
Yes, it did. It did. Forecast for the next couple of days is that we might have some precipitation, but then we get into our 8 teams here and hopefully the weather's all right.
Yeah, the temps will just drop away a little bit with that rain coming through. 28 our estimated top today, 26 at the moment. But we'll go back to 23 tomorrow, then 19 on Thursday, but fine and sunny 22 Friday for the first day of the T20s, which is perfect.
A bit hard to know what's going to happen when those teams throw themselves into action. We'll be seeing players playing with players that probably never played with before, and that's all part of how good it is and how quickly they can gel.
Yeah, I think we heard from Mark White a little bit earlier in the piece where they've had a lot of Skype meetings between each other just to get a bit of a feel for what they'll need to do.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time to get yourself organised. There's a few dollars up for grabs too, and if you hit straight and high and hard and handsome, you can pick up a lot of money if you hit the right target.
One of the great features of the T20, which is coming up shortly. As Kratzmann this time finds himself a bit of room outside the off stump. It's the ball out towards the cover boundary. We'll get back for 2. Now we've observed a few times while Mark Kratzmann's been batting, we've been maybe a bit concerned that he's labouring a little or carrying himself a bit, but the word is that's just the way he goes.
Yes, he's got a and delivers and back to the ground side, and there's no possibility of getting a single. To tell what the weather's doing outside, but most of the players are quite happy just to have their short sleeve tops on.
It's warm enough, but just that wind has really freshened last 45 minutes or so. It's Kratzmann again looking to try and pierce a gap in that offside ring, cannot do so. Moved his total along to 2, men's fourth 17 from 23. Score is 1 for 25, almost through 8 completed overs.
Will we see Hardy or Gabb next in?
Yeah, that's a good question. Ash is right in front of me here with his pads on, so he looks set to be the next man out in the middle when he's called upon.
As I said, we're going to have a chat with him. We hope we don't have to, because that will mean that he's still batting. Yeah. Well, what makes him such a player that so many people are so thrilled about what they're seeing in all aspects of his cricket game?
I just think his agility, his athleticism, he's so good in the field. And when he's out there in the middle, he's just an active, a busy man, isn't he?
Yep.
With the bat. Has that relaxed stance at the crease. Likes to give himself some room so he can play through the offside.
True. Now, I think, I'm guessing now, it was either Jason Cook or Jamie Pitt who's become a representative of Wildlife Australia, because he's gone out and picked up the 2 stuffed animals and brought them inside.
Right.
How good's that?
It's good to see, isn't it?
Yeah.
This Mansforth looks for the quick single on the offside. It's closed down nicely there.
Now Gabb in front of us, he's got the pads on, and he's got a knock on the noggin too. He made mention of that when he was gnawing into a very succulent salad roll, but he got hit accidentally, and he's got a little bit of a cut there on the noggin. One of those freak accidents that you see.
The ball come through off the shoulder of the bat, he explained to us, and as he was coming up from that crouch position, he tried to put the hands up to, if nothing else, protect himself, catch the ball, and straight through, and as he threw his head back to keep himself safe, the helmet came off. It's quite a mad moment in that first session, wasn't it?
It was. And again, once again, if you can reflect back in time, you think about when we started to see helmets being used. When they became, well, you saw bat pad people like David Byrne would be in close and he'd have the protection there. Just shots as well too. There'd be balls coming in at 1,000,000 miles an hour in those positions. The delivery that time from Melville just outside the off stump, and he can't score. Kratzmann on 2 and Mensforth on 17. The man out, Weinberg for 4. Earlier, we had the Australians getting some handsome run making. Mace got 70, and Andrew Kratzmann, who emblazoned a 6 off the last ball of the 45th over, took his hand off the batter, one hand, and then just lifted the ball out into the deep over the to finish on 6. So 200.
Kratzmann is squeezing that one out as it pops away up onto the leg side. So the end of another Phil Melville over. 2 overs, 1 for 8. Score is 1 for 26 after 9 here at the Mildura Senior College. Mensforth is 17. Mark Kratzmann is 2. The target is 251. Peter Walsh will be back with us shortly. Looks like we were going to get a special guest to have a chat to in a moment, as Craig Trindle will resume from that school end. 4 overs so far, no maiden, none for 12. As the Aussies look to try and make another breakthrough here, put even more pressure on this A team, whose required rate is now out at 6.25. Some nice carry and lift there from Trindle through to the keeper Milton. Still the 2 slips and a gully. Man forward of point. Timmy Hazeman's out in the covers. Over mid-off and mid-on. And a deep fine leg. As Mensforth can knock the ball into some space there on the offside, and they've pushed through nicely to finish up with 3. So Jed Mensforth now to 20. Score 1 for 29 in the 9th over. Hope you're enjoying this live coverage of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series Final. It is, of course, an all-Australian affair. The Aussies getting through undefeated to this stage. Australia rate 2 wins, 2 losses. As Trindle goes away and outside the off stump there of Kratzmann, who's very watchful. Just making sure that he's summing up the situation, getting a good feel for the pitch. Trindle once again, as Kratzmann is crammed up a little. As Peter Walsh joins us, we've got a special guest to come up at the end of this over.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Kim Hardy is the lady, and she's married to one of the players, and his name is Ashley. Now, Kim is walking laps and has been doing so for the last few days for a reason, and it's to do with a reason of substance about a member of the family and what that person is going through. And I know what it's all about, but I promised to Kim, because I've never met her before then, 5 minutes ago, and said, if you want to share your story and you want to talk about that whilst the cricket's going on, more than happy. And her response was that she would probably cry. And I said, well, I cry lots of times, and I'm not embarrassed or ashamed to say that. If you feel comfortable and you believe that talking about it will help, we have the chance of talking to you because of what we're doing with the cricket. End of story. And she said, I've just finished my 10K for today, which is what she has to do. She has to get through a certain number of Ks. And so I've left it with her. She's going away to have a think. And the point of the exercise is that I under no way would put her under any pressure. If she feels comfortable about sitting down and having a chat and telling us a little bit about her story, well and good. If she doesn't, she's going to tell us that she's walking laps for this particular reason, full stop.
Well, she knows where we are, and there's still plenty of time here in this second session. 1 for 30. Australia rate, their 10th over. Target 251. Current rate is 3. The rate required is 6.31. Get the feeling they won't want to let it go too far in excess of 6 in these early stages. To not want to put pressure on the incoming batsman.
And just one further point that I'd like to raise about this lady, and that is oftentimes if you can talk to someone, it makes you feel a bit better. The most difficult part about it is to work up enough courage to actually talk about it. And we talk about it with Men's Health. One of our strong beliefs in the spirit of cricket is just that, with men having to talk and wanting to talk to each other. Gatherings that are like what we've been used to in the last few days with men from New Zealand I've never met before but have formed friendships, like with yourself and myself. We form friendships because we're here for the same reason. We've got a cricket match that we're broadcasting, of course we have, and we won't miss anything, but if we get the chance to pass on bits and pieces, that's what we want to do. We saw, for the Brownlow medal last night, we saw young Brayshaw speaking in glowing terms about having to call quits for his playing day because of the injuries that he'd suffered, the concussions that he'd suffered, and a lot of people give it away because they can't keep playing because of injuries that they suffer and because their health is questionable. And so what we're trying to do is, because we are here now and we are in a position to pass on this detail to a lot of people, Pat, if we do get that chance, we'll do it.
Beautiful stroke here from Kratzmann as we see him just get down low, that low centre of gravity, as he swings strongly into the onside for a boundary. So he's got himself moving nicely now, 9 off 22. Score is 1 for 36 in the 11th over. So the power play, 1 fielding restrictions in play. There's opportunities for Kratzmann to elevate and get the ball outside the ring. This time he's tucking his bat in behind his pad there as it goes through to the keeper. So Ash Hardy's out in front of us. You feel that he's the next man to go into bat for Australia, Ray. Richard Gabb would be following close behind. So this is the group that they'll be really looking to draw upon, won't it, Walshy, to
Absolutely.
chase down this target?
Absolutely. I wonder if, well, we'd never know this too because it's Australia and Australia, but Kratzmann, you wonder whether there's been many occasions when one's been involved in the dismissal of the other one. Because they've both got some pretty good resumes, haven't they?
They have. There'll be some bragging rights after the game tonight, should Andrew catch mark in this second innings. Oh, shout for caught behind there from the keeper, Simon Milton. Umpire stands motionless and says to Phil Melville, that's the end of your over, son. I'll give you your cap back. 11 done, 1 for 36. Melville has 1 for 14 from his 5. He's hustling through them. Mensforth is 20. Kratzmann is 9.
On that point that you're making, he is really hustling through.
Yeah.
Even now, when he's finished that over, he's turned around, he's power walked, and he's heading out to where the rope is, 65 metres away from the centre of this magnificent park. He's made the journey and he's made it in quick time. He is really a busy person on the cricket field.
You just get the feeling he's seizing the moment, isn't he? This is the big game, the grand final.
Yep.
So he's putting all his eggs into the one basket to make sure his team gets over the line.
Very true.
Has a really nice economical action, so I think that allows him to be able to push through at a good clip. He may even be looking to try and get through his full 9 here. Do a job for his captain, Tony Clark. As Mensforth is pushing one a little bit lazily outside the off stump, and the catch has been taken out there in the gully. I think it's Leith Dawes who's safely hung on to that one. So disappointment there for Mensforth, who looked like he was building his way nicely to a big score here at the Mildura Senior College. Just away from his body and couldn't control it. And nice breakthrough there for Craig Trindle. So second one down for Australia, Ray. They're 2 for 36 in this 12th over. And it's Ash Hardy, the new man, heading out to the wicket with a big job ahead of him.
Yes, that was all slow motion stuff, wasn't it? just lollied away on the offside and was comfortably taken in the slips cordon. And that in itself, big disaster. The 2 wickets now, 1 for 16 and 2 for 36. Yeah, that's something that they really couldn't afford to happen, but it did, and so they suffer the consequences.
So Kratzmann and Hardy coming together. They've enjoyed some good time out in the middle. Both men in excess of 150 for the tournament. Hardy coming in off the back of that undefeated 80 at Sarah Oval. He'll be looking to continue to boost his stocks.
Our early wickets, we've got Weinberg only getting 4, and Menz was out for how many, please, Pat?
He was out for 20 from 30 deliveries.
20 from 30, so 2 for 36.
So a real period of consolidation now for the A team. But on the same token, Walshy, they need to keep scoring at the same time as well. So it's a difficult scenario, isn't it?
It is.
So Clint Kepler is just going to take a brief spell.
Looks like a doctor, doesn't he, coming off there with his medical
kit bag, yeah.
Kit bag there, yeah. There's my mate from Geelong too with the blouse shirt away to our right.
Yeah, nice one.
Yeah, he won't have that for too much longer, I'll guarantee you. I'll have to spike his chicken and salad roll and then sneak over and take it off him.
Ball of good length, just standing up a little that time from Craig Trindle, making things a little bit awkward for Ash Hardy, first up.
Have you seen much of Ash Hardy playing the game itself?
Prior to this tournament?
Yes.
No, I can't say I have.
No.
He's impressive, isn't he?
Well, everybody who talks about him who has been able to get an idea, not only are they saying that he scores and scores well, but he's very good in the field. Very good saving runs.
He's super fit, isn't he? That's the key to his game, I think. Very athletic.
Yeah, that wind is really picking up too.
Almost a bit of haze of dust coming across the ground now.
Yes, it's become quite uncomfortable in the middle.
Kratzmann allows that one pass through to keep Milton. Yeah, I think Walshy in spring quite often here when the temperature does plummet several degrees, that normally ushers in a bit of a dust storm here. But we haven't had a lot of rain in recent times, so we'll keep our fingers crossed that hopefully there's enough greenery out in the Mallee to be able to keep things better down for us.
For a drive last night after we'd seen the finish of the cricket, and there's some beautiful spots along the riverbank. A lot of caravan parks are there and a lot of people taking advantage of school holidays, and just you get a feeling of it's your own little plot for a while. You can sit on a deck chair, read a book and just relax, and conditions last night were beautiful.
So that's the end of the Trindle over. 6 overs, 1 for 17. Australia Ray 2 for 37 after 12. Kratzmann is 9 and Ash Hardy 1. Our wickets to fall so far in this second session. Weiberg caught Mace bowled Melville for 4 and Mensforth caught Dawes bowled Trindle for 20.
Some of the New Zealanders would already be on their way back home, others not. Yeah, we'll get Anthony Telfer in for just a sec, and as we did mention, we're hoping to be able to speak to Julie Hardy, I should say, who might be coming across and saying hello in just a sec, but we'll get Anthony Telfer to pop in and say hello, because we need to be able to find out exactly what's going on when this particular part, this Tri-Nations, is sorted, and we get ourselves then for an influx of visitors to this beautiful place called Mildura and getting involved. But Telfer, the 2 wickets that have fallen, it means that Mr. Clark, the man in charge, Tony Clark, would be feeling fairly chuffed.
I think so. Hello, Walshy. How are you?
I'm good.
I've been running around all morning getting ready for tonight's big presentation dinner and looking forward to allowing all of our visiting cricketers to experience life on a boat on the Murray River at night. It's going to be a magical night.
You're not driving it, are you?
Oh, I don't think so. I've been driving everything else all week. It's time to put my feet up and relax and enjoy what the Murray River and Mildura has to offer.
Fair call. First ball of a new over. That's Phil Melville, who we had a chat with earlier on today, and they're going to come back for 2-3 now. Let's have a look and see. They really did run quickly.
Just 2.
Quickly, all right. Hardy's the man who I'm going to be interested in watching because, as we mentioned when Pat was on air, a lot of big reports, a lot of brave reports about just how good he is.
Yeah, no, he's had an exceptional week with both bat and in the field. I didn't see a lot of this morning's play, but I'm sure that he was probably still at his high standards, saving boundaries and turning 1s or 2s into 1s and 3s into 2s. He's a rabbit out in the field.
169 runs at 56.33. That's before today's dig, with scores of 10, 54, 25 and 80 not out. So we hope he can continue. And Gab, of course, just as productive with the 57 need for a couple in the middle order, not just to get starts, but to go on and score at least half centuries, because that total of 250 is a fair way into the distance when you've lost 2 wickets for the total so far of 40 and you're in the 13th over.
We also have to apologise about the camera wobbling around. I'm looking at the screen now. That was one of the things I've just done. I've put a guy rope on it, but the guy rope is pivoting below where it's actually wobbling from. So apologies to all our viewers. We'll see if we can do something about that, but there's not much to tie it onto as the wind obviously picks up here. We see Kratzman just work the ball round behind the corner to backward square for a single.
And if I knew what a guy rope was, I'd have a long and meaningful discussion with you about what we could do with the guy rope. But I don't. But I know that technically the guys that are working to my right, that's the 2 scorers. And well done to Richard Horner, who was the scorer for New Zealand, who isn't with us today because the Kiwis aren't with us today, or not all of them anyway, but Mark Horsfall and Jamie Pitt and Jason Cook and all of those that are here for the one reason, and that is to provide information, and that's what we're trying to do. 250 for 5, the score for the Australians, who are looking to have 5 Ws in the system for a week of cricket, and that's kept them going as Hardy drives down the ground, hits well, hits crisply and cleanly.
Doesn't get past Tim Haseman at mid-on. Did well to get round behind Phil Melville to restrict the scoring to 1. But yes, the guys behind the scenes, Walshy, need a big congratulations for the work that they've done. There's one particular person in Mark Horswell. He has scored every ball over the seven games. And the Horseman, thank you so much for all the effort and time and work that you put in to allow us to bring NV play to the world of veterans cricket here, not just in Australia, but right around the world. We've had people from England and the West Indies and South Africa and India and Pakistan, along with a host of other countries tuning in and sending in some great comments, and hope you've enjoyed what the Horseman has been able to provide us.
There's Melville providing us with the next delivery, and the ball is the attempted drive outside the off stump. Keeper up and keeper involved there, Simon Milton. And we still see, of course, our man called Owen Gilchrist, who has got the busted Achilles, but he's got the boot on, and he's been out there singing with the Australians at the national anthem today. Heads back to Queensland afterwards, and from it's sharp going to be, let's just take your time and get it right before you start again.
Oh, exactly. And having been a recipient, I guess, of an Achilles rupture myself back in, I think it was about 2001, I had a clean snap of my right Achilles.
Oh dear.
And I did it playing cricket as well, so it might be a cricketer's injury, but it took me 12 months before I played cricket again. So I know Owen's still here and he'll depart tomorrow and head home. Let's wish him all the very best in his recovery so that he can get back into, playing some cricket to start with, and then maybe eventually back into the Australian squad.
There's been a few niggles.
There has.
Another player, of course, who wasn't able to play, Simon Niche, injured, and of course we had one of the Murphy birthday boys who got a dicky groin, but he's all right. But He has to go through the process of taking his time and getting ready for, hopefully, the World Cup in Sri Lanka. And there's so many tournaments that are up and about that are just a little bit away from where you are. You need to look after that body to get yourself ready.
Oh, you do. And I think Pierre Flavel did a calf muscle as well in his very first one-day international appearance for New Zealand out at Wentworth, where he attempted a single and then obviously did his calf muscle. So he's been hobbling around as well. But I tell you what, Walshy, when you consider the amount of cricket that we've played in the last 7 days and the age of the participants, I think 3 injuries is not too bad. There might be, I think Leith Dawes may have dislocated a finger and had it put back into place.
Richard Petrie, I should say.
Oh, Richard Petrie, yes.
Yeah.
Yesterday in yesterday's game, I didn't actually find out what it was. I think he was just being a bit soft and wanted a runner so that he could just stand and deliver. But
well, you can tell him that when you see him, because he's too tall for me to argue with.
I'm sure he'll have a go at me tonight if he's tuning in. There's obviously the Kiwis are still here in town at the moment. I've been told they've headed down to the indoor pools to do a bit of recovery.
Well, those little injuries that can be niggling. One of them was talking to me this morning about a calf injury, and sometimes a calf injury for athletes can be a month. As if it's just a little niggle.
Yeah, look, it's best to get it right, because if you try to come back too early, it can do some damage.
Yeah, there's a good shot down the ground, delightfully stroked by Hardy, who got on the front foot and hit it well. And they'll get a couple and maybe even turn for 3, or they'll be satisfied, I think, just with the 2. But he leant forward into the shot, hit it grandly straight back down the ground, and he moves to 8 off 9 with Kratzmann 11 off 32, 2 for 46.
Now we mentioned Horse and we mentioned Richard Horner. We didn't mention Michael van Zyden, or Bish as everyone knows him. He's been doing the scoring for Australia and has done a fantastic job as well. And he's part of, I could call him part of the establishment
of the
over 50s Australian team. He's the team manager and scorer, and has travelled with them over a number of years to England, to South Africa for the World Cup. I think he even went to New Zealand, if I remember rightly, Bish, and he's given me the thumbs up. He was in New Zealand, so he's part of the establishment, I think. But he does a great job and become part of that infrastructure within the Australian veteran scene.
And there's something that I have in common with him, and that's a 4-coloured pen.
I thought you were going to say the moustache.
No. Look, the scorers have texture colours of all different colours, and they have the red, blue, black and green pens. Not just one. In case one conks out, they've got 2 or 3 that are there to be dragged off the interchange bench if necessary. Absolutely. And the scorers, to me, we know so many good scorers. I know that the beautiful lady who unfortunately is no longer with us now, and that's Hazel Bradshaw. That's Keith Bradshaw's mum. She was the scorer for the Tasmanians at Shield cricket level for years and years, and she had crayons, and she had an ability.
How can you score with crayons?
Just mark them, that's all you need to do.
Okay.
But she just loved with a passion, and of course players came over and asked questions about, Hazel, how many did I make? And she'll say, well, you made 17 and you hit 1 4 and then you hit 2 3s, and she just revelled in it, and it was so sad when we lost Hazel. And of course Keith, even sadder. Keith he was the big boss cocky over in Lords.
He was at Lords, and then he moved to South Australian Cricket Association, was instrumental in the development of the Adelaide Oval.
Yeah.
And had a massive impact within cricket in England, obviously, but also here in Australia.
Yep. Yeah, wonderful
in Adelaide.
Man. Yeah, middle order batsman for the Tasmanian team, and he said to me after he'd moved back to Adelaide, and we knew each other really well when we were both in Tasmania, he said, I've got a present for you. And I said, oh, what's that? He said, you've got to guarantee you'll accept the present. And I thought, yeah, I will. Well, it was a walk onto the roof at the Adelaide Oval, and you had to, of course, have your safety harness, and you had to all those things. As we see a drop catch behind square, That was, well, it's hard to tell. I think it might have been a hand.
It was. He definitely got a hand to it. Craig Trindle stuck his left arm up above his head and didn't really dive, but unfortunately it popped in and popped out again. So there's a chance for Ash Hardy.
With the score at 2 for 47, and Hardy is now on 8.
I wonder whether that's going to come back and bite the Australians on the backside.
It was a tough one, but we've seen some spectacular catches taken. That wasn't one of them. But just finishing off what we had Keith Bradshaw, and I do suggest if anyone is ever in at the Adelaide Oval, take a climb onto the roof. It is really quite spectacular. It's all safe, but it's really, really good.
I'm going to jump out. Actually, I'll stay till the end of the over.
Okay.
How does that sound?
Yeah, sounds good. This ball outside the off stump is cut behind point. They will think about going back for one. No, that's the ball is going to be collected out there by the big man himself who did so well in the run getting. That's Andrew, who is 61 not out. That's Andrew Kratzman. We're going to have a special guest in our commentary box. We should say all people that visit in our commentary box are special.
And thank you.
Oh, well, nearly all of them. Next ball pushed away on the offside. That's the completion of the over, is it or not?
No, there's still one ball.
One to go.
You're getting ahead of yourself,
Oh, I
Walshy.
just got...
You're getting excited, aren't you? You're getting excited about this next guest. It's going to be... Oh, look at that. You've got too many multicoloured pens. That's half your problem.
I know.
I'm really looking forward to this next interview that you're going to do. It's going to be... I'm going to stay and listen.
Oh, it's a big build-up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Next ball is pushed away on the offside by Kratzman out to short cover. That's the completion of the over. It's 2 for 48 after 15 overs with Kratzman on 12. And we are now going to do a bit of soft shoe shuffling. And this is, in a way, something of substance to say the least, because I'm going to be joined by a lady that I met about 15 minutes ago. And the lady that I met... Is it Julie?
Kim.
Kim. Well, there you are. That's a good start.
Kim Hardy.
Kim Hardy has joined me. Now, they're having drinks, which means that's good because Ashley Hardy's out there batting at the moment.
That's right.
Now, Ashley is your...
husband.
So you're going to concentrate on the questions I'm asking you?
Well, right now I can concentrate on your questions.
That's good. Of course you can. Now, I saw you a couple of days ago because we've been here since the start of the tournament, and I saw you walking rather briskly around the oval.
Yep.
And I thought, now, okay, you might be a visitor because I'm not from Mildura. And I thought this lady has obviously come along and she might be looking at the cricket, but she's doing a lot of walking. And you weren't messing around. There was a purpose for your walking and it looked as if you were focused.
Yes.
And I thought, well, good. And so then I spoke with Telf and Telf explained the story and said, well, there might be a chance for you to have a chat to Kim. And I said, well, I'd love to. So thank you.
No problem.
For coming over.
Thank you for
and
having me.
It's a pleasure. Now tell me, why are you walking around an oval at a cricket ground and watching your husband play in Mildura?
Well, I'm doing the Remember September walk to raise money for pancreatic cancer. So my sister, my niece and I are doing 142 kilometres each in the month of September to raise money.
How did that all come about?
We lost my mum earlier this year to pancreatic cancer quite suddenly, so within 7 months. So yeah, it's a cause very close to our heart, so we just wanted to do our bit to try and obviously raise money and help other families and help them, put money towards hopefully earlier detection for pancreatic cancer.
You're a brave lady to come and have a talk, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I need to find out some things about you, and the best way is to ask the questions. How long did you know that your mum had cancer?
She got diagnosed in July and she passed away in April.
Not a long time, is it?
No, not at all.
Any warning signs?
Warning signs were like kind of heartburn and vomiting, and once she got detected, she then was in hospital, had an operation, and then came out of hospital and started chemotherapy, which it didn't really sit well with her. She didn't cope very well with that, so they decided to stop the chemotherapy in December and just give her Christmas and try and build up her body, hopefully put some weight on to then come up with plan B on what they were going to do. We decided that it was getting to the point that we wanted to do a family catch-up with my dad and my sister and I, so we booked a weekend away in Sydney, and we dropped mum and dad home on the Monday, and mum went to the doctor that afternoon. She wasn't feeling very well, and she ended up going back into hospital, and she didn't come out.
In the family, was there pancreatic cancer?
No.
Not at all?
No, not at all.
So how did you actually find out? Can you remember the time when you knew that mum was really sick?
She just obviously she was eating, and then it was 8 hours later vomiting, and she just had severe heartburn. She was going to a doctor, and they said, oh, it's a bladder infection, and we were like, that doesn't sound like a bladder infection. We kept pushing it for 3 weeks. This was going on, and my sister and I were saying, you need to go and see another doctor. And she eventually did, and they put her in for tests and, scans and everything, and then they noticed a lump, pancreas, and yep.
Was there any thought at any stage at all, Kim, that mum could recover?
We were hoping that she would have longer than what she did. So when she went back in, the doctors were quite surprised at how quick she had deteriorated. She had infections in her kidney and her liver, so they had done surgeries to help with that, and she just didn't pick up from there. So unfortunately, when she went back in the beginning of March, they were surprised that we were at this point. They were hoping it was going to be months down the track.
Any other members of the family had anything to do with that sort of cancer before?
No, not all out of the blue.
So,
which is unfortunately the disease that, it's very hard to detect, and once it obviously is detected.
And when people talk about pancreatic cancer, they talk about it and the tone of their voice is dropped.
Yeah.
Because it takes no prisoners.
No, it doesn't. The survival rate is very low. At the moment, the statistics are 71 people die a week of pancreatic cancer.
In Australia?
In Australia. So the minimum we could do for the walk was 71 kilometres, and we decided to double that, all the three of us.
You're very brave to tell this story. But
Yeah.
what I want you to do is I want you to take it a step further, because what you're doing now is you're going through the grieving, and that will continue forever. No one can ever say that at a certain time the grieving will stop.
No.
But you would have had to have in your own mind, Kim, thought, we want to do something now to remember Mum, do something, and you've decided on the walk. When did you find out that such a walk existed?
Well, because it hasn't been very long, I was actually driving to Father's Day lunch to have lunch with my dad and family on Father's Day, and I heard it on the radio. So that was already, I think it was the 1st of September this year, so it had already started. And I mentioned it at lunch, and my sister and my niece were like, we want to get on board as well. So we decided to, enroll our team, the three of us, and we started, I think, on the 3rd of September. So we're a couple of days late, but we're all going to achieve our 142 kilometres.
How do you know where to walk?
I have a dog, so it's been getting walked, and I was concerned if I was going to be able to continue walking here in Mildura while we're here on to watch or with Ash playing cricket, and I've just been walking around the oval every day. So,
right. So you're coming from New Zealand?
We're from the Central Coast.
Okay.
Yeah, up in Sydney.
Yep.
Or just north in Sydney.
So there was no drama about, your husband, who can play the cricket game pretty well too, he's going to be here, you want to be here, and you want to continue on with your journey.
Yes, that's right. We'd booked this before I had committed to Remember September.
You're walking here by yourself, and yet you've mentioned other family members. Where are they then?
My niece is living in Newcastle, so she's up there doing uni up there. And my sister is in Mount Colah in Sydney. And, between the three of us, we're just going out walking every day.
So
to knock those 142 kilometres off. Yeah.
When you're out and about, you're by yourself quite a lot.
Yeah.
What are the thought patterns? What keeps you going?
I often think about Mum. Obviously, my dad as well. He's, that it's tough. 6 months after, he's still finding it very hard to, come to terms with the fact that Mum's no longer around. So those thoughts just keep me going, and hopefully just raising money for, very worthwhile charity, and hopefully can put some money towards helping other people.
How are you raising the money, Kim?
Just through the Remember September website. My mum's name was Gail, so we've called our team Gazzy's Girls. We called my mum Gazzy. And we have a team page and individual pages. So we're just sharing it on social media. And a lot of our friends have made donations. And we started out thinking that we might be able to raise $1,000, and we're up to nearly $6,000.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So very, nice friends and work colleagues, and everyone's gotten behind us. So, yeah.
But when September finishes, another month will start. I can't imagine you saying, all right, we've finished what we wanted to do. What's going to happen then?
I haven't really had much time to think about it, but yeah, it has actually made me think about how easy it is to do something. Yeah, I'm yet to decide what's next.
Yeah. How old was Mum?
She was 74.
And not any sickness beforehand
No.
with cancer at all?
Nope, she was healthy, young, very active person. Played golf 4 or 5 times a week, and yeah, very active. So no, it just took us all by surprise.
Yeah. And you would have found, I would expect, and again, in not having had the pleasure of meeting you beforehand, but friends would be surrounding you, relatives would be surrounding you, and people that you've never heard of would be wanting to find out how they can help.
Yes. So it's all through the Remember website, and if anyone would like to make a donation, we've got Gazzy's Girls, or my page would be Kim Hardy, and yeah.
Yeah. How's hubby coping with all this?
Oh, he copes. Yeah, he's very supportive. It's been hard on the whole family. Obviously, my mum was loved by everybody. She was, a lot of close friends, and she was just a very kind, gentle person.
Are you doing what people would say you need to do, and that's keeping in contact with as many friends as you can, keeping the lines of communication open?
Yes, definitely.
Not hard to do?
No, not at all. Yeah, I think this gave us a chance to reconnect with even some family members that we hadn't seen for a long time. So it's been actually nice to open those lines of communication again.
Have you been to Mildura before?
No, this is my first time in Mildura, and I really love it.
So you've been to Mildura and you're walking around ovals.
Yep,
that's pretty good.
I've walked around the town too. So it's been great. Weather's been pretty good to us here as well.
So how then do you, obviously you have to record the number of Ks. When we first spoke half an hour ago, you said you'd done your 10K for today.
Yes.
Is that what you have to do every day?
Yes. Yep. And I don't include just general walking. It's just the kilometres I do when I set out to go for a walk for this. So I do other exercise during the week as well, and I'm not contributing any of that time to this. It's just dedicated walking for the 142 kilometres.
And will you stay until the end of the cricket next week?
Unfortunately, Ash isn't playing next the 2020.
He's not playing with
so we're leaving tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
But you'll take with you fond memories, and I'm sure that Ash would have met a lot of the Kiwi players from yesterday, and a lot of the other Australian players. And that's where there's a bond. You find that you have something in common.
Yes.
People want to ask you questions because they genuinely care.
Yeah.
Because they would like to say some things that might make you feel just a little better. And that's not going to happen unless you're prepared to have a talk about the stuff that you're going through.
That's right. I mean, I think all the people here have been so friendly and welcoming, and it's so nice to see the teams all getting along and socialising together and having such a fun time while we're here in Mildura. I have been asked a lot of questions on why I keep walking around the oval. So I hope it has raised some awareness for pancreatic cancer.
I'll leave you alone in a sec, but I'd just like to ask, as we wrap it up, what about your husband and his cricket? What does it mean to you when you're seeing him play? I know you're kind enough to be talking to me when he's actually playing out there in the middle.
Playing. I know, bless him.
But people are saying about how good he is and how good he will become.
Yeah, he's he's very passionate about his cricket and takes it very seriously. So he's very honoured to be out playing for the Australia A team today, or for the whole week actually. So yeah, he really gives it 100%.
Are you a cricket buff?
Not till we met, so yeah. But I do enjoy it. As I said, everyone in cricket is very friendly, and
Yep.
yeah, it's nice. It's a nice atmosphere.
So you can sit here now and watch him score some runs and
I can
hopefully
relax
drag
now.
them. Yeah, good
Hopefully
stuff.
he's going to get a few more.
Okay, all right. Well, Kim, thank you so
No,
much
thank
for
you.
popping up and saying hello, and we'll scratch down some details and then we'll continue to give some mentions of something that we just don't understand. I don't.
No.
I've lost people, and I, for the life of me, can't understand why they've contracted a disease when they've done nothing wrong.
know.
But unfortunately that's happened, and so
Yeah.
talking about it, sharing some moments of angst and moments of grief. People say it's normal. It doesn't feel normal at the time.
No.
But if it does make you feel better, and if you are talking, well, that's got to be a way of helping.
That's right. Absolutely. No, thank you for having me. I appreciate
Lovely to
it.
talk to you. You take care.
I
and
will.
I think we'll get you a glass of water or something like that.
Oh, that would be nice.
Good work. Anyway, thank you.
All
Lovely
right.
to meet you, Kim.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
take care.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a delightful lady too, going through some tough times, losing mum with pancreatic cancer in the 70s, and just so nice to be able to talk and have a yarn about what's happening in her world, and there's plenty happening in her world. Thanks, Kim. Now the score in the cricket, 2 for 62. Kratzmann is 19, Hardy is 13, 2 for 62, and the score is after, let's have a look, run rate required is 7, and that's about all I can tell you, I think. Hardy is 13 and Kratzmann is 19, and we welcome back Pat Silcox. G'day, Pat, welcome back. Oh, wait, sorry, mate, till you get yourself organised. How you going?
Just need to put my eyes back on, Peter, just bear with me. Got the glasses on. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. I was sitting back and enjoying some of your interview there, and took a little bit of time out just out front of the pavilion here, and yeah, geez, that breeze, I'll tell you what. Got full admiration for what Phil Melville was doing in that early stint there, just pushing into almost what was a 10-goal gale there at one stage.
Yep.
It's a long road ahead, though, isn't it, for the A team, 2 for 64. Kratzmann is 50, Hardy is 13, and I was just sitting in the back play there with Telf, and he was starting to get a bit of a feeling that maybe Mark's just about cooked physically here, so it'd be interesting to see whether he might need to call for a runner at some stage, because he's not moving as freely as what he would like. As we can see, the great Richard Horner and a few of the Kiwi boys making their first appearance. Have a look at the grand final.
I saw him at breakfast, so he was conscious at breakfast. He was up and about, that's something. And he actually gave the impression, and I don't think I'm telling tales, but he gave the impression about playing golf. It would be pretty wild on the golf course today, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you would have thought so.
Players spread far and wide with Waddington. Let's have a look. He's into his 4th over, none for 13. Kratzmann 21, Hardy 13, 2 for 64. Run rate required is 7. The target is 251 to try and drag down what is, at this stage, an insurmountable target.
It's going to be a big effort, no doubt about that. It's Waddington. Pitching full, Kratzmann just caught in his crease. Squirts it out into the wicket square there. Currently 3.4 runs per over. The rate required is 7.15, so it's going to be a big effort.
Now,
just by Kratzmann out to the offside.
Can you talk for a sec? I just got the part of the message on to Telf.
Can do, Walshy. Maybe get through into the 20th over. So Kratzmann is 21, Hardy is 13. Wickets so far today in this second session. Wyberg was out for 4. Mensforth for 20. And our bowling figures, Waddington 4 overs, no maiden, none for 13. Trindle's got through his 9 overs, 1 for 28. Phil Melville, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19. Steve Gollan is going to be introduced now from the school end of the ground. He will replace Craig Trindle. As we can see Richard Gabb putting on a bit of a show for our Kiwi friends out there, just explaining the tale of the tape of the way this final's played out so far.
Well, I wish he'd come and explain that to us. We need to know, don't we? We need to know that.
Yeah, what's Mark Kratzmann up to here? He's just...
No, he's not well.
Looks like they are going to bring a runner. Looks like Mensforth will go back out under the ground and do the running duties for him. So it's going to be a case of stand and deliver for Mark here in this second session now.
Look, I don't question at all that he's not injured. The fact is that he didn't look like he was travelling too well the other day, but people say that's the way he travels.
Yeah. Did ask Self as to whether he's sticking around for the T20s, and the answer to that was affirmative. So he'd want to manage himself okay here. He's got a couple of days of downtime before he needs to come back up again for Friday.
Yep.
Once again, our square leg umpire is standing a long way back there, isn't he? Almost on the 30-yard circle. As that one is going to beat the outstretched hands of Milton as it runs away down towards that fine leg boundary. And they will get through for 3 wides there, I think, as Hardy gets to the non-striker's end. Not touched by the batsman, didn't come off his body.
Yeah. A few of those fieldsmen out there chalking up some Ks without question there, Pat, because they're going from one side of the wicket to the other. Kratzmann's one of them, and the other Kratzmann's out there as well. So they're in the play, and their other Kratzmann, their father's here. So we've got a trifecta of talent.
We have. Scotland just getting himself set over his mark. Mark Kratzmann is digging out a full-length delivery and pushing down to Trindle there at mid-off for no run. Two for 68 in the 20th. And Scotland does some tidy fielding off his own bowling there. Gee, an extra bit of bounce there from Gollan has beaten the batsman and the keeper. I'll get through for a bite. Extra little bit of bite in that delivery there from Steve Gollan, wasn't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
At the end of this one, the 20th, Peter, might just quickly duck out. I'll need some power from my laptop, so I'll go and get that connected up beneath us.
Some power from... I mean, I've heard of differing reasons why a person wants to leave where he's working, but the power for the old laptop,
yes,
eh?
Yeah. It's my source of information, which has died in front of us at the moment. So
no, understood.
It's all the memory retention is I'm trying to hold on to here to keep the information coming.
Yep.
2 for 71 in this 20th over. Partnership between Kratzmann and Hardy now worth 35 from 51 deliveries. Hardy advances, pushes back. Clouds continue to hover over this venue here at the Mildura Senior College. Chance of a late shower or two, the Bureau say. So Hardy's back and across and forcing out on the offside. Picks up a single into the 20th over. 2 for 72, and I'll rejoin you in a sec.
There's Pat, who's moved off to visit the TAB for a punt on the Swan Hill races. No, he's not. He's gone to get something that's got something to do with his something, if you can make all that sort of sense. But the situation is that the Australia A team won the toss and elected in that situation to ask Australia to bat, and they did. Keeper was out for 29, Mace for 70, Dawes for 32, Clark for 31. We had, Lang for no score, Haseman not out 10, and Andrew Kratzmann was not out 61 and in scoring the 61 runs, he has surpassed the 200 in the competition. The last ball that he faced, his 54th delivery, he took one hand off the bat and the other hand stayed on the bat and it went for 6. It was a monstrous hit. So the score was 5 for 250. Langman 2 for 41. Wyeth 1 for 47. Randell 1 for 33. Little 1 for 64. So the total of 5 for 250 was pretty imposing. And that's been the case. So wickets have fallen at 16 and 36. Wildbird 1 for 16. And we had the other player out, Mensforth, for 22 for 36. Now, Pat, are you back already? Are you, Pat? No, I haven't gone yet. No. It's all happening here. It's all go. All go all right. First ball of the next over, driven hard into the covers. The throw back to the wicketkeeper was very slick indeed to Simon Milton. But there was no let's move out of our comfort zone and stay, so it's okay. 2 for 72. Hit down the ground. The next shot, that's a good shot too. Delightful stroke off the front foot. And that'll go all the way out to the boundary for 4. Powerful stroke. Hardy 20 off 25. Good shot there, Patrick. He really laid into it and gave it everything.
He likes to take the ball on the rise, doesn't he, Ash Hardy? As we see in replay there, just leaning back and hitting the ball beautifully. And the good news, Walsh, is we're back online now, so we can continue to deliver the information as it comes through. Hardy continues his nice vein of form here at the back end of the competition. Had 169 runs coming in, so he's taken his tally up to 189 now for the tournament.
Yes.
As Trindle does a nice bit of work there, just back at a point to put a stop to that one. Kratzman 21, Hardy's 21. And it's 2 for 77. Current run rate is 3.7 and over. We're looking to try and keep this part of it, if they can really make a launch after the second drinks break at the 30 over mark. Kratzman's able to swivel around his crease, pick up a single there towards backward square leg. And that is the completion of 21 overs now. 2 for 78. Kratzman is 22. Hardy is 21. And Simon Waddington has bowled 5 overs, no maiden, none for 19.
I wonder what's going through the mind of the boss himself, Tony Clark. What would he be thinking?
I think he'd be pretty comfortable with where things sit at the moment. They're well in front of the game, you'd expect, at this position. I want to see any complacency kick in, of course, but if they can continue to keep that run rate parked around that 3.5, 4 runs and over mark, it's not enough to win the game, isn't it?
No.
So that's exactly what Tony would be hoping for. As Kratzman knocks down towards the man at third man. I'll get through for a single. It's difficult to watch when he's playing that shot. He stands in his crease and there's someone running up from the other end, isn't it? There's again that bit of dust haze gets over the ground here. The wind really freshening across the afternoon. We'll see some showers ushered in. I think Telford reached out to the Bureau a little bit earlier this morning, and there's a suggestion that we might see a drop or two around about 5 p.m. this afternoon locally.
Oh. Well, we're going on the Murray tonight. What's going to happen there?
You'll be all undercover on the boat, I would think.
I might get seasick. Can you get seasick on the Murray?
Well, in these sort of winds, anything's possible, isn't it?
Oh, it's wild. It's wild out there now, and it's most uncomfortable for the fieldsmen who have put their hands up in the air and trying to shield away the dust which is blowing all over the shop.
But he finds a really tight single round to the 45 on the onside. Melville does the retrieval duties. So Hardy 24, Kratzmann 23. Gollon already 4 runs from this over. He's been pretty economical through the tournament, but they've got a bit of a hold of him here early. Midway through his second over, none for 11. Kratzmann down the ground, and the A-team are starting to find the gaps with regularity now, being able to tick that scoreboard over. So they look to boost their run rate around that 4 runs and over mark.
Stradbroke Island on the phone again. 2 players have required a runner in this game. What's the record number? I wonder. 2 players requiring a runner. We had earlier on, let's have a look and see, we had number 10, Richard Petrie, and now we've got one of the Kratzmanns, both requiring runners. We don't see that often.
No. As we mentioned the other day, Pete, it was a bit of a no-go zone in international cricket there for a few years.
Yep.
As Kratzmann just leans back and admires his shot as the runner does the heavy lifting for him between the wickets. So another couple to take his tally to 26. Hardy is 50. Good time. Score is 2 for 86 in the 22nd over. And a bit of a rearguard action here from the A-team as they look to try and stay in touch in this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series Grand Final. Any updates on the Swan Hill races, Walsh? Everything going well?
Going really well, yeah. Not fast, but really well. A bit breezy down there too, apparently, on the river.
You would have thought so.
Yep.
It'd be a good test for the NV Play camera, which is parked out down the ground near the entry into the Mildura Senior College. Might need some gaffer tape to hold it down here shortly.
Yes, well, what we're doing is we're becoming aware of the fact that this breeze, which was blowing all over the shop, might have dissipated just a fraction. Can't see as much dust, but still, importantly, Australia are fighting hard.
That one, Hardy's back. You can send with third man. Point on the circle, also cover with 2 men back. And long off and long on as he's going to take this one now over onto the onside. Get through there for single, which will bring Kratzmann back from his post out there at square leg next to the umpire. As we see umpire Chris House, who's having a rest day today, has just come down to check out the activities with his dog in tow, putting a few laps in around the ground. 2 for 87, 23 overs. Kratzmann and Hardy 26, partnership worth 51 now from 67 deliveries.
That's healthy.
Straightening up Kratzmann there as he looked to try and turn the ball into the leg side. Waddington, very wily operator, isn't he? It's great to listen to him have a chat to you too a couple of days back. Of course, a former left arm quick who's transitioned into the slow territory, and he's done it almost without the blink of an eye, hasn't he? Kratzmann was thinking about heading down the wicket to amble through for the single, then had to restrain himself. Of course, he's got the runner out there to do that for him. Another 2 runs to the total.
Help me with this. Is there room in the Australian World Cup team for both Kratzmanns?
Well, based on their output in this tournament, you'd have to suggest potentially so. Yeah, it'd be interesting to be a fly on the wall at the selection table once that final team is nutted out for Sri Lanka. 4 ball from Waddington is defended well there by Kratzmann, as we heard Andrew Knight talk about over the week so far, as There's obviously the Nationals that will come up shortly in Newcastle, and who's to say that someone doesn't pop out of the blue there as well to add their name to the equation. Shorter length delivery, just rising off. Good area on the pitch as Kratzmann finishes the over at 28. Hardy is 26, and it's 2 for 89 now. 23 gone. Waddington 6 overs, no maiden, none for 22. Bowling in partnership with Steve Golan at the moment. Just taking a little bit of pace off the ball. Someone in the back play while she's having a listen or watching a video at maximum volume, which is coming through the microphones. An apology
for videos like that. No. It was some good work by the keeper for a possible stumping appeal. That was Simon Milton. Didn't he have the bails off in a flash, man?
It was a tiny piece of work. Hardy had to just ensure he maintained his ground there. So he was, again, just stepping back outside leg stump to give himself some room to hit into the off. This time he's back and across and finding some space out on the offside. He's looked pretty exclusively, Pete, to play off the back foot and play square of the wicket so far in this innings. Hasn't really been given the length to go downtown, down the ground.
Just like to make a comment at the end of this over about the umpires for a sec.
Kratzmann defending back to the bowler there.
Jeff Charlesworth and Mark Dorman, who are the two today. Well, just an overall comment that I hope is taken in the way in which it is meant as a train. No, it's a train, it's a truck goes by.
It's a road train of some description, isn't it?
I don't want to see a train going down Deakin Avenue if you don't mind.
Not ideal.
No.
Australia Ray continue to move the tally along. 2 for 91 in this 24th over. We'll see a second drinks break at the 30 over mark. The A team would be desperate to keep this partnership in tow until that point of time. Nicely bowled by Golan. Just found his rhythm a little bit better in this over. He's got his line of length more on his terms. Just the 2 runs from the over so far. Hardy swings with an open blade out into the offside field, picks up another single, so that is the end of 24 overs. Australia Ray are 2 for 92, chase at the target of 251. Hardy is 28 and Kratzmann 29.
And Pat, just on Jeff Charlesworth and Mark Dorman and all of the umpires, what a magnificent job they do when you consider there was an example of an appeal for stumping. Now we've got the umpire, not only does he have to look exactly at where the bails are and whether or not they've been flicked off or whether there's been any movement by the batsman out of the crease. They count the number of deliveries. They've got to check out for wides, for no balls, for leg byes, for a tickle. If there was an edge or is it off the pads, they count the number of balls in and over. They've got to get them right. They've got to get so much right. And inevitably they do. And they are really on song, and I'm not just saying it because Jeff Charlesworth and Mark Dorman are the two that are involved in this game, but all of them do wonderful jobs. And just to add to further issues, when you've got a batsman who is off the scene at the moment because, well, when I say off the scene, has got a runner, there's another player out there near the umpire that's the runner. And he's not in the way of the umpire, don't get me wrong, but there are so many possibilities that could happen, and I say good on them too. It's just remarkable that they can do this and do it to the quality of what is expected, and they're pretty chuffed about it too because they're officiating in an international match.
They've gone unnoticed, haven't they, for the bulk part of this Tri-Series tournament, which means that they're doing their job. We're not talking about them. As Kratzmann is sweeping to the man there at short fine for another single. Hardy hustles through towards the keeper's end. So Kratzmann now to 30. Hardy is 29. Still haven't quite got that run rate up around the full mark just yet.
Only 2 wickets down though.
Yeah, it's been a really solid showing from this pair here. 58 runs from 79 deliveries. Hardy again looking right at home, hitting the ball with control outside the off stump, and he will find a boundary this time. So he's now 33 from 37. As we watch the replay, signature Ash Hardy opens up the front pad, gets that over the top of it beautifully, finds the gap there, out on the offside. So run rate now exactly at 4. 2 for 98 in this 25th over. The required rate is 7.46. They've been able to keep it around that 7.5 mark, so it hasn't got into that dangerous 10 runs and over category, as our modem looks like it might have come unhitched from the gaffer tape on our pictures and Vim needing.
Yeah.
It's hanging on for grim loss. Link tell for a strict accurate to be just back together. And all is well.
All is well. He was able to eat a salad roll and 3 health bars whilst completing a high jumping performance to get over some stuff that was down in front of us and then put the gaffer tape on.
He's a man of many talents, isn't he?
That's it. That's it. Yeah, all of a sudden, you know, you look at that scoreboard again and you look at where they're at and you look at 2 for. It's 2 for 100 in a sec.
Kratzmann just pushing out the onside, and Hardy really backing up beautifully from the non-striker's end. Will get that score exactly as you said, Peter Walsh, to 2 for 100 now after 25 overs. With Kratzmann 31, Hardy is 34. And Waddington and Gollan continue this bowling partnership. Waddington 7 overs, no maiden, none for 30. Gollan moving to his 4th over. He has 3 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 18. Eight runs off that previous Waddington over, so signs that the A-team are looking to try and build some momentum. Still need 151 runs to win from 15 overs, so it will be some sort of chase from here, but they've got the man out there that can get the job done. There's a bit of indecision there from Hardy at the non-striker's end. Wanted the single there, but nothing doing. This time Gollan unable to field off his own bowling. It will skip past Trindle and it will go down for another single. Good to see Timmy Hazeman into the attack. He's been one of the key operators with the ball for the Australians. So too Christian Farley. So
you got a few, haven't they?
Yeah, Tony Clark's got options here, hasn't he? Midway through this second session. Bit of extra bounce again, but well handled by Hardy as he again scores out into the offside.
How consistent has he been? 10, 54, 25, 80. We had 169 runs that he had before this dig, so it's important for him now to maintain the balance, maintain the strike rate, and to get a big one, get a big score.
Nicely bowled by Gollan. Just tucking up Kratzmann on the crease. Two runs off this 4th Steve Gollan over. Kratzmann is lunging forward, just taking the bottom hand off a little where the ball was elevated briefly out into the offside. So the Aussies have still got a presence in and around the ring. As Kratzmann is hitting through the off. Timing it reasonably well, picks up the single. And that's the end of the 26th over. 2 for 103 Australia age, chasing that target of 251. Hardy 35, Kratzmann is 33. And the current run rate is at 3.96. Goal now through 4 overs, no maiden, none for 21. Trindle and Melville, the wicket takers. Does look as if Timmy Haseman's going to be called into action here by skipper Tony Clark. So just workshop some ideas here for where the field will need to set up. Left-handed Kratzmann will be on strike. So they've pushed a man now down to that deep third man boundary. Stephen Mace in operation there, just backward a point. That's on the offside, of course. Got a man on the cover. Boundary sweeping there. Mid-off is on the ring. They have a deep mid-on. And a man here, Clint Keblate, at a deep mid-wicket. So Haseman just getting through his final preparations here, loosening up. As we said, he's been a key member of this Australian side. Had 102 runs at 34 coming into this final today. Also 4 wickets at 22.75. As he starts off with a beautiful line and length delivery. All Kratzmann can do with that one while she has pushed it back down the pitch.
Well, I've got to look now for chasing that run rate required. It's nearly up to 8. And that's very sizable indeed. If you say it quickly, 5 for 250, but then it's 2 for 103. Kratzmann is on 34 off 77 and Hardy 35 off 39. And Kratzmann's the one that is requiring a runner because he's not all that smart at the moment. And you've got to have now the need for these two to be batting after the next 10 overs, but then there's not enough overs left. Not enough overs to climb up to that asking rate, which is almost 8. So I reckon the man who's feeling pretty chuffed at the moment is Tony Clark.
Haseman just getting some extra protection there. The field on the offside now for the right-handed Hardy. 35 from 39. He's once again impressed. Scoring at almost a run a ball.
Thank you so much for your help. Pleasure.
False start there for Tim as he'll just turn back to the top of his mark once again. Hardy is hitting the ball down towards third man. Going to need more than ones and twos though, Walsh. They're going to need a good over.
I do.
Or two that results in a couple of boundaries, as Hardy was just a little bit sore coming through on the second there. You can see him stretching up a little. Just maybe a hint of cramp in the hamstring there. It's very wide outside the off stump from Haseman and will be signalled so by the umpire. We have certainly noticed today, Peter, that a lot of the players are not moving as freely as we have seen from them. It's been a busy period, isn't it? A lot of competitive consecutive cricket. As Hardy goes up and over the top down the ground, and that will easily find its way to the line for 4. Right out into the back end of the car park there. That was sweetly timed from Hardy. He's now 41 from 41.
He's almost halfway down the wicket before the ball is delivered. He
team line here. This time he's opening up again and hitting through that drill, but away for boundary. So this has been decent over for the 8-12 from it so far. Hardy now 45 from 42 injuries. He's 67 minutes stay at here this afternoon at the Moira Senior College. I thought I might have just seen Simon Murphy walk past the broadcast position. He had a very nice pair of, should I say, man salmon shorts.
Well, you can say that if you like.
And he had the driving cap on almost there. It was quite a resplendent look from Big Simon.
I actually think that was what he was wearing at breakfast this morning.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah. That might have been his golf attire for 9 on the riverside.
His character. Heading to New Zealand shortly.
So 12 on it, 2 and 5 to Hudson is 34. And the partnership is now up to 79 from 95 deliveries.
Possibilities of getting towards that 3-figured result in terms of a partnership, which would be impressive to say the least. Game itself, not poised on a knife edge, nothing like that, because the Australian team, they have the runs on the board. They have 250 of them on the board, and in the chase it's 2 for 115. Run rate required is 7.5 at the start of a new over, where they'll pick up a couple from the first ball of the new over. And we'll get back to complete that without any degree of difficulty as Kratzmann bounces the return back in. And Kratzmann gets to 36 after Kratzmann does the fielding, and the score is with Kratzmann being watched by Father Kratzmann and the 2 brother Kratzmanns. There's a lot of Kratzmanns out there.
There is.
And now we're going to see on strike the other Kratzmann we're talking about. That's Mark.
As we can see, Ash Hardy just marking a line there at the non-striker's end. He's playing as the runner, and there's an appeal for LBW as Kratzmann went to ground trying to swing it away, and he's been given out leg before for 36, and a key breakthrough just before the second drinks break there by Steve Gollan. Kratzmann on his way for 36, and the score 3 now for 117 on the 28th over.
The digit was in the upwards direction very, very quickly, wasn't it?
Didn't take a long time to deliberate, did he? Kratzmann just got himself into a bit of an awkward position and has to make his way. He's been doing it pretty tough physically for the last 35, 40 minutes or so. He'll be disappointed that he's had to depart, but I'm sure the body will enjoy the chance just to sit down and have a bit of a spell ahead of the T20s in a couple of days' time as Richard Gabb gets set to come to the crease. He's gone straight to the wicket with the cap in tow, so looks like he means business right from the out, Walshy.
He's the Gabbmobile with scores of 53, 37, 3, 39 and 48 for an accumulated total of 180 runs at 36. How valuable was that wicket? These two. And again, we're talking about getting close to that 100 partnership mark. Stop saying this, will you, Pat? We're ruining it. We want someone to get up there with a partnership to bring them over the 3-figured result. We still yet, with these two, there is still a chance. I reckon they're an outside chance. They're not 33s and drifting, but they're a chance.
It just continues to prove to be elusive, that 100-run stand. But if these two at the crease now can peel off 100 between themselves, I'll tell you what, we are in for a pretty exciting finish.
No, that's very true.
So wickets to fall in this afternoon session. Wybird caught Mace bowled Melville for 4. Mensforth caught Dawes bowled Trindle 20. And Kratzmann out there just moments ago, LBW to Steve Gollan for 36.
Let's see what can happen now with Gabb in.
Still the right and left-handed combination, which seems to have been working a treat.
Yep.
For the A-boys over the last hour or so. Gab is straight away into the action, timing one nicely out there towards deep backward square. Took a bit of effort to reel it in too. He'll get back for a couple. And we get back to normality now, of course, with no runners in operation.
No.
So a little bit easier for the umpires out there to keep a keen eye on things.
Yes, and we did make mention of the fact that they have to do that. There's so many things they have to take into consideration. If this next ball is hit hard down the ground on the offside, well timed, they'll get one, come back for two. And Gab has to realise that there might even be another one. He wants the third. This is going to be close. Not quite. And he's in trouble now. Gab's got the speed wobbles.
He's followed through a long way past the stumps there
He
at
has.
the non-strikers.
It took, a bit of indecision before. I think he thought, well, hang on, I'm in the red box and we're at the Mildura Dogs. I'm off. I'm out of here. And he took off quickly, but then he thought, well, look, I reckon there is a run. But once he got to the safety of the non-striker's end, I reckon his body might have been saying, hey, woo there, boy, put the handbrake on.
Well, we know that he's without a run between the wickets. I think he always what he's up for when he's batting with Ash. Looks regathered his composure though now at the non-striker's end.
And the next ball from the bat of Hardy punched away on the onside for one. And that's all that they will complete. The score in this over 4-7. 8 runs off the over so far with one ball remaining, but they've lost that wicket. But the score now is 123 for 3. The run rate required 7.4. The target is 251 coming up to the last ball of the 28th.
So Tony Clark just making a couple of minor adjustments now to the field with the left-handed Gap back on strike.
He's waiting. Doesn't have to wait much longer. Pushes down the ground for one. And is going to be content with the one. He'll keep the strike. And he appears to be okay, Pat. As he ran through at the end of, say, a quick dash for the third run. But he's going back now and having a chat to Hardy, the man at the opposite end. So they're going to be working out where they're at. It's interesting. That was the conversation that we were listening to him having at the lunch break.
Yes.
When he was saying things like, well, you know, I can get a few, and Hardy's going well. So here you go. He's got them there now.
He has.
Don't know. What do you reckon?
Well, I think this is certainly the vital partnership here. Another wicket for Australia, and it's pretty much in their keeping, I think. But these two at the crease right now have got the capability to really turn the strike over, pick up the boundaries.
Well, if you wanted a good final, perhaps this is as good as it's going to be. This could be a really good finish. We've got 3 for 124. The target is 250, so it's still a long way away, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It is a long way away, but we'll get through into the third power play shortly, so there'll be more gaps in the outfield.
Now, what's happening? The wicketkeeper is hands in the air out there. Simon Milton, what's he doing? He's just getting himself organised and counting the players, I think.
I think we might have had too many outside the
Yeah,
circle
I think
there
so. I
for
think
a
you're
start,
right. Yeah.
which would have been a no ball had Haseman delivered, of course.
First ball of the first over, or the new over, is pushed away on the offside and there's no run. So let's just work it out. We've got 7.5 runs required per over. We're into the 29th over of 45. It's 3 for 124, chasing 251 for a victory.
Ball outside the off stump, and Gabbard backed away to give himself some room. In the end, couldn't quite get bat on the ball. It's well stopped there by the keeper, Simon Milton.
He's done a good job.
Yes. Yeah, he's taken his opportunity here.
Yep.
That unfortunate injury to Owen Gilchrist. Gabb will swing through the offside. He'll get through. Ball not taken cleanly at the bowler's end by Tim Haseman. That might have been an interesting crescendo there had he got a nice ball back into the hands there, right over the stumps.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, there was plenty on it. The ball was thrown back in with a fair amount of velocity.
So 3 for 125 in the 29th over. Hardy 46, Gabbers 7. Key moment in the match here, you feel this partnership. The one Australia A need to really blossom if they are to chase down that tally of 251 to win.
It's short and Hardy will get a run, and the throw from the outfield pretty strong and powerful. Runs being ticked over. Let's see in this over so far, just the 2. Hardy 47 off 45. Gabb 7 off 6. Wickets in hand 7. Runs to win 100. All remain 98.
Yeah, it is. Q1 just into the offside. He was looking to try and take the ball over the boundary on the onside. Scampers through for the run. Well, just been done with a bit of lack of pace there. I think he was through the shot a little early. 7 wickets in hand. That you'd think is also a key factor in this chase.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 1 ball remaining of this second Tim Hazeman over. Just 3 from it so far. It's Hardy's hitting the ball out towards deep extra cover. Timed it so well that they were only able to get through for the single. So 29 gone. Score is 3 for 128. Hardy 48 now from 46. Gabbers 8 from 7. And, well, it's still a big challenge for Australia A, but I think all the while these two at the crease continue their journey, they'll feel that they're in the game and they can win it.
Well, if we look at stats in previous games that have been played in this competition, we had the Australia A team, they got their highest score yesterday, which was, let's work it out, was 218. And today, it's 128 for 3. So they're well down. That's the biggest difficulty, is the fact that I've got 123 to score off 94 with 7 wickets in hand. It's about as high as one of those silos you see in the distance in terms of being able to climb. This ball, first ball of the new over, whipped away through mid-wicket for 1. And that's all there'll be, just the one good strong throw from the outfield coming in. And the Australians on their toes. The Australians going in as favourites. Australia love bragging rights to the Australia A side if they got up and won, wouldn't they?
Oh, absolutely. They've been active in the field too, haven't they, in the last half a dozen overs. Been able to cut off a lot of 2s. Coming in sharply off the boundary to put the pressure on the men out in the middle. Gabbers advancing, but Gollan bowls into the pitch to allow him only just to force the ball into the offside. Can't get any real power to the stroke. Picks up the single though. He moves to 9. Hardy 49 now. 3 for 130 in this 30th over. Of course, we'll take a drinks break here shortly. Chance for all the players just to cool down and refresh and get ready to go for the final 15 overs of this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series Grand Final.
And Hardy over the 200 mark too for the number of accumulated runs in this competition. That's a pull away on the onside. Brilliant shot. Zooms across the outfield. Crashes into a park truck. Gee, hit that hard. Hit that with flourish and it went away. That was as cleanly hit as any shot I reckon we've seen in this competition. That was like a tracer bullet when it flew away for 4. He just rocked back and then went whack. Hit it beautifully. And his 50 is up off 48 deliveries, 53 Hardy. Gabb is 9, 117 to win. And the target now, I'm not saying it's gettable, but the next ball is as he jumps down the wicket and drives away on the offside to deep cover. And they'll walk through for a single. Hardy 54, Gabb 9. Off this over so far, we've seen 7 runs scored, 116 off 92, with 7 wickets in hand.
Yes, I think that differential they'd like to keep around no more than 20, the difference.
Yep.
They can keep it around that 20-25 between the runs to win and the balls remaining. Certainly gives them some hope here. Gabb is unable to work anything there into the onside. He's a little disappointed with that. So last ball of this 30th over. Full length delivery, well bowled by Golan. Gab has no answer to that, so 30 complete. And the score is 3 for 135. Hardy is 54. Gab is 9 as drinks come onto the field.
Global Camel is back. Global Roto Mouldings still offer our trusted rainwater tanks, along with exciting new products like diesel trailers and on-site diesel tanks. From home to mining to agriculture, we provide complete design and manufacturing solutions. Proudly Australian owned, we deliver world-class excellence in every product, where quality meets innovation. Global Roto Moulding, Coolong Avenue, Irimple.
No cameras, no complex calibration, just targeted effective chemical application. Hardy Geo Select.
As we return from our second drinks break of this afternoon session, we were just watching in front of us, Walshy, that Ash Hardy was getting some work done to his forearms there, whether just trying to relieve a little bit of muscle tension or cramp. Still working them out too as he's heading back out to the middle.
He's got the old fingers stretched on both hands as he's walking away from Gab, who has a more positive gait. He's always on the move, isn't he? There's no shortage of energy that filters through his veins.
Horse just letting me know that it's definitely a bit of cramp going through both the forearms. That situation can make it really hard just to even hang on to the bat, let alone swing the ball clearly out into the outfield.
Yeah, big rap too for Horse. He's done brilliantly with his iced coffee. One of those drinks that we know that we all love to have, and we sit here and drink hot water. Is there a call there?
You might have just snuck that through to the keeper.
Yeah, I think so.
Horse is
it was wide, that one.
Taking it in his stride. Mrs. Kebley is doing.
Oh, I see. Well, there's no one looking after me. Now, the boss has got a few, not worries, but obviously Tony Clark is thinking, well, you know, we haven't won this game yet. Let's just spread the field far and wide. He's done that. 116 to win off 90 balls with 7 wickets in hand, 3 for 135. The target is 251.
Tim Hazeman continues. And Hardy again looking to try and open up outside the leg stump to give himself some room to find that boundary out behind point. He's into his 3rd over now, none for 16. Partnership is 18 from 17 deliveries. So Hardy swings it away out to the onside. They'll get through for the quick single.
Each time we see a body walk past, whether it's an Australian A or it's just Australia, it looks like they're wobbling a little bit or what. They've had a very busy week of wonderful cricket.
Yeah, I think the entire playing group will enjoy a couple of days' grace.
Yep.
Those that will stay on and continue with the T20s on Friday.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Gab just stepping back and looking to try and find the gap out there, but some pretty good tandem work in the deep there by the Australians to manage to prevent the boundary. Gab has got back there for a couple. Of course, spoke to Phil Melville earlier in the piece here at the Mildura Senior College. He's heading back to Sydney for the opening round of grade cricket, which by all accounts, looking at the forecast over the next couple, going to be put back another week. So he might get the free weekend as Gab is trying to really muscle that one away on the onside. Didn't make full connection, but gets it down there for a single. Yeah, sounded something like up to 2 inches of rain for Sydney over the next 3 or 4 days.
And in other parts of New South Wales, there's bushfires.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary.
Hardy is working nicely down there towards short 3rd man. So this resumption from the drinks break has seen 5 runs from this over so far from the bowling of Hazeman. 111 to win, 85 balls remaining, 7 wickets in hand, 3 for 140 is our score. This gap goes down the ground to the man at long off. Gets through for another single, in addition to the tally. And that's the end of 31. 3 for 141, Hardy 56, Gabbers 12. As we can see the scorecard there, Wybird was out earlier in the session. Caught Mace bowled Melville for 4, Mensforth caught Dawes bowled Trindle for 20, and Kratzman LBW to Gollan for 36.
Wybird, the only one to missed out in single figures with 4, and that was the same in the top order of the Australian innings. Keeble got 29, Mace 70, Dawes 32. We had Kratzman 61 not out, Clark got 31. They were all big with contributions, and only the one missing out, as we did suggest, Wybird out for 4 in this chase. 110 to win off 84 deliveries. Big shout.
Yes, I reckon he's chopped that one back onto the stumps there, Gab, as he just lost his shape trying to heave it away onto the onside, and that's a crucial breakthrough for the Australians as skipper Richard Gabb has to depart. Bowled Gollan for 12, and it's now 4 for 141 in the 32nd over. That was the wicket that the A-boys, Walshy, could ill afford to lose.
Oh, this is a good one. He tried to swing the ball away on the onside, missed, and you heard the noise, or he heard the noise, because stumps were crunched, bails flew in the air, wicket was out, and the comment then from Gabb, who's disappointed as he leaves, he's out for 12, 4 for 141, with 83 balls remaining and 110 runs required for victory, and 6 wickets left in the shed as we get now towards the real business of this final in the Tri-Series.
Just watching Gabb coming from the ground, you could see him just rehearsing the moment over and over. He could have better played the stroke. probably didn't quite have the bounce there to really force that ball over onto the onside. Gollan is playing his part here into this early stage of the third power play. 2 for 37 now in his 7th over. As Jamie Pitt is our new man out in the middle for the A team. Is of course replacing Simon Nish, who's out with that hamstring strain for this final. So he's got some work ahead of him here, the left-hander. They've managed to continue with that left and right combination, haven't they, pretty much through the midsection of this innings.
And I think the bottom line is, and we're not clutching at straws, but they've just got to keep it being aggressive. It's no good now being there 30 or 40 runs shy of the mark with 3 wickets left. They've got to try and win the game, and win the game by being as aggressive as possible.
Go down swinging while she's
absolutely
what we want to see. There's again another adjustment in this field here. That one rising, might have even taken the edge of the bat. It certainly kicked off a pretty decent length from Gollan. Milton unable to get a handle on it. So they managed to keep him, Jamie Pitt that is, at the striker's end. And that one unable to be taken by Milton as Pitt was leaning back and trying to find some space on the offside. So what a great over this is from Gollan, the wicket. And all the donuts to follow. It's a chance to finish up with a wicket maiden here. This time he's got a fuller length delivery that he can push down towards the man long off. So Pitt gets his account underway. And the score now is 4 for 142 in the 32nd over. With Hardy still at the crease, 56 from 52. And Steve Gollan now through 7 overs, no maiden, 2 for 38.
And I know this is a tough call, but for the victory to come by way of the side that's chasing that total of 251, it has to happen that Ash Hardy gets 100. It's about that simple. He's at 56 at the moment. He's 44 shy of 3 figures. They need 78. So that's half of the runs he would need to score at least and not lose wickets. And given his approach out there, he won't mess around. He'll have a go, and that's what we want to see.
Yep.
He's not at the striker's end at the moment. He'd like to be, because the new batsman at the crease, Jamie Pitt, he might be just taking his time. Hardy's message would be, let's get on with the business. First ball just outside the off stump and through it goes to the keeper. That's the hard part about it. The new batsman comes in, wants to be complimentary to the one who's been out there for a while. Well, he scored 56 off 57 balls, so he's seeing them all right. It's a tough call. Tough call. Now, that has taken the finger of the wicket keeper, and that hurt.
Went through the batsman. How it missed the stumps, I don't know. And Milton has copped it right on the end of his hands as the physio is straight out onto the ground.
See if there's been some injuries. I know our good friend, the old Telfmobile, he has got a digit finger that's looking in 5 different directions at the one time.
Yep.
And if it takes you on the top of the finger, it can hurt big time.
Not sure what their contingencies are here. The Australians, if Milton is unable to continue.
Could Anthony Telfer be called?
Well, he'd need to get his kit on rather smartly. He's just sitting in behind us having a chat to Andrew Knight. Looks like Milton is going to be able to shake it off.
But he threw his hand back as soon as the ball came through, and then you got the impression that would have hurt big time. So it's 108 runs to win off 76 deliveries. Hardy is 56. And Pitt is 2, 6 wickets in hand. And we're getting ourselves ready to start proceedings again. So the damage has been at least looked at. Simon Milton waiting, and there's to be a field change. So there's a big gap between where the batsman is and a deep backward square, or deep forward square leg on the boundary. Deep mid-wicket really. A massive gap. There's no... Oh, hang on. I've missed a fieldsman. Fine leg coming up now.
Yep.
I was going to say, there's one shy, and I thought he'd gone in for classes at the school. But there's still a massive gap out there on the onside. And the batsman waiting now as Haseman's on his way in. And he's hit that ball in the air out towards short cover, and the catch has been taken. It bobbled around, it had a look, and eventually it fell, and it fell okay. I'll just pick up the batsman.
Skipper
That's Tony Clark out there
yeah.
who took the catch, isn't it? Well done, Tony Clark, who took the catch. And the score now, as we see that again, in the air. It hung in the air for a period of time. You'll see Tony move in, and he takes the catch. So the skipper's catch is a good one, and it's now 5 for 143. 108 runs off 75 balls, 5 wickets in hand, 5 for 143.
So another wicket in this tournament for Timmy Haseman. Continues to play a really good role in the middle section of the innings for the Australians, as Hardy is just distraught with himself there that he's undone all his good work. No doubt the cramping in the forearms was becoming a bit of an issue for him. It's another solid showing from him. 56 from 53 in his 97-minute state. 5 boundaries. And he was instrumental alongside of Mark Kratzmann to try and keep them on pace with that run rate required. But now, with 2 fresh men at the crease, it's going to be a big ask, isn't it, for the A-team? 5 wickets in hand, 108 to win from 75 balls.
Now the skipper's rushed over and he's having a chat about something. Gab?
Yeah, not sure. He's just over by a couple of the spectators near the bar, just getting a bit of a different vantage point. As looks like it's Guy Randell, who's the new man out there at the moment. He's managed to open his account instantly as he pushes one out onto the onside. So 5 for 144 in the 33rd over.
Just on the performance of Ash Hardy, who batted so consistently throughout this tournament, there was no other way that he could play. He had to try and win the game, and his first errant shot in the air caught, and very disappointed to leave the ground.
Yeah, playing the team game, he wasn't thinking about the red inks. He wanted to make sure that his team were in the best frame and position to be able to win the title here. As we wait the left-handed Pitt here to take his guard. They'll just bring the field in a little, I reckon, for the left-hander. They'll get a bit of extra protection around the ring. It's taken downfield nicely by Jamie. I'll get through for 1. Advancing that scoreline to 5 for 145 in the 33rd over. 106 to win, 73 balls remaining, 5 wickets in hand. So Haseman tightens up his line there nicely and completes the end of his 4th over. 1 for 24 for Tim Haseman. Score is 5 for 145 after 33. Jamie Pitt not out 3, Randell not out 1. Haseman bowling in partnership with Steve Gollan, who's been effective once again today. 7 overs, no maiden, 2 for 38. Still overs remaining for Simon Waddington and Phil Melville, so you'll expect that they will come back onto the scene. So the left-hander Pitt will once again take up the opportunity here. He looks to swing it around the corner behind the man at the backward square. Can't find the gap, so once again Gollan is really making life hard for the A batsman in this pursuit of that target of 251, Walshy.
He is, yes. Too many dot balls now, and the dot balls that continue to appear the balls start to dwindle, but the runs stay as is. 106 still required. And there's a stumping. So there's another wicket that's fallen. Good work too by the man who's wearing the gloves, Simon Milton. The advance down the track, the swing and the miss. And another wicket has fallen, 6 for 145. Let's have a look. As we can see, some good tight bowling. And you'll see the batsman advance, dump down the wicket, and some snappy work from behind the stumps. The bails removed. And the score now with Gollan taking 3 for 38. He would have enjoyed this final. It's now 6 for 145. 69 deliveries remaining and 106 runs to be scored.
It was seamless, wasn't it, from Simon Milton as he watched it through into his gloves and then taking the bails off almost in the one motion. Seems to have shrugged off any injury concerns with that finger from 5 or 10 minutes ago. And Gollan now becoming the key man in this attack. 3 for 38. As Mark Little makes his way out to the middle here at the Mildura Senior College. The scene for the grand final of this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series. And the Australian team are well poised, Walshy, to go through undefeated.
Yes, 5 Ws. That's a big effort. A big effort indeed. Of course, a big night tonight on the houseboat, is it?
That's what I'm hearing. I think a few of the players are looking forward to just kicking back on the Murray and enjoying each other's company. We'll see some presentations made, of course. Some of their key stakeholders across the last 6 or 7 days as far as runs and wickets are concerned.
Might catch a carp or two.
Well, yeah, they reckon the cotton's going pretty well.
Are they really?
Walsh.
Oh,
yeah,
well,
so
that's a big call. Are you a fisherman?
not necessarily. I've known to partake in throwing a line in from time to time.
Okay. So you just made up that story about cod being caught?
No. I know a few blokes locally that get out and they report a lot of their progress on the social media.
Do they?
Been a lot of.
To ask you a few questions. I'm staying for a few days, so I'll need some information from you.
Into the over there from Gollan, I believe, after that flood event we were talking about the other day from 2022. Big clean out of the river system, as is the natural progression of the life cycle of the water system, has really opened up, I think, opportunities for fishermen locally. So I think they've been very impressive for what they've now to haul in.
So you find a little spot and you just relax and might have a book there and a cold one. I don't drink alcohol, but just a cold drink of some description and you can just relax.
Maybe the transistor on in the background is to take in what's happening around the town.
The race meetings.
Yeah. The latest details from Swan Hill.
Yes. 6 for 146. Little one and Randall is 1. Runs required 105. Balls remaining 66. Wickets in hand 4. And the end is 4 dots away. You'd expect they will still swing. They have to swing. It's a final. It's a grand final. You've got to try and go for the big hit and see what does happen. And there's Gab wandering around the skipper out recently with no shoes and socks on, so hopefully there are no bees out there. He doesn't seem to be too perturbed, does he?
No, he's looking comfortable in his element there, just having a chat to a few of the spectators have made themselves aware to him there just underneath the bar there, as it's Mark Little who's trying to get that one down to the third man boundary, and he's just got enough on it in the end. Just Tim Hazeman throws his hands behind his head, just offering a little bit too much extra width. And Little sees the score now to 6 for 150 in this, the 35th over.
So there's the 150 up for the run chasers, 150. Of course, their best score was yesterday when they got to, let's have a look, 7 for 212. But the side that has been dominant right throughout this competition will finish up unscathed. And we'll be pretty tired. There might be an ice bath or two for those tonight because it's been pretty busy, pretty hectic. Next ball is outside the off stump and it's punched away towards point on the deep boundary, and there's just the one run in the taking there for. And I won't just say the players are going through their paces at the moment, but people I think are aware that unless some sort of miracle happens, and that's not likely to happen, there'll be a win to the Australians.
Guess there'll be a keen eye on the skies over the next couple of days, Walshy, to see what sort of rainfall we get, as to whether it will hamper any preparations for the T20 competition, as we see some good runs again for Little as he finds some expanses there on the offside. Just watching Ashley Hardy walking in front of us there. He's almost holding his arms out like this, still probably having a few issues with the cramping, I think.
Yep.
Little comfortably in behind that one once again and picks up another single into the offside. So score 6 for 153, almost 35 gone. Hazeman 1 for 31 here in his 5th over. He's conceded 7 so far in this one. This time he's beating the outside edge of the Randell bat. 35 overs complete, 6 for 153 Australia Ray, chasing this target of 251 set by the Australians, who batted first today after being sent in by A-captain Richard Gabb. And of course it was Stephen Mace leading the way at the top with his 70, Andrew Kratzman not out at 61. And a return to form for Leith Dawes from South Australia today. He ended with 32. Chris Lanigan, the best of the A-bowlers, 2 for 41.
Yes, I'm sure that as the cricketers head in a different direction, some staying and others landing in Mildura and playing in the competition that starts in the next couple of days. We've got a bit of a break, but then we swing into action with things that are going. We've got Rodney Hogg arriving, Doug Walters arriving. There's a bit of hit and miss. It's all go, and importantly, we've got 8 cricket teams who'll be here.
8 carefully selected franchises, of course, from the exciting draft of earlier this year. All looking forward to representing with distinction here in Mildura as part of the Spirit of Cricket Festivale. And comfortable 2 there for the A team as they go to 6 for 155 now, and this is the 36th over. See some of the young Mildura Settlers cricketers coming along, must be getting ready for their net session Tuesday locally, which is
look out, there's a run out.
A training night, and Golan is going to walk all the way back down and take the bails off. So the man that will need to make his way from the ground is Guy Randell. So confusion reigning in the middle here at the Mildura Senior College, and another wicket to fall as Randell has to depart, and no panic there from the bowler as he got the good information coming through from his teammates that he was able just to jog back to the bowler's end and cleanly make the dismissal. Score now 7 for 155, and unfortunate there for Australia, Ray, as we just await on seeing who the next man come to the crease. Randell not looking overly impressed with this situation as he heads back to the sheds. It's Jared Wyeth who'll come out there at number 9 with number 9 on his back, rather fortunately.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mixed bag, wasn't it? Because you looked and you thought, hang on, they're going in all different directions, but the run out was a not necessity to throw and take the stumps out of the ground or the bails to go everywhere, just jog back and flip them off.
One of those situations where both batsmen almost end up at the same end.
Yep.
And once you get to that moment in time as a batsman, you know that it's the end of the road. Australians have been measured and calculated, haven't they, in the field. They've been good in the outfield, taking the catches when they've come their way. And they put up some really good pressure on this Australian A team as they've had to really dig deep and Try and run down this tally of 251. Scotland gets one just to rise a little as it goes past the outside edge of Mark Little's bat. Nicely taken by Simon Milton.
Yes, the stumble that we hoped wasn't going to happen did happen. The score at one stage was 3 for 141, and it's crumbled now to be 7 for 156. So 15 runs and 4 wickets. That's it. When that happens, you've got a real trouble.
Especially when you're chasing a big score of 250 plus in a 45 over fixture.
Yeah, very true. And it's just push and graft and poke and do whatever and go for maybe the occasional single and then look in horror because it's, well, it's an impossible target now, even though we're not 100% sure on the quality of the batters that will come out if necessary. It's Little on 10 and Wyeth yet to score. Just 3 wickets left and 95 runs off 54 deliveries with the score at 7 for 156.
So Stevie Gollan completes his 9 over stint. 3 for 42. Played a big role through that midsection of the innings to not only bring the run rate down but take important scalps as well to continue to just put a pin in the momentum of the A team. So Haseman once again into his 6th over. 1 for 31. As Mark Little looks to continue to turn the strike around here. Stands back over one, tries to push it back into the point region there. Nicely bowled by Haseman, just shaping the ball away outside the off stump, but it's run down to third man there by Mark Little. So a chance here for Jared Wyeth to open his account. Approaching 4:30 local time here in Mildura. Get to the end of this Tri-Series Grand Final. Wyeth has taken the ball away from outside the off stump and out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4. That was a...
Was it what? Almost split the fieldsman out there in 2. It bounced away and it was rocketing. It was like a good 3-iron off the tee that didn't go all that high, but did it go in a hurry. And that was a good result. Well hit.
So 90 to win, 51 deliveries, 3 wickets in hand for the A team, 7 for 161, the 37th over. This time Wyeth is laying back and hitting out to the man at deep cover. Picks up the single. Of course, players from both teams looking to press their claims in front of the national selectors who are in town this weekend. Majority of them will compete in the Nationals upcoming in Newcastle, with that Australian team and squad of around 16 to be announced to go to Sri Lanka. I think it's in Feb next year. So
a lot of it will be to do with injuries, so how bodies are. I know that there is time for those that are a little bit on the Ducks and Drakes side to get ready, but you'd want to be 100%, wouldn't you?
Yeah, again, it's going to be another tournament of high competition, repetition over a short space of time. So preparation is the key to make sure that you can get through that period.
Have you given any thought, my friend, to what sort of totals we could look to when the competition starts with the 8 teams with 20 overs?
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? I mean, at a venue like this where it's a pretty good deck and surface to bat on, and the outfield is obliging for those that can time the ball well, you'd think somewhere that 8 or 9 runs and over could be attainable. So somewhere around 160, 175 would be a good score, I'd reckon.
So you'd have to be off in a hurry.
Well, that seems to be the norm, doesn't it, in the T20 format? There's also that big launch pad at the back end as well.
Yep.
Once you've got batsmen set in the middle. And it looks like it's going to be Christian Farley who's coming into the attack now from the school end here at the Mildura Senior College. Of course, earlier in the day he impressed us with his juggling capabilities of holding down about 5 or 6 of those quite heavy chicken rolls. We still didn't get an answer as to whether he consumed them all himself. Maybe we'll find out later on this evening.
You might hear the burbling of the stomach muscles if there's a fair bit in there. As we can see, the troops getting the trophies ready for a presentation, which will take place in the not too distant future. There are medallions down there that I can see Anthony Telfer and the big man Andrews down there.
He's been a keen ally for Telf, hasn't he, since he's flown into town over the past couple of days.
Yep.
So Farley bowls to Little, and Little is getting back and across his stumps as he gets it out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Keblade. So he adds 1 to his tally, moves to 13. Wyeth is 5, and the score is 7 for 164 in this, the 38th over.
And I make mention of people that might not be actually playing, and we're talking about our scorers, etc., but for those that can now be involved in cricket and as selectors or can be about the place, what a buzz it gives to them to be mixing and feeling good about it all and seeing parts of the globe they thought they'd never see.
Yeah, so many great opportunities available to these guys. No doubt quite a few of them have probably never been to Mildura before they've made the trip up for the Global Spirit of Cricket Festival.
Yeah, that's true.
Farley bowling just outside the off stump and worked to the out of the offside there to skipper Tony Clark there by Mark Little. 86 to win, 45 balls remaining, 3 wickets in hand as this tri-series tournament draws to a close.
Draws to a rather docile close too when you think about it.
Yeah, the sting's gone out of it now, hasn't it? To the key men have departed for the A-team. Kratzman, Hardy and Gabb. Fortunately, Richard unable to really get things rolling today. But he was a key contributor at the top of the order with the bat. He did some great work with the gloves as well.
Yep.
Turned around the corner there by Little. So they get through for another single, and Kebley is certainly in the thick of it out there on the boundary. So we've had the fortune of watching the action Walshy, of course, earlier in the tournament out across the border in Wentworth at the McLeod Oval. Then we moved to the top of the state in Victoria, Merbean's Chafee Park.
Yes.
And we were stationed in at Sarah Oval in Mildura over the past couple of days before arriving here at the Mildura Senior College, which is looking set to be our HQ for the T20 tournament over the weekend coming up.
Yes, look, it's a real opportunity for those who are in around here, and you hold day from your weight. Short, sharp, we're saying a 28 being bowled, and if a second gets started, maybe even more. And it's a push probe, and you go out there and you get the runs on the board.
So 7-6-7. After the 8, little Wyeth is 7. Looks like Simon Waddington will be recalled into the attack. 7 overs, none for 30 currently are his figures. He's just addressing the situation with his skipper Tony Clark. He's got men out in the deep down the ground at long off and long on. Clint Kebley is out in front of us here at extra cover on the fence. He's got a man stationed out almost on Deakin Avenue there at deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, is he going to bowl fast or slow or medium or what?
He bowls with great variation. That's what we do know for a fact.
First ball just a little short and cut behind point for 1. Good throw back on the bounce too. And I just wonder if they're getting themselves organised now. There will be some comments after the game from, I'm sure, both skippers, but the game's played in extremely good spirit by all parties, which is what we want.
There's a little overcompensating there, coming down early and thought he might rock back, and probably just caught out again by that little bit of extra bounce that Waddington can extract from any surface, it would appear, that we've seen across this Tri-Series tournament. Does let the ball go from quite a height, doesn't he, the left armour? So
he does.
Big swing to the onside. Playing a miss. Must have just missed the stumps by a coat of varnish there by what we saw back on our monitor here. Bit of anguish from Waddington and the keeper Milton.
See, another tidy over. They've just restricted the runs and done it very, very well. 1s and 2s won't help. It will nudge them up to a score where you'd think with, 3 wickets left and they're 170 odd now with 38 balls, they might get to 200.
They can keep those wickets in hand. Wyeth rocks back and hits the ball out to Kebler here at deep cover. I guess we look back to the start of the morning, Peter, and wonder whether that decision to bat, send them in to bat first, the Australians, was the right one to make. I guess the pitch had a little bit of grass on it. It was a little bit soft.
Yep.
The cloud cover was certainly in full effect at 10 a.m. They just couldn't make those early breakthroughs. Bit of a hesitation between the batsmen. They'll hustle through for the single. Tony Clark was keen on the appeal there as you see Jared Wyeth pushing through towards the keeper's end. So that's 39 gone. 7 for 171 Australia rate. Mark Little 16 from 24. Jared Wyeth 9 from 7. This partnership has netted 16 from 21 deliveries. Waddington now 8 overs, no made, none for 34. What have you got planned over the sojourn for the next couple of days, Walshy? Get out and about and have a look around town?
Just go quietly looking for a spell tomorrow. We're staying near where the Murray is and not too far away from the centre of the city, so have a quiet stroll around, have a look. Find there's plenty of eating places around, that's for sure. And most of them are pretty impressive. That's a powerful blow off the offside to start off this over. But as I said, I've been to Mildura a few times, but you just enjoy a different lifestyle. You enjoy seeing different things. I'm not a big shopping person. As a matter of fact, I don't shop very much at all. But you're having a look at things. I just like to sit and watch the world go by. Go down and watch the houseboats and do those sorts of things.
Yeah, the new Powerhouse Place down on Hugh King Drive on the riverfront is a great new setup down there, worth checking out.
Watch a few Hawthorn DVDs of their premiership years. You always bring those with you so that you can bore your partner by, what have you got here, Peter? Oh, Hawthorn. What? Then you hear the door clang and it's someone leaving the building. No, there's always something to see. It's a beautiful countryside. It's a vineyard, not well, but always the follow through from the bowler. Just a little bit of, I think, accidental contact, that was all it was, and there was no in the finish, so no possibility of out.
174 on this, the 40th over. 77 to win from 33. Finally in operation from that school end. Has enjoyed some good success with the ball in the tournament so far. As this time, ball is coming down towards the fine leg boundary. As it squirts off the inside edge there, I reckon. Boundary will be gleefully accepted, though, by the Australian A outfit, as Wyeth goes to 14 now. And the score is 7 for 178. Farley had 6 wickets come into the grand final today. Best of 3 for 33 on day number 2 out at the McLeod Oval in Wentworth.
So those two put on 23.
They've stayed positive, haven't they? They've kept turning it over.
Yep.
Haven't gone into their shell. You mentioned, Pete, that they were potentially still on track to make around 200. Well, that's certainly the case if these two can stick around.
Yep.
Wyeth is not quite making full contact there as it goes out across the wicket square on the offside. Cloud remains to be pretty high in the sky, so I think we will manage to just beat that late afternoon evening shower that has been forecast, so we should get through unscathed here at the Mildura Senior College. For a single is 40 11, Little 18 from 26, and Farley has now completed 2 overs and has the figures of none for 12. Pat Silcox and Peter Walsh here with you as part of this Sock TV global YouTube stream of the Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Of course, this is the opening bracket of competition, the Tri-Series tournament. Australia and New Zealand taking part. The Kiwis unfortunately not able to come up with a victory, but they were resolute yesterday, taking the game right down to the wire out at Sarah Oval. And what was a pretty nail-biting finish to that one, wasn't it?
It was. And what they have done is they have presented us with lots of memories, haven't they? The New Zealanders, no, it's been an effort in the Kiwis. We've enjoyed their captain, Richard Petrie, and of course we've enjoyed the Murphy brothers, Matt Everest, another one, the keeper. Matter of fact, all of them having some fun, some of them going back, but it's been a good time. G'day, Telf, welcome back.
G'day, mate, how are you?
Good.
Just jumped in here because obviously we're coming up to the end of the Tri-Series Spirit of Cricket Festival, and I just want to jump online, and on behalf of the Spirit of Cricket, I want to thank a lot of people here for all the work and effort that's been put in. I want to start with the Mildura Rural City Council as our local council that's provided a lot of support with the grounds. Also the Wentworth Shire Council for the grounds out at Wentworth, which were magic for the first couple of days, Walshy. You didn't get to see them, but I can guarantee you that they were exceptional, and the players loved batting out on that wicket. I want to thank Global Roto Moulding, our naming rights partner for the tournament.
Ball struck down the ground as we start. Let's have a look. The 41st over, the score is 7 for 184. The target is not within reach. It's 155 to get up to the score itself, and then another run for a victory, 7 for 156, but that won't happen with Wyeth on 16 and Little on 19 in the 41st over. The run will be scored. This ball tickled behind point, and they'll go back for 2.
Beautiful. And Global Roto Moulding have come on board to partner us for the next 3 years, so we really appreciate their financial contribution, and we're still waiting. We're going to announce the name of the camel. We had a competition, and I think we've ended up with about 15 different names to name the Global Roto Moulding camel. I want to also thank Affordable staff for their support as well.
It's good to have it. You need it. That's the whole deal. And when you've got it, surely it takes away a bit of the pressure when you think down the track you've got the next couple of years, you've got it covered. Yeah.
Also like to say a massive shout out to Gordon Graham McElwain from the Gateway Verde Hotel up at 15th Street for their support coming on at the last minute. And we have had some great functions there over the course of the week. And he calls me Trevor, like you call Pat Tim.
Oh, no, we've moved on from Tim. I'm not sure what I'm calling him now.
But I'd also like to thank Veterans Cricket Australia for having the faith in the Spirit of Cricket to run this tournament. I know that the players have thoroughly enjoyed it over the last 7 days from both Australia and New Zealand's point of view. I want to say thanks to all of our scorers from each of the countries in Bish, and Robert Horner, and I'd also like to thank Mark Horswell, who jumped in at the 11th hour he scored every single ball. Actually, he probably hasn't, because he missed a couple, I reckon, and he had to revert to someone, but he's done a magnificent job. I'd also like to thank Ross McIlvain, who provided medicals for both teams. I'd like to thank Pierre Flavel for having the faith in us and taking that step to cross the ditch and bring his Kiwi team over here. They've been an integral part of the tournament, and we thank them and hope that they all come back next year bigger and better, and hopefully we can see a New Zealand-Australia final, or even, you know, a USA final. We've reached out to a number of countries around the world to see if they'd like to join us and be a part of this.
Next ball from Varley, driven back down the ground, is strong and bold, and they'll get a couple. It'll be 7 for 189. And we've got 3 wickets in hand, 22 balls remaining, and the target of 62 runs is out of the equation. But we're in the hands of Anthony Telfer, who's going back and wrapping up the tournament. And I'll go to Telfer again after this ball, which is hit back down the ground and hit with a fair amount of authority. Back down the ground, and that may go all the way. It will for 4. Good, strong, bold blow. 7 for 197 with Wyeth on 28, and that was a big shot.
Yeah, it was. The last person that I'd probably like to thank as far as support throughout the course of the week is Brett Robertson, who's provided breakfast for all the players, lunches for all the players, and he's chased us all round Mildura to the grounds with the lunches, and I know the guys have enjoyed the food and some of the after-game festivities down at Enjoy Wine. And that's a big hit.
There's a noise level that's fairly significant. The reason being because it's gone for 6. What a blow. Let's have a look at the replay. This is tonked with venom and with significant contact over mid-wicket. That has been hit a long way. And excuse me, Wyeth has moved with a 6 and a 4 to 30. Balls remaining 20. Runs to win 52, make that 51. They give us a little bit of a reason for the blood pressure. The machine needs to be taken out and checked because they're hurrying. Let's see, it's 7 for 155 with 1 ball remaining in this over, and then we've got 3 overs remaining to finish the game. This is the last ball of this over in the air. Where's it gone? It's still sailing deep out towards where it's long on, and they will get back to complete 2. It's out of my sight. It heads towards where the school is out there.
It's got pulled up just inside the boundary.
And that's good stuff too. Well, we wanted to see some action, and we're seeing a little bit now with 7 for 203. 3 overs remaining with 48 runs still required.
And the last 2 people I would like to say thank you to is Pat Silcox for the lovely dulcet tones that he provides and his expert commentary and basically being our, what's the term? The anchor. He's our anchor for the media right throughout the course of the last 7 days. And then for Peter Walsh, for you to join us. I know it's been an absolute honour and pleasure for you being here, but it's been more importantly to have you here as part of our commentary team because without you and Silco, we couldn't bring this entertainment to people all around the world. And so, last but not least, thank you to everyone that's tuned in. I think we're up around 8,000 views across 7 days. It'll depend on the numbers from today, but it may hit 9,000 views across the 7 games. So it's been an amazing week. I'm going to get out of here because we're going to get ready for the presentations to the winning team. And I'll leave you to keep the fans entertained. Walshy and Pat will come back in to wrap up and finish up what's been a tremendous week. Thank you to everyone for all of your support too.
And back to you too, Telf. Everyone knows just what you've done and how you continue to strive for the cricket being the most important factor in what we're doing. And that again has been exemplified by another wonderful week of work and action. Pat jumps back in with the score here, 2 overs to go, 2 or 3 overs to go. And we've got Wyeth, who's moved in a hurry to 31. Little's on 23. The score is 7 for 203. let's have a look, 45, 51 runs, this partnership.
Yeah.
So you'd zip out of the box and look what happens, Pat. They belt the living daylights out of the bowlers, and they're not going to make it a really thrilling and exciting finish, but it's waving the bat and hitting the balls a long way, and it's a good stuff.
It's been a strong showing, hasn't it? 51 from 40. Has had the crowd up and about with some good stroke play.
3 wickets still. This ball hit down the ground. The attempt to drive with a lot of gusto doesn't work. It's still 7 for 206. Little 26 and Wyeth 31. 16 balls remaining. 45 runs required. That's 3 per ball with 3 wickets in hand. Is there any chance?
Rather slim, you'd have to say. You always want to have a positive outlook on things, Pete, but they're going to have to really get going if they are to come home here. But that's, again, beautifully timed by Jared Wyeth. My goodness, he might be pushing for a bit of a rise in the batting order based on what we've seen here, as he now skips along to 33 from 20 deliveries.
7 for 208, 15 balls remaining, 43 runs to win, 3 wickets in hand, with the score at 2 for 117. It didn't look like there'd be any chance whatsoever, but that's changed. It's now 7 for 100. 7 for 209, 42 off 14. That's, if we can work that one out, that's 14. 3 into 42 is 14, so they're going to have to score a few boundaries.
As Melville continues. 6 runs from this over so far. As that one's just tailing back in off the track nicely as it almost takes that off stump. Bale on top of it as it goes through to keeper Milton. So almost completed 43 here at the Mildura Senior College. And the Australian A team in pursuit of this target of 251. Will come up a little bit short, but gee, it's a nice bit of work here in the last 20 minutes or so to really get things moving along. As this time, the edge of the bat is taken from Mark Little, and Melville gets his second scalp. 2 for 25 now for Phil off his 7th over, and at the end of 43, Australia A are 8 for 209. Jared Wyeth remains 34 not out from 21 deliveries. 2 overs to go, Walshy.
Yes, and that one was a little tickle through to the keeper. The catch gleefully accepted by Simon Milton. And we have Mark Little out for 26. And batted with aplomb, batted with a purpose. Not quite able to cart his team over the line, but the score now is 8 for 209. 8 for 209. Wyeth is on 34, and hasn't he looked good?
Yeah, and he'll be joined by Chris Lanigan, the Australian A opening bowler, who's shown a nice bit of touch when he's had his opportunities to bat out in the middle in this Tri-Series tournament. I think his item upper end eye here will be to just get a single and get Wyeth back on the strike. He's been the action man.
Like to see him get a half century. If he's got 16 runs still that he needs to get, and there's not a lot of deliveries left, but it'd be good to see him finish on a high.
3 boundaries and a maximum, and he's 34 from 21. And it looks like it's Timmy Haseman as it is going to come back into the attack from that school end. As Jared Wyeth shapes up. And again, hitting the ball strongly with conviction out there towards the man at deep cover. Gets there in a real hurry, doesn't it?
Does it what?
Not sure what kind of blade he's using there, but every ball seems to be coming off at a million miles an hour at the moment.
8 for 210, Wyeth 35. Lanigan yet to score. And the field is spread far and wide. That's a good shot from a tail ender off the back foot, punching out towards Man who's fielding just wide of mid-off, and they walk through for a single. So Lanigan makes sure that he has a run to his name. And with 10 balls remaining, 40 runs to win. This ball is hit a fair distance. You can see it. I can't see it from where I am, Pat.
It's just going to pitch in front of Phil Melville there, down on the long-on boundary. Got a bit of a crook bounce, so he goes back to find it a second time. They'll get through for a couple. So Wire 37 from 23, 8 for 213 in the 44th over, 38 runs from 9 deliveries. And that's going to be a pretty sharp piece of work behind the sticks there from Simon Milton as he's stumped Jared Wyeth for 37 off the bowling of Timmy Hazeman. His second wicket in this afternoon session. And 9 down now, the Australian A boys, for 213. Milton has been busy behind the stumps, a couple of stumpings and a catch to his credit. And just the 1 wicket now remaining. Looks like it's going to be Mitch Woods with the last salvos here with 8 balls remaining, Walshy.
No, you've got your wicket keepers who, unfortunately, and we talk about Owen Gilchrist regularly about his injury, but you throw the gloves to someone and they're involved, and it's good value going from one side to another and showing some dexterity behind whatever they need to do and doing it in style.
Yeah, Wyeth had shown a liking to advancing in recent times and had been making great connection with the ball. That time he just couldn't quite get it where he wanted to be. He took a liking to that straight boundary towards the school there. But, the wicket goes the way of Tim Hazeman, so he has 2 for 42 now in his 7th over. So the last stand here for Australia, Ray. Can they bat through their full 45 in this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series final? As it runs straight off the bat from Woods as he gets it down the ground for 1. They'll look at 2. But just the 1 on offer there. So he's 1. Woods is 2. Score is 9 for 215.
Oh, what's going on here?
Lanigan's gone to ground as he
can't get up.
Got a bit of cramp. He's in a bit of trouble, isn't he, the big fellow?
He's about to get it back into his crease. I mean, me making this comment from afar, but he has got the speed wobbles out there.
Just keep a close eye on what's going on out there in the middle as the physio will run out onto the ground.
Oh, I think he'll retire hurt.
Well, there's only 1 over to go. Is he going to try and see it through?
Oh, I can hardly stand up.
Yeah, physio's only got to about midships on the ground there just to get a bit of a word into the...
No, he's shooing
he said,
some
no,
of the players away.
I'll make it, he says.
That was quite extraordinary. I think, in effect, no, I was thinking the game's going to be called off from now, but I'm not sure.
No, I think we'll get through this final over of the game.
We might have another runner, Pat.
Haven't seen any movement from the sidelines just as of yet. I think he's just going to have to muscle his way through the back end here.
Well, the biggest problem he's got is if at the opposite end there's a call for a run, he's not going to be able to run. So I'm backing a run out in this last over. Do you want odds?
Well, it'll be interesting to see which end they'll throw the ball to, the fielding team. Be a true test of the spirit of cricket, won't it?
Mm-hmm.
As Woods is muscling one down towards the man at long off for a single. Lanigan's able to make his ground at the non-strikers, at the wicket keeper's end, so looks like he's got a bit of movement back going
now
again, the big fellow.
His test will come now. His test will come at 9 for 216. 5 balls remaining. This ball takes him on the pad outside the leg stump, and there's no possibility of a run. I'll let you call the last few games, being our hometown broadcaster, Pat, with the score at 9 for 216. Australia will win the game, will be WW, WW and W. it'll be by just how many runs, and we'll soon find out, Pat.
Thank you, Walshy. It's Phil Melville once again. Slanigan is hitting out into the onside. They've got the boundaries well protected out there, the Australians. Slanigan gets through for a single. Advances his tally. And the team's tally to 9 for 217. So 3 balls remaining. As it looks like they'll probably end up around about 30 runs shy of that target of 251 set by the Australians earlier today. Heave the onside. Fall short of the fieldsman, so single to Woods. Score 9 for 218. 2 to go. And earlier today, Australia 5 for 250. Stephen Mace 70. Andrew Kratzman 61 not out. Leith Dawes 32. Built a tally that was always going to be a tough one to chase. There's Lanigan. Again works the ball into the onside. He'll hobble his way down to the non-striker's end. So 1 ball to go of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festival Tri-Series Tournament. 9 for 219. Australia, Ray. Let's see what Mitch Woods has got to sleeve for this final delivery. He's hitting the ball out and towards the covers. We accepted there by Clint Keblate. And that is the end of 45 overs. Australia, Ray, finishing on 9 for 220, which would mean, Peter Walsh, a win of 30 runs for the Australians as they go undefeated through the Tri-Series and claim the trophy.
And what an amazing day's cricket we've seen. We've seen 470 runs scored. We've seen 14 wickets having been taken. We've seen some classic batsmen who've done so well. Stephen Mace getting 70. Of course, the performance of Andrew Kratzman getting 61 not out off 54 balls, including a 6. Letting go of the bat with one hand and hitting it with just one the other. And it sailed over the boundary for 6 to be 61 not out. That was magnificent. And in the chase, Ash Hardy, another very exquisite and bold 56 runs. He did very well indeed. No question about it whatsoever. But the run chase was always going to be difficult. They weren't quite enough in the bank earlier on. And when they fell away from being 2 for 117... to be 9 for 3 or for 220, you could see that the speed wobbles took over in the second half of their innings. But a victory and an undefeated performance by the Australian team. They win the Tri-Series here, the final by 30 runs. A special thanks to co-commentary and a delight to work with you, Pat Silcox. Thanks for your assistance, and also to our scorers and all of those who've rendered assistance and all of those who have come up and been interviewed by us too. We have appreciated all of those people who've been kind enough to come up and share their stories. Stay with us because we've got lots to come in the next few days, and more importantly, over the long weekend with the public holiday on the Friday and then the big AFL Grand Final. We'll have all the sport coming your way on the station that you're now listening to. But we're going to go down to Anthony Telfer very shortly and pick up what's going on. But from our vantage point here, hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Peter Walsh signing off on behalf of everyone and wishing you all a very good evening.